versus West Ham. Kick-off 12:30 on talkSPORT.
They've got the breakthrough!
Fulham versus Aston Villa. Kick-off 3 p.m. on talkSPORT 2.
He fires in a beauty!
100% total football each and every weekend. Game day on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test direct from Bengaluru as India take on New Zealand.
And it is out of the ground.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
only pick from the rest of the party that are there. If you're, of course, the home side, you can choose between any number of people if you have to. So that makes it a bit more tricky for New Zealand as well. And I'm afraid, and the conditions, as far as they are concerned, if look, we can see at the moment New Zealand will be convinced that this is going to perhaps suit them slightly, because it will be a pitch that has been undercover for a while, and it might just do something in the air, and perhaps they can bring their seamers into play. That's one of the issues perhaps they've got to confront, 3 seamers or 2 seamers. But, as they change, eventually this pitch will turn. And that's when the batsmen come into play. So they've got a number of fronts that they have to consult and front up to.
What we are staring at is the full cover's still on. The grounds crew also covered head to toe. They've got the big rain jackets on. It's abated a touch, but it's pretty consistent. Full cover's on, so we hope the rain breaks and the grounds crew can get to work. Now, what I understand via information out of the New Zealand camp, they're aware that Chinswami Stadium, apparently, Jeremy, they're playing on a state-of-the-art surface that has a sub-air drainage system installed, a bit like your lawn, which is capable of draining up to 10,000 litres of water per minute.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident that's a lot. That's a lot. The system means if it stops raining, they're pretty confident they'll be able to get on as quickly as you could possibly imagine.
Right.
But when we look at the rain radar across the region, it's pretty sizable.
Stray, yes, is arriving.
with a stray thunderstorm as well. So no sun on the backs of the Indian players right now. We'll follow that with great interest. But they are sitting pretty. Top of the World Test Championship ladder, of course. That is a huge hole in their impressive trophy cabinet.
Yes,
and they're fresh off.
They've been in 2 finals of the 2 finals there have been.
Yeah, but they'll be pretty happyish with their recent form against Bangladesh. They didn't have it all their own way, did they, at times? But the way they finished that series off, and especially in match number 2, just how belligerent they were with the bat, which is a real theme of Test cricket in 2024.
Yeah, they were emphatic, weren't they? 2 days rain. In fact, it was over virtually inside 2 days if you took it the whole 5. Yeah, the first test was a little bit shaky at the start, wasn't it? Where they lost wickets and were 6 down, and Ravi Ashwin came in and scored 100. It shows you the length of the batting and the length and the things and the resources that they have in their side. So that's the difficulty that New Zealand, because not only have you got spin to face, and I mean, I don't know who they'll go in with, but they've got Kuldeep Yadav if they want to bring him in, and they've got Ajaz Patel if they want to bring him in, but they presumably will continue with Ravi Ashwin and Jadeja, who, of course, give them batting as well. So it's very, it's not just spin, though, because then you go to the seamers, and then they've got, of course, Bumrah, and then you've got Siraj, who will bounce you out and so on as well. And the new player, although he's been around quite a long time at Ranji Trophy, Akashdeep, who looks actually sharpish, and he gets a bit of bounce, and if there's a partnership that's developed, he's able to break that. So, I mean, he might be the front line to go to Australia at this stage if Mohammad Shami remains injured and can't go to Australia for those 5 tests.
Yeah, Shami, of course, on the sideline, as Jeremy has pointed out. Captain also might be missing for one of the first 2 tests in the form of Rohit Sharma due to personal reasons. So they didn't have a vice-captain for the Bangladesh series.
They do now.
They do now.
Yes.
Just for Bumrah. Well, what can we say? Just an extraordinary career. We've been lucky enough to see it. Truly authentic player.
Yeah, 170 test wickets, is it something like that? It's, I don't know. It must be at about 20.
It is.
So it's a pretty good sort of backstory for him, isn't it? But I mean, he's liable to take the ball in any circumstance, I think, and is able, because of his action, is able to get movement. He bowls a hell of a good Yorker, and so he's always dangerous. And New Zealand are going to have to confront that, and you've got to get runs in Asia. You must bat and bat and bat. And I we've seen New Zealanders in Sri Lanka recently getting to 60 and getting to 70 and being dismissed. Here in this, I think in this place we're about to play, in this country we're about to play, in the circumstances and the conditions New Zealand are confronting, then they have to get to 150s. They have to get big totals here. They can't go in and have a bad session. They've got to stay with India as long as they can.
Yeah, without question. Also from an Indian perspective, Mr. Kohli's approaching some milestones, some significant milestones, and gee, wouldn't they love to see him back to his Imperial's best? Last few years, sort of on the lower side as far as simple output for him.
Yeah, well, you mentioned that second test against Bangladesh. It's interesting, isn't it? The way that the Indian side has embraced the quicker rate of scoring that seemingly England have started. But it's passing around the world quite quickly, that the other sides are embracing this. And they are using the issue of time. You know, cricket being an interplay of runs and wickets and time. But they're using time in order to, with the bat, shortening that in order to claim the wickets, the 20 wickets they have to.
Well, one player I can't wait to see is a huge component of that. A truly destructive left-hander who has a huge career ahead of him. I'm talking clearly about Jaiswal.
Yeah.
What an introduction to Test cricket, and how dominant he can be, and how much on the back foot you often see attacks.
Yep, 300s already. He's only played 11 tests. We like the sound of that, thank you very much. And 750s to go with it at a strike rate of 71. So he's scoring at a great rate for test matches, isn't he? I mean, Rishabh Pant also is up sort of that area. His return has meant they've got danger there in the middle order as well. I think he batted 5 in that last series. And he'll do the same as well. He'll attack you. And so they have got a variety of ways of playing. Shubman Gill, he's not slow either, is he? So they have got such a range of players that they can select from. And there's probably India A that would give New Zealand a very good game as well, I would have thought.
Oh, you would be right
Yeah.
in thinking that Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand Test captain, alongside me, Daniel McHardy, rain falling in Bengaluru ahead of what we hope will be some cricket on day number 1 of 3 Test matches, all part of the World Test Championship, where New Zealand head in after 2-0 series losses, firstly at home to Australia at the back end of their last summer, and most recently just a few weeks ago against Sri Lanka. A Test series where Test number 1 was very winnable. We can easily say they probably should have won.
Had 2 chances, yes, yeah. 2 great chances.
They fell away badly in both the first and second innings, when the game was there to be taken. And then Sri Lanka, a good side at home, flexed their muscles. A big first innings score in New Zealand were never really in it, and quite an embarrassing result
in the second test. Yes, 620 for 5 or something like that, wasn't it? About. With New Zealand missing opportunities, catching the ball and missed stumpings and so on. So they were untidy and fell away in the heat and the humidity at Galle. Galle turns a little bit more, I think, than perhaps we might see over here in India. India, because of the way that they want to become a world test champion, and you've got to travel away for that, they are very aware they've got to improve their faster bowlers. So they don't want to make the pitch just spinning in terms of sympathy, and so they need to have the quicks coming into the game as well. And you've only got to look at the quicks they can choose from nowadays, that they've done that over the past 4 or 5 years. And suddenly going to England isn't quite such an issue. Yeah. Going to South Africa isn't quite such an issue. Or coming to New Zealand. They've got more bounce in Australia, of course.
Well, Gary, as always, our stats man, is right across it. And ping, Jeremy Coney doesn't even finish a sentence, and I get a message. In the last 8 Test matches since January this year, India has taken 80 9 wickets with spin and 69 with pace. So there's that balance you're hinting at.
Yeah.
And you add Mohamed Shami into that stocks. That's a pretty good group to tour Australia.
Oh, fantastic.
And that's, with all due respect to New Zealand.
Well, they won in Australia last time, don't forget that either.
All Indian fans are looking towards the back end of November.
But it's an interesting point you make in the sense of this particular series. There is motivation there for the Indians. They certainly don't want to play poorly in this test series against New Zealand when they've then got to confront Australia away. And so they have quite strong and high motivation to win this series comfortably, get it over and done with, earn more points for the World Test Championship, and then go to Australia.
Let's look at the New Zealanders. And the current losing streak is just... it's the second time they've had a 4-match losing streak, Jeremy, since claiming the mace and the title of inaugural World Test champions in 2021. And it certainly has put a dampener on an otherwise, what I would argue, an outstanding period of work over a decade. Over the last 10 years, New Zealand has won nearly half of all Test matches they've played. They've gathered a win-loss ratio of 1.5, and that's in the top 3. Only India at 2.1 and Australia at 1.9 have been better. And this fine period of form over these years all culminated with New Zealand lifting the mace after winning the ICC World Test Championship final against India in Southampton in 2021. But since then, New Zealand's form and results have fallen away alarmingly. And the aforementioned win ratio has dropped from 1.5 down to 0.6. And now, change of captain, they're a little bit lost? Or is that too harsh?
Well, what's happened, of course, is that because New Zealand have been relatively conservative about the way they've selected their sides, they haven't injected any youth into the team at all, really. It's just the same side. It doesn't matter.
There's that big 6'7" guy, though.
Yeah, sure. Jameson certainly made a difference.
O'Rourke.
Oh, no, Rourke. But Jameson's not there now at the moment, is he? Wagner's not there. As these players have got older and there's ageing process.
Bolt, de
Grant, Tom, Taylor. They've all moved away from that side that you were talking about just before, at Southampton. And suddenly, the side is having to be pieced together and it doesn't look quite right and so on. And Williamson pulled out of the captaincy. They're pulling out of contracts for New Zealand because they want to, as they get older, they want to play some of the short ball, short formats a lot more. And so the side has a slightly, odd look about it sometimes. And so they today, for example, won't know whether they're going to play 3 seamers or 2 seamers. And they'll look at this rain and they'll say, there might be something in this pitch, let's play 3.
Look up, overcast, but humid.
But that highlights, I think, the way that New Zealand have got themselves into a bit of a state about not bringing, that plan of succession has not been there.
Too conservative they have been. An example, Michael Bracewell not selected ahead of Mitchell Santner. Mitchell Santner, we know, is a fine white ball bowler, can control a scoring rate, but never the most threatening. Michael Bracewell, on the other hand, has a real ability to spin a cricket ball. You'd like to see them lean towards the riskier side of the equation as they look at it. I know you don't see it as a risk picking a Michael Bracewell, but he would certainly have to go ahead.
I would expect him to be picked not only overseas. I mean, players like Ajaz Patel, they go missing when they're in New Zealand, as if they go into a forest. We can't find them. And all the rest of the spinners hive off there too. And so New Zealand, when they are playing at home, play 4 quicks. That's what they do. And we have virulent green pitches. And so we are found out when we come to Asia, we are found out because suddenly, someone's found him. They've found Ajaz. Isn't that great? We're just going off to Sri Lanka. Isn't that good timing? And so, all the spinners are a bit like that. And it's very hard for them to suddenly, not be in a team and not be considered a requisite part of a side, even if it's only one. But they don't. But Bracewell, if any, should be that person in New Zealand because it'll make the New Zealand selectors feel a little bit happier because he can bat. because he was a batsman and now he's only just taken up spinning, and he's got very large hands and he turns the ball more than anybody else in New Zealand base, and that includes our leg spinner, Southee, who'll be going over for the last 2 tests. But he also gets the ball to dip, Bracewell, so even though he goes for runs because of that, because he's trying to get people out, he goes for 3.8 runs and over, a little bit more than the others, but he'll bowl you a snorter, and he'll bowl people. He'll get them in between bat and pad and bowl them. And so you've got to want spinners like that, surely, in your side. And he's a very good field as well. So, and he can field in the outfield, or he can field in the slip area. So he's the sort of player we want at number 7 or 8.
He certainly got the nod for the 2 tests against Sri Lanka, and I think only picked up the 1 wicket. New Zealand do seem obsessed with the batting insurance at number 8 now, yes, don't they? Well,
who is 8? There's the issue at the moment. And if New Zealand go to Southee, either at number 8 or as the 3rd seamer, I could not believe in Sri Lanka that not picking Matt Henry made New Zealand a stronger side somehow. I just could not understand that. It meant, of course, they had to drop their captain. Now, how can the captain at this stage, for me, is a player that always must make the team?
Exactly. Yep.
Always. How could the coach then say, when the team was announced, Tim Southee's captain, he will not play all the tests in Asia?
Which he said prior to the series.
Yes.
In fairness, we were flagging this in February, March, when New Zealand were wrapping up a series against Australia, saying, look at the string of test matches they're likely to have. How does Southee?
I don't know.
You can't even really mount a case for Tim Southee as cracking the top 2 seamers.
Not at the moment.
Maybe back in New Zealand if you're picking
He's
4.
been a fine bowler
in
his prime, but I'm afraid at 126 to 128 Ks, batsmen have time to see the movement from the arm, so it goes from the arm more. They've got time to get the bat out of the way. Let it go, so that's the outside edge, missed. And sometimes they are able to get the bat in, or if it's a seamer going to go at the pad, it gets the inside edge as well. It's just a wee bit slow. He needs to get, if he wants to play, find about 5 Ks.
It has been a difficult few months for Tim Southee, no doubt, over the span of his Test captaincy career. The first year went very well for him and the team, where he took 27 wickets at 28 and 8 Test matches. New Zealand winning half of those tests with 2 losses and 2 draws. But since the turn of the year 2024, it's been an annus horribilis for Tim Southee. It's been tough going for he and the Black Caps too. Just 8 wickets in his last 6 Test matches at a painfully sounding 73 per wicket, with New Zealand winning just 2 of 6 Test matches, including the last 4, which they have lost. So 2 wins out of 6, and as a result, a change needed to come. He stood down, and Tom Latham has taken over. A man who's not completely inexperienced. He has, filling in for Kane Williamson a fair bit over the years when Williamson was unavailable. Tom Latham has captained New Zealand on 9 occasions, ahead of being handed the role on a full-time basis. We can hear from the new New Zealand Test match captain. Here is Tom Latham.
It's obviously a huge, exciting privilege for me to be in this position, regardless whether I'm captain, not captain. I'm always trying to perform my role as best as I can for the team, and that's certainly not going to be any different, being captain. There's a little bit more responsibility, but I guess I'm lucky that I've been in this position before, have captained here in India before, and have done it back home as well. So I think, like most of the guys, I'm just excited to get into things. It's been a bit of a build-up for me since obviously taking over. So, looking forward to getting into it.
Tom Latham speaking ahead of this very difficult assignment, beating India in a Test match series in India. I guess in his own mind he's thinking, here are the positives. We can create history. We can be the first New Zealand side since 1988 to win a Test match. Or you could be an utter cynic and look at it the way I do, Jerry, as he's laughing at me, knowing where I'm going to come from, that he's out to avoid history. Because if it's a 3-0 series sweep in favour of India, which I don't think would shock too many people, that would be 7 straight losses, for the very first time in New Zealand Test match cricket history.
Well, there are
Ouchie.
13 other captains who have tried just as well going to India, and not one of them, I'm afraid,
You loved
has
it.
been able to. No, I
You just loved getting on the plane.
Yeah, actually, I got on the field here at Chinnaswamy.
In 88.
In 1988, I was a commentator.
That's right.
And I was invited to commentate on the radio from the 1988 series.
Your former teammates
And-
were like, oh, God, I thought we got rid of him last year.
And suddenly, by the second innings, I was adorned in white, and I suddenly found myself at the finest first slip in the history of the game, behind Ian Smith, who was the keeper. And
Pretty safe place to be. Stockley didn't
yeah,
look too
well,
many through.
Ian turned to me and did say, "You can go a little wider." And I said, "No, I'm fine here. I'm fine here.
I'm hiding here, so I'm fine here."
I'm covering the buys today. There'll be no buys whatsoever, Smithy." So, yeah, it is. It's an interesting one. Tom Latham. The thing about this side, it seems to me, is that you change the person who is captain, you won't see any changes on the field. And he actually said at the end of the Sri Lankan series, I would have done exactly the same as Tim.
A brave new world awaits.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. In the 80s when we played, and I hate all these old stories, but I'm just to say that, we had lots of arguments and imploded several times.
You change your teams every day.
But what we did was, if ever as a captain you ask somebody, any thoughts? There were plenty of thoughts, and they were different thoughts, and we could approach the games very vastly differently than we had in the last session, if it was required. Here, in this group of players, because they've been together for so long, I think that's most unlikely to happen. They all have the same thoughts, it's almost, to me. I don't know. Jarrod Kimber's on the other.
I know.
Look, he knows so much. It's just extraordinary how much he knows about New Zealand cricket. But he's there and he's poised. He's poised. It's almost at the starting.
He's like the grounds crew who are ready to go, poised on the boundary. The heavy covers are still on. The rain continues to fall.
It's like a swimmer launching yourself into the pool, waiting for the gun to go off. There he goes.
The Aussies are pretty good in the pool, aren't they? They went a ride in Paris, didn't they? Jarrod Kimber, come on down.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
We're great.
Not too bad, Mr. Kimber.
Isn't it? It seems like we might be doing a lot of talking about swimming at this stage rather than the actual cricket. I see Coney's already been diving into the pool himself, talking about people in forests and caves and all sorts of things this morning. So he's come, and I think, has he already used up about 7 of his 1980s anecdotes here? He does realise we might have another 7 or so hours to fill, right?
No, don't worry. I've bought Jeremy Coney's autobiography, and I thought if things get really bad, I'll just read it chapter and verse.
It'd be good if someone's read it.
Yeah.
It'll be disintegrating now, that book, I would say. Wouldn't it?
What did you go through? What's your punny title for your book?
I think it was the playing mantis, wasn't it? Rather than praying.
It's not as good.
Although I prayed quite heavily at the start of each day.
It's not quite as good as what the best New Zealand one is. That what is it? Christmas in Rarotonga? Is that the best?
Yeah, John Wright's. Shake Right. Yeah.
He released a couple of books, didn't he? As well. I don't think that was his only.
And it was dedicated. Jarrod, it was dedicated.
Too, right?
It was dedicated to his thigh pad.
I was writing about him the other day about the time when was he playing for Derby when he came off the field and glued his glove to the bat because he thought at the time it felt quite comfortable, and he thought to himself, do you know what? This is what I'm going to do from here on in, because that's how batting works. You just glue your hands to the bat.
He did. He loved that. He loved that grip so much. You're exactly right. And it looked a bit strange in his, sort of you lean your bat up against a wall or something like that. There was a glove just with it as well. The funny thing that he didn't think about was once he played the shot, great, he would get dressed and get his pads and things and then slip his hands in and then off he'd go. But it was quite awkward carrying it for a start. Secondly, as you ran up the wicket and wanted to put your bat down to turn and run back for 2, It was extremely awkward, the whole thing.
Yeah.
He turned himself inside out.
Didn't quite think it through, did he? Didn't quite think it through.
And running in for a very quick run, and taking a short run. Unbelievable.
I played a club game this year, Jeremy, where a player I was playing with wasn't particularly good at running and diving, but he decided to do it to try and save his wickets, and unfortunately got his bat stuck in the ground and dislocated his entire shoulder. Running between wickets, it's a dangerous thing. You want to be able to have your bat in the right position, not twisting and inverting yourself as you get there. But I think in cricket in general, less super glue is probably better.
I think that's pretty wise, Jarrod. I know you're a bit of a free thinker, but that's right up there. That is right up there. Let me try and segue this. New Zealand left-hand opening batsman who captained team to success in India, John Wright, 1988. Left-hand opening batsman looking to lead the current side to success, Tom Latham. Jarrod, from your perspective, and we'll do a bit of a look on India straight after, but where's New Zealand fallen away from your perspective over the last few years?
Look, I think Jeremy spoke about it before, that there's a lot of very high-class players that no longer play for New Zealand, and we can pretend that there's other things that have gone on, and perhaps tactical mistakes and playing Santner in Sri Lanka ahead of Bracewell and everything else. But when it comes down to it, BJ Watling is probably one of the most underrated cricketers of the last 20 years. Colin de Grandhomme was really important. Ross Taylor, and then I think it's really more to do with the bowling. Outside of England, currently in Pakistan, generally you need bowlers to win Test matches. And if you look at New Zealand's bowling over the last couple of years, it really has dropped off so dramatically, right? I don't know what Trent Bolt's current status is. I think it's complicated. If it was on Facebook, of whether
get over it, move on, ain't happening.
He's not gone, but he's also not there. Neil Wagner, obviously, they moved on from him, and Tim Southee looked almost from the time they gave him the captaincy as if he should have. He lost about a yard of pace with the captaincy. Maybe the burden slowed him down on his way into the crease. It's a lot of good.
Looked like he was enjoying his cricket.
Yeah, and that's a lot of good bowling to lose. So, I mean, I think, O'Rourke is so exciting. And so there is certainly something to be said for him coming in. But you can't win a Test match if you can't take 20 wickets. And at the moment, I'm not sure New Zealand have an idea of how to take 20 wickets.
Well, I do. Not playing in India is one of them. And an attack that features Matt Henry, Kyle Jamieson, Ben Sears, and Matt Henry. And O'Rourke. There's an attack to get excited about. Jamieson just can't get on the field, unfortunately. And Ben Sears ruled out right on the eve of the series, replaced by Jacob Duffy, a tearaway fast bowler. The Australians saw him in Christchurch for his Test debut. Absolutely bowled his heart out, didn't he, Jerry? But O'Rourke has taken to Test match cricket quite nicely. So there's hope, but you've got to get them on the park, right? Great ability is being available. I think Jon Norman's there. Hello, John. Come on down.
I was just sitting back enjoying listening to you guys, to be honest with you. I tell you what, we're going to have about 7 to 8 hours of old school chat and old school tales, so don't feel like you need to rein those in, Jeremy. And Daniel, lovely to be on the airwaves with you again. We will be later this year as well. We were last year. With social media and Twitter, you get those old tweets that just sometimes resurface. I still get one from the Brazilian. I was in Brazil in 2014, and there was when you go to these amazing events, you've got commentary teams from all over the world, and you're all sat next to each other in rows. And to the left of us, I think it might have been Brazil-Chile in the quarterfinals, a round of last 16 game, and we noticed that the commentator next to us was a spitting image. I'm sure New Zealand listeners are aware of Alan Partridge, the famous character created by Steve Coogan here in the UK.
Based on Jeremy Coney, I think, wasn't it?
Well, maybe he did. And we realised that the Chilean commentator was the spitting image of Alan Partridge. So I was with Ray Parlour, the former Arsenal midfielder, the Invincible, one of the Invincible teams of, 2004 or something. And so we took a sneaky photo of this Chilean football commentator.
Chilean Pardew.
And it went off. It went off on Twitter in 2014. And 10 years on, I'm still getting little reminders when someone stumbles across it somewhere in the world. And the same thing happened, not that I'm saying anybody looks like a New Zealand Alan Partridge, but that famous moment at the Basin Reserve last year with New Zealand needing 1 wicket and England needing 2 runs at the back end of day 5. It looks like this test we're going to be talking at the back end of day 5. And of course Neil Wagner, yet another short delivery, and it was gloved down the leg side, taken by Blundell. Packed crowd, and there's loads of kids in. They'd opened up the gates just after tea at the Basin, and well, you celebrated. We celebrated a classic Test match, and that little video went round, and every now and again it still resurfaces, and I have a little smile. I tell you what, if we are treated to a Test match like that at the Basin again, I don't care if England lose. That was something else.
That was. And you were wonderful hosts having me along for those 2 Test matches. And strange to say, John, like there was cheering in the box from the losing commentary team. Right? Because it was that extraordinary, that Test match. Like a team following on. Jerry shouldn't win a Test match, let alone win a Test match by 1 run. But for that to happen, both of those things to happen in 1 Test.
Yeah, didn't India do it once? They did, didn't they? Jarrod will know. Of course, it wasn't it against Aussie.
Too.
Following on,
I think it's almost
all by 1 run.
Yeah, Australia had it in 2001, and then there was 81 at Headingley. So Australia's been on the back end of a couple of them.
Yeah.
Been listening to your chat, guys, and obviously we hear a little bit more from Jarrod, but you know, there's been quite a lot of chonter. Ian Smith took to the airways and continues to do so. He's been fairly critical as you can get in New Zealand media for the cricket team, about Tim Southee and also Mitchell Santner. We obviously are approaching the end of Tim Southee. He made his debut against England back in 2008. I was there in McLean Park as he rained 6s. Actually, Monty Panesar is going to be with us on days 4 or 5, so he was the one bowling when Tim Southee was raining those 6s.
We can blame him for the unrealistic expectations Tim Southee had to live up to after that. Well, everyone thought he was the second coming of Paddles. Well, he certainly was not.
Well, it was exactly the same thing as we had in this country for about 20 years. Every time Darren Gough or Dominic Cork or Mark Elam, okay, maybe not Mark Elam, but essentially any all-rounder came into the side, it was a new Botham. But yeah, I mean, he started his career against England. Do you think that he will be finishing his career at home against England?
Go close, won't he, Jerry? I'll reiterate those numbers I mentioned earlier. Since the turning of the calendar into 2024, in 6 Test matches, just 8 wickets at 73. But it's not only just the raw numbers, Jerry, it's the eye test too, isn't it?
Oh, look, yeah, he's 2 months off 36. I mean, people don't like ageism, do they? And they keep saying Anderson was 53, or was he 41?
Bert Ironmonger was.
You know, but look, Anderson also didn't have any T20s to play or any ODIs to play, and he was paid for tests only, and he had plenty of rest, therefore. He also had at his disposal a phalanx of support, whether it was exercise advisors and programmers and you go on, and physiologists and dietitians. He had everything there, psychologists.
Sounds like you needed them.
But really, I mean, he had access to anybody he really wanted, the top people at Loughborough you could. So that's if he wanted to practice. So full resources, and that's what England could afford and allow. Now, New Zealand just don't have those. So Southee can't get any of that. And he's losing pace, and it's very difficult to try and gain pace again as you age, and as you have you don't get much time off either if you're going to play 3 formats nowadays. So I just think that you see the ball come from the arm. He does still swing it, but batsmen have time to leave it. And then he goes wider and runs it back in, trying to hit the stumps or trying to hit the pad, and the batsman gets an inside edge on it. So it makes it very difficult for him to get wickets. And when you've only got 2 seamers, and O'Rourke is one of them, you can't keep bringing O'Rourke back, every 3 or 4 overs. It just can't be done. And so it had to be Southee. But he didn't, did he? He just kept the spinners going and going and going and going. And your job as a captain, surely your main job, is to make the circumstances as difficult as you can for the opposition stay in.
We saw that in the test match in Christchurch, when he didn't want to use himself and he constantly threw the ball to Sears on debut. Just keep bowling, lad, keep bowling.
Yeah, well, Tim just kept taking the new ball. So it is. I think you're right, John, that it's not going to last for much longer. He's really made him. He stood down himself, didn't he? Really, by the sound of it. We don't know what happened in the background. I don't think any of us do. You haven't heard, have you? You're amongst all those sort of grapevines, aren't you?
Not on this occasion.
Okay, well, so I don't know, but it appears from the outside that he has made the decision himself. Well, he said all the right things.
He had to have a pretty tough conversation with Neil Wagner.
With himself.
And then probably looked in the mirror after those results in Sri Lanka and probably recognised, I need to have that chat with myself now.
And it is, I do believe you've got to be 135 Ks. I don't know, what is that, 84, 85, somewhere around there, guys. You've got to be that pace to beat the edge of the bat, to not allow the batsman the time to get the edge of the bat out of the way. And he's not there at the moment. And since he's fallen from that pace where he originated in his prime, and he was with Bolt, of course, at the other end, bringing it the other way, which was so much help as well. So, that combination worked very nicely for New Zealand while they were both. And Bolt was a little bit faster, actually, than Southee was. So, he misses that. And unfortunately, his batting has fallen away as well. I mean, so there's not much to it, to really admire about it. Now, it's quite sad to see the way that he's fallen away. And we've got to watch it again. We may be watching it again in this match.
How will he be remembered then when he does decide to call it a day? Second in the list, only behind your old teammate Sir Richard Hadlee. He's
382 wickets, John.
Yeah, 18
not
shy
bad.
of 400, not bad at all.
Yeah.
I've just mentioned him in the same breath as Sir Richard Hadlee, so that says something in itself, doesn't it?
Well, for a period it looked like he might get to 432. But he's not going to, right? That's pretty obvious. What I'll look at is a guy who served his country incredibly well across all 3 formats. Incredibly fit. I think he's a smart bowler, uses the crease incredibly well. He was the new ball bowler during arguably New Zealand's most successful sort of period in Test match cricket, so there's a lot to like.
Oh, yeah.
But John, I don't know if you're aware, he's a very polarising figure in New Zealand. He really is. And as someone who's reaped the benefits of being a talkback host, Tim Southee. Tim Southee is one that the public tends to get on for a variety of reasons. And I really do think the fact that a lot of New Zealand fans felt he would turn into an all-rounder and never really did is part of that. But I think that's I think that's the fans' issue. I think surely by now you need to realise Tim Southee's a number 10 and all going well can get a new ball to swing.
Yeah. Well, one of the difficulties New Zealand is facing, John, is that all their main bowlers don't bat. And that is a fact. And so you can go, you could say Henry has got his occasional innings, but I'm talking about someone who's reliable, say at number 8 and number 9. Look at Ashwin. We just spoke about Ashwin the other, about sort of 20 minutes ago, getting 100 when the team were in trouble. Tim Southee would never do that now. And I don't know why he's allowed himself to be so frivolous about his batting. He actually could hit a ball. You were talking about how he struck the ball cleanly in his debut match, weren't you? And he got about a 70, didn't he? Short square boundaries, of course, but he knew how to hit a ball, and but he's never developed his batting at all, which is such a shame. let me also say another positive thing about him. He's within the compass of the team. He is an extremely powerful figure. They really liked Tim Southee and the way that he got things together. That whole sort of developing a legacy of the bowlers when they won a test match to order a cab. The wicketkeeper always had to order them a large cab at the end of a test, and they drove up from the Basin Reserve up into the mountain, up into Victoria Mountain up there, and that's where they spent their night together with I don't know who with. But anyway, it became a legacy for the bowlers, and those kinds of things do develop quite strongly between players, and Southee was at the heart of all that, and the heart of a team, and so he has played his role, there's no doubt about that in my mind, and the importance that he has been. But it's a shame he's starting to look like Kapil Dev. You know what I mean? Trying to get that target that Richard Hadley set him, and it took year after year, and they were almost wheeling him in to try and bowl the next over.
What's poured petrol on this fire, though, is the fact they had to leave out Matt Henry, who's just been brilliant in 2024.
Well, Matt Henry,
return, so
I don't know how many times Matt Henry's been dropped in his career. I mean, they don't use the word dropped anymore, rotated, rested, or whatever, right? But if you look through his career, how many tests in a row has Matt Henry actually played before that tap on the shoulder? He is the in the current World Test Championship cycle 2023, the start. He has taken more wickets than any other New Zealander. 23 wickets at an average of 17. He took more wickets than anybody, didn't he, against Australia? And yet here we are. But he's like Ajaz. He's basically Ajaz Patel in reverse. Ajaz Patel takes 10 wickets and is dropped the next match because it's at home.
Yeah, Matt's always
and
there.
Matt Henry plays at home and then he gets dropped away.
Yeah. Well, he was, of course, waiting in the wings while Bolt, Southee, Wagner were doing their thing and drawn home the fourth seamer. I think my favourite Matt Henry stat is the most tests he's played in a calendar year is 4. 4 tests in any
he's 32.
given year.
He's 32.
Yeah, and he
right?
debuted in 2015. So he played 4 tests in 2016. He played 4 tests. He's played 4 tests this year and 4 tests last year. And this year, I've just pulled it up.
He's the quadruple.
23 wickets this year at 16. And yet has to sit on the sidelines because New Zealand had hidden themselves into this corner by having Southee as the captain for a steady diet of test matches where only 2 seamers were going to be picked. Are we going to get into Ajaz Patel's career? Jarrod will love that. Talk about odd and weird and strange and unique.
Well, that's just Jarrod.
Wasn't he? Didn't someone have him in a cave before? Where did Jeremy have him before?
Personal. I mean, heavens above, we've only been on for about sort of 45 minutes.
What did Jeremy say before? He was lost in the forest. It is quite interesting. He said something. We interviewed him.
Hibernating.
Yeah, we interviewed him the other day, and he said, I had knee injury, surgery at the end of the year, and I was thinking that just. I'm not sure that would have made news anywhere. Like, he could have just gone into a local hospital and someone could have done it. And you know, he talked about the fact he could walk around anywhere and no one recognises him. He's the most invisible 10-wicket taker we've ever seen in Test cricket, isn't he? But he's an incredibly talented player and a very handy player. I wonder how many times, in New Zealand's history, they've had someone who can go to Asia and be a legitimate wicket-taking threat in that way. Obviously, well, I never want to say the first name of any Bracewells because there's 83 of them and I always get them all confused. But there was
John,
a Bracewell.
Man of the match, 1988.
Okay,
yeah,
fine. If you guys want to be technical, obviously Daniel Vittori was pretty good for a little while there as well. For a long time, played for about 100 years, but. There aren't that many times when you've had like a specialist, but it is weird that he's become. Do you remember that period when Jeetan Patel was like the 12th man for like 70 consecutive Test matches? He got more frequent flyer points than he ever did match fees for actually playing in a game, Jeetan Patel. Whereas I suppose now
he got sick of it.
Yeah, Ajaz Patel actually
he's playing for Warwickshire at the same time.
Well, he got sick of it, said no to a tour to the Caribbean, and then Mark Cray came in and played on dust bowls and. Picked up lots of wickets.
Exactly.
Jeets had to wait a long time to get a call back.
Well, I think didn't he turn off his mobile for a little while there? I think there might have been a little bit of more of a conscious uncoupling at certain periods there than someone breaking up specifically. But Ajaz Patel's a really fascinating cricketer because he kind of has to develop himself, right? And then occasionally get thrown back out there, and it's like, yeah, geez, Ajaz, if you could take I don't know, maybe 8 wickets in this innings, we'll be in a good position. But we know we haven't seen you for 8 months, but I hope everything's fine, and you're in a good emotional state, and here you go. It's such a weird position to be in, but I suppose we're probably in that era of international cricket. You know, Australia have got a guy called Matt Kuhneman, who essentially is only ever going to play when they go to Asia in the future. So we are probably getting to that sort of period where you do see players who have to just work out what they do for 10 months of the year, and then occasionally they're expected to win a game, and Ajaz Patel is part of that. They've played him in some A games, haven't they, Daniel? I think haven't they thrown him in a few, A games and given him some other experience? So he does exist outside of Asian Test matches very occasionally.
No, outside of New Zealand, he exists. When they go back to New Zealand, he completely disappears, and the New Zealand selectors are like, Ajaz who? 70 Test wickets, 0 at home. No wonder he can wander around New Zealand, because no one's ever seen him celebrate a Test wicket at home. It's baffling. He picks up 10 wickets in an innings, goes home and doesn't even get picked for the squad. Yeah.
Wasn't there like a collective shrug of the shoulders from both the bowler and I mean, even the bowler probably didn't expect to play in that first Test back in. I mean, the greenest pitches in world cricket. You're not going to be bowling ahead of. I mean, I think there was I think I was out in New Zealand.
They look green, but they're never as bad as outsiders think.
You're absolutely.
And I'm sorry, but good spinners get wickets.
No, you're right. But there was Mitchell Santner. I think took 3 wickets at Mount Maunganui in 2019 against England, and I think I'm right in saying this, that they were the first wickets that a New Zealand spin bowler had taken. If you went back 100 wickets at home, they were the first 3 that had been taken by a New Zealand spinner. Well, now, that's partly because they don't play New Zealand spinners.
It's hard to take the wickets if you're not in the side.
But still, it kind of suggests it kind of suggests Trent Boult and Tim Southee are taking quite a few with the new ball, and then Neil Wagner comes in and he takes a few more, and suddenly it's a bit like the old
Jameson too.
And Jameson, of course. I mean, you had 4 bowlers in the top. Pretty much in the top 10 in world cricket at that stage.
De Grandhomme basically played as a spinner in New Zealand, didn't he? Let's be honest.
He did.
We all like him because of his hair and all that sort of stuff. But when it comes down to it, he was basically bowling little wobblers. He's basically bowling like Mike Gatting. But he was bowling as the spinner and just trying to dry up one end, and it was I don't know why I did a Mike Gatting reference. That's probably that's for the kids. The Mike Gatting bowling reference.
I was going to say body types aside.
It's like when
very similar physical specimens, Mike Gatting and Colin de Grandhomme.
It's like when you go to South Africa and you hear the same joke every time, and they essentially say chicken is salad.
They love that in South Africa.
Exactly. If you're a vegetarian in South Africa, they wheel out the chicken. And Colin de Grandhomme was New Zealand spinner, wasn't he? It was exactly the same gag.
Yeah, so you can understand it, and it was funny. We were talking about that sort of theoretical bowling lineup before, Dan, when you were talking about O'Rourke and Henry, Sears and Jameson, and it's like the difference between that lineup and the lineup we're talking about before of the Boult, Wagner, Southee, even de Grandhomme, Jameson was that actually existed. Like it was around for a long time, and those players bowled consistently. Whereas at the moment, it's kind of like New Zealand's bowling attack is kind of like a fever dream. Like if you squint into the distance, you could see that there might be 3 or 4 bowlers.
We're not allowed good things.
Yeah, you're not. Well, I mean, to be honest,
we had to wait a generation after Jerry's team.
Yeah,
for another.
But if you go through New Zealand history, that's exactly what it is. It's a happy coincidence where you get a group of players coming together and they all sort of seem to gel and to fit, and they can handle, and we get a couple of players that have played in England to come and top them off, and that's when we go through, and
find
we
a couple
develop
South Africans.
Well, every side does that nowadays, don't they? But anyway, so that's New Zealand history. You know, the '69 side. The next one went in sort of to '73. They went, and then after that you got to the '80s. After that you got to Fleming's side in the '90s, and then since then we've got to wait until 2013, 14 when McCullum came along and developed the side that in the end won the World Test Championship. So it's not as if we have a nice, easy, controlled pattern to our history at all. It's basically, as I say, every 10 years if you go through the history of New Zealand cricket.
It might be 10 years before we get any play. I mean, I've heard or seen play delayed due to rain. I've seen play delayed due to bad light. I haven't often seen play delayed due to incessant rain.
Not play. It actually says on the screen, toss delayed due to incessant rain.
Incessant rain.
We can't put the coin on our finger because if it's so wet that the coin is slipping off. We need some of John Wright's super glue to keep the coin on the thumb to be able to flip it up in the air at the moment. It's they went out with umbrellas a little bit earlier, but they might as well have just taken their Speedos out there, right?
There were big umbrellas. Big umbrellas.
So you're just constantly dropping the coin.
Yeah, it's just too wet.
So not with super glue.
Is it raining baby oil or something? No.
Yeah. It's slippery out there, man. And also, think about it. If it's so incessant, as you try and toss the coin up, the rain actually pushes it back down. You don't get because with ICC regulations, you need 25 revolutions on the coin. You know all this.
We are going to.
Jerry's from an era where it was heads, tails. We'll have a bat, thanks.
Well, or was it?
We would occasionally have four. Because best of three, those sort of things. Because often a captain would go over. None of this, the match referee going over and saying it's tails. The guy who's tossed it up and wants to win the toss would go over and pick the coin up. Yeah, okay, we'll bat.
Wasn't it?
It was hang on, that wasn't a tail, that was a head.
Yes, it was.
Look, let's have the best of three.
Jarrod used to just grunt, didn't he? And then he would claim that whatever he grunted was the right call, which I think is a genius move.
That's brilliant.
Oh, and no one had ever seen the coin he tossed up with. And I mean, that's ridiculous. It wasn't even minted. So, I mean, ridiculous. You didn't know which was a head and which was a tail. He was bound to win it.
Heads we win, tails you lose.
And not BLBW.
Especially against you guys.
Jeremy, Dan, we'll be back. We're going to be joined by talk about spin bowling. We're going to be joined by a very good one. The Surrey head coach, Gareth Batty, is going to be with myself and Jarrod Kimber very shortly. But before that, we've been speaking about Ajaz Patel. Myself and Jarrod caught up with Ajaz Patel. He'd actually stuck around in India. He'd rather travel to India early after the Sri Lanka series. The majority of the New Zealand squad made their way back to New Zealand. Ajaz Patel stuck around in Mumbai visiting friends and family, so he was in position a couple of days early, and I was lucky enough, alongside Jarrod, as part of following on India, to catch up with him to talk about this test match, the series, and that 10 for just might have been mentioned along the way.
Well, thanks for joining us on the show, Ajaz. Considering the task that awaits you, I mean, I imagine there are rugby teams that would have felt more confident playing the All Blacks at Eden Park than a cricket team rocking up in India to play, the team. What, at the end of this three tests, would you say, apart from a 3-0 win for the Black Caps, what would success look like, do you think?
I think the biggest thing over here is competing, and we know how good that Indian setup is when it comes to playing at home and how balanced they are from both a batting and a bowling aspect. I guess they've got something for all conditions to a certain degree. The modern Indian cricket team can play on a green seamer but do just as well on an absolute turner. So I guess the challenge for us is looking at what presents to us based off of, I guess, the wickets and then I guess challenging them on that. being better than them in those departments. And I think if we can walk away from the series going, you know what, we were actually better than them in all or most of those facets, then I think as a team we can kind of be very happy with that. International touring sides traditionally don't do very well in India, so it would be nice to kind of, do the opposite of that. And at the same time, I guess a lot of the times you can think negatively as soon as you kind of arrive, and it's about kind of putting that out of your mind and really just going out there and playing your best cricket. And I think if you look too far ahead, then you kind of get caught up in all of it. But if you play to whatever's in front of you, you've got the best chance, I guess, to try and succeed.
It's been an interesting time because obviously you were supposed to play the test in India against Afghanistan, which obviously never happened. But you've played some other tests in Asia, so you've actually got this incredible long Asian run of matches. It's very different though, and I know New Zealand cricket plan quite a lot. But how do you plan for a team that has no real holes on paper? Like, I mean, I've been doing this thing recently of trying to work out which teams through history would actually tour India at the moment and be successful. There aren't that many that would have it. How do you plan for that sort of thing? It's a little bit like going to the West Indies or Australia in their peaks, and it's not obvious, is it?
No, it certainly isn't. But at the same time, it's a sport, right? And everyone has their day, and everyone has good days and bad days. And I think what we tend to forget sometimes is they're still humans at the other end as well. They're not. I mean, yes, they're phenomenal cricketers, but they're not machines, and they can't all just turn up and play as good as their stats say every single day. So it's really making sure you capitalise in those moments, especially within Test cricket, because those small moments can shift and change a game. And so for us, it's I guess. Understanding when we're in those moments and making the most of them, because they can really shift a game one way or the other. Because if you step up to the challenge, then you can really take it, with both hands. But at the same time, if you kind of falter in those moments, then they can really capitalise. And that's something that India are very good at. And those moments, they don't really tend to give them away to you too easy. So I guess for me personally, as a bowler, it's just making sure that I present the best that I can while I'm out in the middle, and I guess adapt to the challenges that we face, because we know that there are going to be challenges. There's no doubt about that, and it's just kind of seeing how we face them and how we adapt to them. We've done a lot of, I guess, like you say, preparation for the subcontinent. We've been fortunate to train in facilities that have been turning a lot and all of that kind of stuff. So it's really about just trying to put that all out in the middle, and sometimes it's easier said than done because it's more of a mental battle sometimes as well.
What about if we look at how you go about things, because a lot of the other Black Caps players, even if they're not playing Test cricket, they'll be playing a lot of other cricket elsewhere in the world, different formats. But you have at the start, I mean, the season hasn't even got underway in New Zealand, the domestic season. So there was quite a gap, wasn't there, between your last first-class cricket, essentially, and that abandoned Test match followed by the first Test against Sri Lanka. And I was watching some of that and I was thinking, and we actually spoke about it between the Test matches, surely you, as you just getting back bowling, from innings to innings, is you'd see progression.
I mean, it comes down to preparation. I mean, for me personally, I guess it's a role that I've become accustomed to, and I know what I need to do to be able to prepare. And I guess I come to the subcontinent with an idea of what to expect, so I can kind of prepare and train accordingly, so that when I am here, I'm prepared and ready to go. It has been an interesting winter. I had a small knee op as soon as our season finished up in New Zealand, so I had about a month's layoff, which for me is probably a lot longer than I would normally take. But at the same time, it was almost like forced upon me, so it was quite good in a way. But as a spinner, you tend to bowl lots of overs anyway, and for me personally, it's quite easy. I go into an indoor centre by myself and I'll spend an hour to 45 minutes and I'll have walked out of there having bowled, 15 or 16 overs in that space of time. So in terms of volume, that's not really an issue. I guess the thing that you do, I I guess, take a little bit longer to adjust to is gamesmanship, and that's where experience comes into play. I mean, I fall back on my 12 to 15 years of first class experience and having played lots of first class cricket, and you tend to use that to kind of get the best result out there. Really, from a skills perspective, you can always hone that, but it's more the gamesmanship that kind of can be the challenge sometimes.
We've seen a lot of Rishabh Pant, who, to be fair, does not respect left arm figure spin at all. I won't even bring up Jaiswal. I don't want to give you nightmares, but with someone like Rishabh Pant, I remember watching him against Jack Leach quite a few years ago now, when long on wasn't like, he didn't see long on as a deterrent for anything. I think England had a deep mid wicket and a long on, and he just went, well, I'll probably get a few sixes away here, and then it's up to them. How do you go into that kind of a battle? Like, he doesn't, footmarks don't seem to affect him, bowling over the wicket or around the wicket, darting them in. He's just going to come for you, right? Like, how do you prepare for that? Do you watch a lot of footage of him, or, is there something else that you've been trying to do?
Yeah, I guess, we do know a lot about players in this modern era. You get to see a lot of footage and how they operate and where their scoring zones are, I guess. But players of that nature are pretty exciting to bowl to as well. They offer a different kind of challenge. But at the same time, they also offer opportunities because their mindset is so positive and such an attacking frame that, if you can get your bowling right, that it also presents opportunities for you where, someone who I say would play the long innings, for example, some of those guys that we bowled to in Sri Lanka, they kind of knuckled down and played the long innings. So you're kind of like waiting to create an opportunity, where with someone, who's quite exciting like Rishabh is, I guess, that the opportunity is going to present itself at some point. It's just a matter of how and making sure you're best set up to make the most of those opportunities. And that comes down to field sets and bowling and mindsets as well, and being comfortable with going for a 6 or 2 to get that wicket. And it's the old, an old spinner's trick where you kind of give a few to get one. So yeah, it's kind of a bit of a cat and mouse game, especially with players so dynamic. So it is an exciting challenge. We know how capable he is, and he's really come back with some tenacity and ferociousness about his batting, especially since his layoff. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be good fun, and I guess that's the challenge, and that's what you look forward to, really.
The New Zealand team over the last 10 years, really, maybe a little bit longer, has been just been a concerted and consistent amount of success. It's been quite a stable team. Obviously, there's been a couple of pillars in that side. Kane Williamson's been playing since 2010. And even when Brendan McCullum stepped aside, it seemed like a seamless transition. But earlier this year, Tim Southee and Kane, they registered their 100th Test match against Australia at Christchurch. Fast forward, Kane's missing the first Test. There's certainly a little bit of a concern about him for the rest of the series. Tim Southee stepped away from the captaincy. And some of the chat in New Zealand is that, we're reaching the end of a cycle. Does it feel like that within the side? That there's always change, obviously, within any sporting setup, but does it feel like we're approaching either the end or the start? I mean, is that something that you pick up on?
Not necessarily. I guess sport is quite cyclical, isn't it? Like, I mean, guys who have been there for a long time, they get old, and then when they are done, they're done. And at the same time, like, if we go back in eras, we've always looked at players at their time and at their peak, and you go, you're never going to find someone like him. And then through the years, someone else kind of comes through, and new talent comes through, and they bring a different edge to the game. So, I mean, at the moment, we've got a little bit of a mix of, I guess, some youth with some experience. And it's a great environment to be in. I suppose if you're a youngster coming into this environment, it's really encouraging in the sense that you've got some greats of the game to be able to feed off. And likewise, if you're kind of a more mature individual who's kind of towards the back end of their career, it's also quite nice to have the youngsters around because they really lift you up and make you feel younger as well. So, yeah, I guess if you look at the team holistically, yeah, certainly it's a maturing team, and it's going to change a lot over, I guess, the next 5 years. But at the same time, it presents opportunities for youngsters to come through and really, grab that mantle and really take it forward. At the moment, obviously, we're kind of shifting in the same direction. It'll be interesting to see, when the team does kind of move forward in 5 years' time, what that looks like and what that style of play looks like. But I certainly think the characteristics of New Zealanders and the New Zealand team will certainly stick around. It's just the style of play may change and may, subtly be different.
Just a last question, really. When New Zealand toured in 2021, Rashin Ravindra made his debut. And you talk about the new guys coming through. I mean, I think we're all very excited to see how William O'Rourke's going to go. He's really impressed in the last, since he made his debut against South Africa. But, when you look back at the last couple of years and you see how Rashin has progressed, there must be some pride in there as well. I mean, looking to the future, it seems like it's him, isn't it? I mean, he's top scorer in the last 2 series, scored 240 against South Africa. He's playing in the IPL now. He's gone a long way in a relatively short space of time.
Yeah, I think even when he started off, there was no doubt he was going to be a world-class cricketer. I think it was, I guess, when I look at it, it's probably giving him some time to grow into that role. In the last couple of years, it's probably allowed him to do that rather than kind of, put him into the deep end real young. But obviously, from a management perspective, I have no idea what that looked like. But certainly, when you see what he's been able to do in the last 12 months, it's been phenomenal. And you look at someone like that and you go, wow, he's someone that you can kind of rely on to kind of carry those others who are going to come through behind him. But he's also had the luxury of being around some of our best batters. The guys like Kane, guys like Ross, guys like Tommy. And so he's had all these mature batsmen that he can kind of take from and learn from, and I guess spin it in his own way. And so he's had the luxury of having some of our greatest ever batsmen to kind of, I guess, watch and observe, and that's probably held him in good stead as well. And he's a very mature character, and he's very mature especially from a batting perspective for his age. And we've seen what he's been able to do in a world stage, and there's no doubt in my mind that he's only going to continue to get better. And so that's very, very exciting. And you speak of someone like Will, who's also, what he's brought and how he's kind of, stepped onto the world stage has been phenomenal. But I remember playing an A series with him maybe a year and a bit ago. And at the time I was just thinking, man, this guy's good. This guy has actually got, looking at him then, I thought this guy's good enough to play international cricket. And you don't really see that too often from, a young fast bowler. So it's quite exciting. I think the young crop of fast bowlers that are going to, I think, come through have certainly got what it takes to take to international cricket. So that's exciting as well. And, they've got big shoes to fill. I guess you look at someone like Tim and Trent, who have been phenomenal for New Zealand over a long period of time. And, when those guys leave, the new crop is really going to have to stand up, and they're going to have very, very big shoulders to kind of fill. And so I think we're in a good space, but certainly it is going to be different to the New Zealand team that we've seen for the last kind of 10 years. But it is also exciting to see the youngsters come through and really, I guess, put their own spin on it.
Brilliant stuff. Well, I really appreciate your time, Ajaz. Of course, the last time you were in India, you took 10 wickets in an innings, so everybody's got to improve. So first person to take 20 in a match. I mean, it's not been done. So hat-trick, two hat-tricks, back-to-back, 6 wickets in 6 balls.
There is a bit of pressure on. I did say to the boys in Sri Lanka, if I ever scored 100 in international cricket, that would be me. Because there's not much more I don't think I could achieve in an international cricketing stage. So That's probably one that I'm aiming for more so now than the bowling side of things. But yeah, no, it's pretty special to be back, and I guess being born and brought up in Mumbai and being in India, it's always pretty special to kind of play against India, and it's the craze for cricket in India is just something different, isn't it? And I don't think you can replicate it in most places around the world. So yeah, it is quite cool.
Are you recognised more when you're in? I mean, you're wearing your kit most of the time, but I mean, are you recognised more in India than you are in New Zealand?
No, it's quite interesting because I think when I am in India, no one expects me to be in India. So when they do see me, they're probably there. You can kind of gauge that they've recognised you and they don't know from where, or they've kind of recognised you and thought about it and then gone, "There's no way he's here." So then they kind of just carry on, which is great. And also, I think IPL is the big one over here. The IPL players just. They're there as just different gravy. If you've been playing in the IPL, you can't really walk around on the streets because you'll just get mobbed straight away. So I'm quite fortunate. I hide behind the IPL players and just sneak off.
You make 140 balls, maybe you get a contract.
Yeah, 100%. That's the way to go on it.
Brilliant. Look, mate, really appreciate your time. And
thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
We commentated on your 10th. In fact, Jarrod called your 10th wicket.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
A career highlight. I couldn't believe it, to be honest. It was just fantastic.
Oh, you and me both. You and me both.
When the ball was in the air, you must have been like...
See, the thing is, everyone kind of asked me, like, when did I start thinking it was a possibility? And for me personally, knowing cricket and knowing that anything can happen, it wasn't a possibility till I got to the ninth wicket. Yep. But then also in my head, I was thinking, well, I've got 4 or 5 balls to get this 10th wicket. Otherwise, there's a wicket falling at the other end. And it just so happened that it went sky high. And when it went up...
was it Ravindra? Who caught it?
Rachin caught it.
It was Rachin, wasn't it? Because it did go. It went high. It was perfect as well. You could give it the big one as well. Like it's in the air. You can set the scene.
Just sky high, and you had plenty of time to watch it come down as well. And it was just like airy hush around the ground, but then it was just madness afterwards. So yeah, it was a really special moment, and I'll probably, appreciate it a lot more after I finished playing. But when you're playing, you're constantly thinking about the next objective, I guess, and you kind of, try and put the past behind you and kind of look at what's ahead. And I guess once you're done with cricket, that's when you can kind of go back and look at those things and go, wow, that was a special time, and those memories will probably always stick with you, which is the great thing about it.
My memory was that if you were a proper club spinner, when that ball went up, you would have looked the other direction, just been like, I don't even want to see if it's dropped, and I'm looking the other way. It's like it wasn't even dropped. That's how a club spinner would have handled it. But a professional's like, I'll have a cheeky look, see if he gets this.
Yeah, well, I think everyone's eyes were on Rachin, but also it was like I was nervous for him. I wasn't really worried about the 10th wicket, but I was nervous for him because...
Typical Kiwi. No Australian in the world would say that, would they? I was worried for Rachin.
No, but the thing is, like, catches like that, you have a lot of time under them. And so it certainly would have crossed his mind around, what that catch meant, more so than anyone else. And the youngest kid on the park playing, his second or third game or something like that... So when you kind of think of it like that, and it's kind of a big, big deal, right? Like for him to be under that ball and to be calm and kind of take it is pretty amazing. Because I know I certainly would not want it coming my way, and I was the one bowling it.
Brilliant stuff. Well, let's hope we call that one again, eh? Or something similar.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Ajaz, thanks, mate. Really appreciate your time. I know I said 5 or 6 minutes. That's more like 20 minutes. So,
yeah, sorry, I talk a lot. So
no, you don't need to apologise to us. It's
all right.
That's not how. Again, Kiwi. No one.
We'll get you a job in podcasting. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
That was Ajaz Patel chatting with myself and Jarrod Kimber. You can hear that and more by heading over to the following on podcast feed, or by checking out on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Jarrod, do you mind just pressing that button over there that says auto? Yeah. Have you taken the rude, the swear word off the back of your laptop yet? There you go.
I've covered it.
Show bats. Basically, this is the people who are joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel were being greeted by that on the back of his laptop.
My kids love that sticker. In fact, I might have taken it off them because they were going to put it on their stuff, and I was like, I don't know if that will go down brilliantly at school.
How are you doing, Bats?
Very good morning. Pretty good, thank you. Apart from the early rise, but getting used to it these days with the kids and everything. So pretty good.
Yeah, you're a few years in, so we all are, aren't we? So that's just part of life. Congratulations! This is the first time we've spoken since you became, I would suggest, the first coach in domestic cricket in this country, possibly around the world, to win 3 consecutive championships from your first 3 seasons as a head coach of a county. It's not bad, is it?
Thank you very much for the congratulations, but no, I think most coaches would agree.
He's sitting there going, closer to my first loss now.
No. I think most coaches around the world would say that the winning and picking up a trophy is for the players, but the
fans.
Yeah, and the fans and the support structure and everything that goes with the club. But the actual coaches have already started planning for what we do next year and how we try and grow individuals, because our role is yes, we're judged on the outcomes, but if you kind of get the feeling of how coaching should be done, or my opinion it should be done, it's more the growth of individuals, your culture, everything that isn't really sort of judged by a trophy, should I say. The trophy is judged by the wickets, the runs, outcome, but nobody sees the hundreds of hours that go on the training field, which I think is more our domain. The trophy is very much for the players, and I hope you're still enjoying yourself, lads, if you're listening.
Well, we've got a little present for you, little surprise. It's, Sam Ellard's on the line here. Sam, you're reporting on talkSPORT. Pakistan against England. We've got Bats here. I'm sure you want to give him some congratulations. I mean, you were brought up a Middlesex fan, but we all know that you love Surrey now.
You know what, genuinely, hi guys, by the way, they literally say you should never ever change your team, right? But I think when Gareth Batty took over as the Surrey head coach, I did genuinely go from being a die-hard Middlesex fan to end up, Bats, you converted me into being the biggest Surrey fan going.
The second biggest
Surrey fan, obviously, apart from yourself, John. So yeah, Bats, congratulations, another wonderful season. And also, I'll tell you what, my boys Middlesex, they're bloody useless as well, aren't they? I mean, goodness gracious me.
Did you just swear?
No.
Die-hard Middlesex fan. It took you 1 free ticket to change. Jog on, pal.
I'll tell you what, that box, though, for the Blast games at Surrey at the Ovals, it's an absolute belter, isn't it, hey?
That's not to do with the cricket, my friend. I know there's a bar in the corner.
No, mate, it's part of the great evening hour, isn't it? It's the cricket, it's the bar, it's the socialising, it's absolutely everything, you know?
And it's the free hats.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that hat backward. Yeah, I see Jarrod's got one, by the way. Every single time I can watch one of Jarrod's videos that he's got going on, one of his videos, he's always got that free Surrey hat on, hasn't he?
Why haven't I got a free Surrey hat?
Do you know what? I spent about 3 years pretending to be friends with Gareth Batty to get that free hat.
Just that free hat.
I put myself in there, and I tell you what, it's now had about 3 years. It's got a stench on it, that hat now.
I've just had in my ears the producer saying even he's got one, and he supports Hampshire.
Batty just brings them in, doesn't he? You just bring them in.
Yeah, I did actually. I used to have a few in my bag. I don't know, you've not got one, boss.
Would you ever be the Middlesex head coach, Bats?
Look, I'm not somebody to say never, but absolutely no chance.
We need to
there
get
we
some...
go. That's an exclusive, John. Get that out on the Twitter ASAP.
I'm just having a look at our YouTube channel numbers. They're dropping.
Shall we do a quick update and go and leave the experts to it?
Yeah, go on. Tell us what's that, because Pakistan England's got underway, second day.
Yeah, 259 for 5. It's Carson Potts who have opened the bowling for England on day 2. England have had a big Abu Dhabi shout. Potts to Rizwan, a ball that just nipped back in here. Rizwan on the pad. They did decide to go upstairs and review this one, but the ball was going over the stumps. Of course, yesterday Rizwan was on 8 when he edged Potts behind off the bowling of Potts. Absolutely nobody went up Umpire gave a not out. So Rizwan unbeaten on 37. Salman is 5 not out. Of course, yesterday was the day that started for Pakistan when they won the toss and chose to have a bat. And the day was all about the debutant Kamran Ghulam on debut, replacing Babar Azam. 118 he made. Brian Castlethorpe yesterday, pick of the bowlers for England, especially bowled a really good 6-over spell after tea when he got the ball reversing. So I say maybe just advantage Pakistan, especially given how this pitch we think is all going to play, where it's going to spin and spin and spin as this match goes on. But no wickets yet. Potts and Castle opening the bowling for England on day 2, with Pakistan 2-6, 3 for 5.
Thank you very much, Sam Ellard, who's going to be heading back over to entertain the listeners on talkSPORT. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and SENZ in New Zealand, talkSPORT 2 in England, and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It's good to know that there is somewhere on the subcontinent where the sun is shining. Unfortunately, in Bengaluru, that is not the case. It's been not just rain, not just any old rain, it's been incessant rain all morning. Whether it's clearing up a little bit, well, I'm not so sure. It is looking a little bleak, but we are joined in the commentary box here by a familiar face and voice, Gareth Batty. Bats, we were hoping to be sitting back and watching India and New Zealand today. We were in this position earlier this year for the England series, England against India. India incredibly strong. How long do you think we've got left of the likes of Ravichandran Ashwin and Ravindra Jadeja? Jadeja's 35 now, Ashwin's 38. Neither showing any real signs of slowing. Nobody's taken more wickets in the last couple of years than Ashwin. 53 wickets in the current World Test Championship cycle, an average of 21. Jadeja's going at a better average, 35 wickets for him. I mean, we always, as you say, once you win something, the coaches are already looking ahead to the next challenge. I mean, as challenges go, replacing those two when it comes is going to be something else.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best part of impossible, because of what they've already achieved and what they will continue to achieve. And unfortunately, the world that we live in, people forget what it took for these two wonderful players to be held in such high regard. So they have to have a number of performances, a number of wickets, runs, everything that backs up this aura that they now have as being the best spin partnership in the world, and have been for a period of time. I think going back to how long they can keep doing it, they're almost opposite ends of the spectrum for me. There's sort of 2 or 3 years age difference, of course, but you've got Ashwin, who is globally known as this absolute guru of spin, constantly seeking, sourcing information and trying to evolve his skill set. Almost a bit Warne-like, that every series there's a new ball coming out. With Warne, I don't think there ever really was. It was just part of his mystique, whereas Ashwin genuinely is trying to change the face of finger spin bowling. So there's that massive inner drive. Physically, nowhere near Jadeja. So his body will, I think his body will finish his career before his mind and his want. Whereas Jadeja, absolute athlete, wonderful movement pattern, economical about everything that he does because of his physicality. So whether he, and I don't know him quite as well as Ashwin, whether he has that same sort of brain speed that's wanting to just keep evolving and be better and better and better. And it's almost that sort of Benjamin Button thing where you kid yourself that you're not getting older because of your craft getting stronger and bigger and building. His physicality is through the roof. There are very few sort of younger men that would compete with that. But the one thing I do know from speaking with Indian players and coaches, there ain't many coming through. They've had this period where they've been trying to win away from home for so long. Their surfaces have changed, so their domestic structure's changed. So they've got 10 years to claw back in their spin department.
That's interesting, isn't it, Jarrod? Because Rohit Sharma was speaking about the need for 8 or 9. How did he describe it? We want to create bench strength. They've got 3 travelling reserves: Harshit Rana, Mayank Yadav and Nitish Kumar Reddy. 2 of those just played in the T20 series against Bangladesh. Mohammad Shami's injured, of course. Bumrah can't bowl too many matches in quick succession. But then you throw in Akashdeep, you've got Siraj. They've got that strength. Now we know that Kuldeep Yadav for Washington Sundar and Ajaz Patel are there, but is that going to be the problem? Is that going to be the issue that India face in 3 or 4 years' time?
The difference between the West Indies great team and the Australian great team was that the West Indies reloaded, and that they got Bishop and Walsh and Ambrose, which allowed them to go into the next generation. And if you look at the difference between that and Australia, Warner McGrath retire, and Australia have a massive dip, and then a few years later they become a good side again. So Ashwin and Jadeja are such a unique partnership because they can both bat. Even if Ashwin isn't a genuine all-rounder, in India he's certainly good enough to be an all-rounder. And in the rest of the world, if they need him, he can bat at number 8 without too many problems. Trying to replace those sorts of things is almost impossible, right? Now, having said that, I think when Jadeja made his debut, when Ajaz Patel made his debut, we were on talkSPORT, and I said he was the Walmart Ravi Jadeja. And he kind of is. He kind of does everything that Jadeja does at a slightly worse level. The problem is, he's not that young. Kuldeep Yadav looks baby-faced, but again, has been around for a long time. That next generation of spinners, if you watch the IPL, isn't coming through, right? It hasn't happened. And, I think what Bat said before is that they juiced up their wickets at home for seam bowling. So I think, I forget his name, the left, Unadkat, was the leading wicket taker a couple of years in a row because they kept making sure that their first-class wickets were helping seam bowling, assuming that the spin would keep coming. I'd still say, if you looked at the moment at the top 15 spinners in the world, they might still have 5 of the top 8. They're right up there. And if compare, New Zealand would be taking Ravi Bishnoi into this Test match, and he's not even in the conversation here, right? But it's not the same level of strength that we saw before. And it'd be interesting to talk to Bats about this, but I do think now that there is a real separation. I think seamers aren't being affected as much by playing limited overs cricket as spinners are. And I think we're seeing a real separation between, Rashid Khan and Samuel Badri and Sunil Narayan type spinners who are incredible. Varun Chakravarti. Varun Chakravarti is an incredible bowler. I don't think India want him in a Test match. I'm not sure he would be that useful in a Test match. So I think with spinners, we're really seeing white ball spinners and red ball spinners, which is splitting down your talent even further. And the other thing is that I think there was a bit of a movement towards, finding spinners who can bat a little bit. And obviously they lucked out with Jadeja and Ashwin, and they might luck out. Washington Sundar he's 24, 25, and he's been around since he was a fetus. When he gets to 26, 27, he might be able to take over from Ashwin, and none of this is a problem. But how those players develop is very different now because Ashwin spent a lot of time bowling, in professional cricket and then became a star of India. Washington Sundar basically occasionally comes off the bench in an IPL team and doesn't play all that much cricket. So the development system of Indian spinners is vastly different.
How do you think it's going to have any impact at all? But the changes to the IPL, and I see that one of the franchise leagues in Dubai are following suit. The role of the all-rounder and the fact that actually we're going from a position where the all-rounder was the most valuable kind of player for obvious reasons. We're moving into a specialist era if the IPL and other leagues follow suit and the game follows suit, insofar that actually all-rounders aren't going to be the most important because they're not quite needed in the same way because of the new substitute rules, essentially. How do you think that will affect things?
I think do you guys know about Shohei Ohtani? Do I have to explain him? So he's the Japanese baseballer who's basically taken baseball by storm in America. And I did a podcast just as he was coming through, sort of with a
Blue Jays?
No, he was with the Dodgers, wasn't he? I'm not even sure what side he's with anymore. I should know.
I think he's gone Blue Jays for a massive deal.
Okay. You would know. You always follow the money. Has no idea which team. He just knows. He can tell you exactly how much is in his bank account. But look, I think.
Can't everyone?
No, I don't mean him. I meant Shohei Ohtani's bank account.
We've all got a phone, pal.
Bats doesn't know how much is in his own account. You know that. He's more worried about other people's money. But when he came through, he was the first, and they don't have a name for this in baseball, but he was the first all-rounder they've really had since Babe Ruth. Someone who can pitch and someone who can hit, who was encouraged to do that. And the reason it stops in baseball is because American sports is all about specialization. And in cricket, because it's always been the 11 and there's been no substitutes and there's been no ways of bringing that in, the all-rounders always stayed very important. So we are going to get to a point in T20 cricket, T10 cricket, maybe even other formats of cricket where substitutions are going to come into cricket one way or another. We're not going to stay with 11 versus 11 throughout the history of cricket. It's going to change,
and it should change. We had a game. Surrey had a game against Essex when Jordan Cox he had appendicitis. No, who was it who had appendicitis?
Jordan Cox.
Jordan Cox. So had this phenomenally. Only in cricket can you have this situation where two teams take to the field, one of them gets ill, and this isn't a kind of, not gaming the system. This guy has to go to hospital
to have one to fake,
to have his appendix out.
He was out for 6 weeks.
So he's
it'd be a hell of a tactic, wouldn't it? Faking getting your appendix out just
I mean,
just as a tactic.
Surrey are good, but so he goes to hospital, and Essex aren't allowed to replace him. You can replace the body on the field, but you cannot replace the batter. But what makes it even more bizarre is if the doctor had come back and said, "Yep, he's got to have his appendix out," and he's got COVID, you could have replaced him.
Or if he bumped his head on the way to the hospital, and he had concussion. So look, I think we're going to go there, and I still think all-round players. It's not suddenly going to be 15 players aside to begin with, right? It will probably be maybe the 12th man will be involved in the side. Maybe it might even be a couple of extra players. I think all-rounders still have a big part to play because, Bats has coached T20 cricket specifically, but one-day cricket's the same. You want more variety. So if you can get a batting order that goes to 9, 10, 11, but also give yourself 6, 7, 8 bowling options, you're still a better team than the other team who doesn't have that. So I don't think all-rounders dies. I don't think we ever go as far as what the American sports have gone. It's really interesting that the baseball guy has come from outside of the American system, and he's the all-rounder. But I do think that there is an element of, if you're Washington Sundar at the moment, I think if you're an IPL team, you're like, well, he's not quite good enough with the bat, and he's not quite good enough with the ball at the moment, so how do we fit him in? Those kind of players, and he's young, we know he'll develop. He won't get as much game time on the field as you would like.
He was at the Dodgers, or he's at the Dodgers, and he was at the Angels.
Yeah,
that's from Brad, our New Zealand producer.
The one thing I would very much defend with the all-rounders, it is very unlikely that the good all-rounders are not the best athletes in the team. They have a wonderful movement pattern, so they're never going to die out because they're arguably your best athletes because they move better, their centre mass is better, they have a better way of evolving their skill within whichever sport they play. So in American sport, they would be seen as the athlete, and then you decide what sport they're going to play when they go to college and all that sort of stuff.
And what position they play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think it would just evolve the all-rounder.
Yeah, and if you look at... I was looking at Garfield Sobers' record the other day. That's the kind of thing I do, Bats, as you know. And so he bats at number 5 and 6 throughout his career. But when he batted at number 3, I think he averages 69 or 7. If Garfield Sobers didn't bowl, he still would have been in the side. And if you look at someone like Botham, let's imagine Botham doesn't bowl, and a young Botham is coming through now. His batting is really worth a lot still, right? And Kapil Dev, there's lots of stories about Kapil Dev's batting never quite developing the way it should have because, as Jeremy was saying before, they bowled him to death, when he had to go overseas.
Yeah, I actually think it will be the making of all-rounders because they won't have that overt workload in every single game. It was a pivotal point, wasn't it? It was you bat at 6 and then you're either an opening bowler or your fourth change, or you bat at 5 and your role is loaded slightly one way or the other. Callas, great example, batting at 3 and 4 and catching at first slip and being your fourth seamer. I just think it will extend their careers. It will make their numbers better long term because they won't be flogged quite the same. Because they'll be used appropriately for what the team that they're playing and require their skill set to do most. So if it is a Callas back in the day, he would be loaded for batting, and his bowling would then be a luxury. But if he's struggling with his batting, you bowl him a little bit more to relieve that pressure, as it were. A little bit Alex Stewart, like back in the day, didn't always take the gloves for every series. Our best top-order batter, but he was also our all-rounder at the same time. And at times when you can afford somebody else to play to allow his batting just to really fly, then you would do. But then other times you've got to actually get the all-rounder back in to get a better balance of teams. So the team structure will affect for the greater good, I believe, of the all-rounder moving forward.
Well, it's incredible how much it's changed. If you talk about Callis, I think bowls about 23 overs per game, which is I think roughly where Ben Stokes is. Sobers actually bowled, I think, more overs per game than Jimmy Anderson did, and then was a frontline batter. And Keith Miller used to bat at number 5 for Australia and open the bowling. We see all-rounders differently now. I think the way that we think about them is, you watch Andre Russell, and there are some games where the team go, we don't need Andre Russell today, so let's not bowl him, especially with him, because he's got about a milliliter of knee juice left in. But I think teams understand that a little bit more, and you watch with Stokes, it's hard to pull Stokes back, right, because he wants to bowl the 12 over spells until his gut bursts, but maybe give him one of those spells a day rather than multiple, and you've got to understand that. So as you go on, that level of talent is still there, but I think the development of the all-rounders is the bit that might be a little bit trickier. But I think you're right. I think we can use them a lot better when we have substitutions.
I think India are a fraction ahead of where we think they are at. They've got this Dilip Trophy going on at the minute, where all the best players in the country are playing their 4-day game. And I've been speaking to people out there, and it is literally to isolate skill sets, because a skill set of Test cricket stroke 4-day cricket is easier to transfer into white ball, dasher stroke cricket, for want of a really bad expression, than it is to transfer more the dasher type stuff into a more purist format. We're already seeing, and Bazball kind of showed the way, I think, but we saw India break all the records in the previous game against Bangladesh, just whooping it to all parts. They did that without breaking a sweat. Test cricket is about to go through the roof, I think. And it already has been. If you look back through periods, Australia was scoring at 4 and over, and that was how they made themselves that best team in the world for that 10-year period, because they can push it because their skill sets were better. But I think India are looking at it now and saying a lot of our very best players are not being as good as they can be because they're not playing enough, so we need to find a window, and it needs to be against the best players, which they have an abundance of players, so you can do that. So they're actually growing their white ball and red ball team all in one go by getting more volume through in a window which is managed because of their international fixtures, but their domestic fixtures, to allow a Washington Sundar to play a bit of cricket. A guy said, who else would I had a spinner on mine there. I was going to say Ajaz Patel, but it's not. Anyway, it's to get some volume through. It's to get those moments where you actually start to learn through playing, as opposed to it all just being nets. Things sit in a little bit more if you, through your process, then see an outcome that is recognised across the board. So if we're sat here and we go, oh, what a wonderful outcome, 5 for 50, whatever. If it's well bowled in a net, there's not that same outcome kind of process in your mind where you know it's working. You still kind of have that moment, that sort of devil on your shoulder saying, oh, is this really working? I think it is, but you don't have those numbers to back it up. I think India are trying to change the way that they get volume through players, but also have the duty of care with players, like we were talking about all-rounders, to make them better. But to get sport, to get cricket into them, there are so many players now that do not play enough.
Well, this is the point I was going to make, because India, of course, are unique insofar that their players don't travel around the world playing white ball cricket. So India still control their own players to a level that no other cricket board in the world does. So they can get the cricket into their bodies. They can take this kind of approach. Where are we then? Moving the conversation on with all-rounders, we're going to hear an interview that Sam Curran did with Neil Manthorp and Steve Harmison on Following On, which was picked up on by a few outlets. And Sam essentially was disappointed not to be brought into the England setup after the injury to Ben Stokes. He still really feels that he's got a role to play in red ball cricket. But Sam's in a unique position, well, not a unique position, but Sam is in a unique position in terms of where we are as an era, insofar that Sam could play every day of the year, couldn't he? He's good enough. He's a proven winner. He's an all-rounder. He's at the peak of his career, and which has still got a few more years of peakness to come. But essentially, he travels around the world. I saw yesterday he's been announced he's going to be playing for the Desert Vipers, I think, in the ILT20 in Dubai.
Have you got a Desert Vipers shirt?
I haven't even got a Surrey hat, so until I get that, I'm not getting anything else. But essentially, whereas back in the day, if players weren't representing their country, they'd go back and play for their counties, and they'd play red ball cricket, and they'd sell Christmas trees, and go and play grade cricket in Australia. To get that cricket into their bodies, do cricketers these days, who are like Sam, you don't have to talk about Sam specifically, but there's a lot of cricketers that travel around the world, do they get the chance to reach their levels? Because they are playing 4 overs here or an innings there, and then they go to another team, and that team has got a different idea. So, okay, you're going to be opening the batting. Okay, go to next team. Okay, you're going to be coming in at first drop. Next team. Okay, you're going to be coming in at 5 and you're going to be bowling 2 overs. Okay, next team. All right, you're going to be bowling in the power play and you're going to be bowling at the death. Next team. Yada, 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 and so on and so on and so on. That's a very different way of operating and learning your trade than it is just going back and being told to play an amount of cricket for the greater good, the good of the national team.
Yeah, I think this is a problem that cricket is facing as a whole. And I touch on India slightly thinking ahead of the game. I think we need to be on that front foot for England to keep our teams across all formats very strong. I think we need to be looking at a Sam Curran. You got Livingston. I think Livingston in the summer got his first 50 in like 2 years or something, because all he plays is 20-20 cricket and faces 10 balls in innings. That can't be good for the development of a kid. Yeah, his bank account looks good. And yeah, he might win some games, but he's not actually getting that much better. He's not improving, he's not evolving as a player. So I think personally, and this is me putting my head above the parapet because it's not a player contracted to Surrey, but Surrey contracted players, we would be looking at how do we evolve their skill set to get them to where they want to be almost on a yearly cycle. So you're trying to get an amount of the goodness of the game, so the good alignment, the good basics, but also a bit of the dynamic stuff where it's just free-flowing, let the wind, sort of blow through your hair type cricket. I think I feel very sorry for certain guys who've been pigeonholed just into white ball cricket because of back end of COVID. The fixture backlog was horrific. So it was white ball, red ball, white ball. It's impossible to play it all. Whereas I think now it's calming down a little bit. There is a bit more time. I think we need to be cycling through some scheduling for individual players. Australia seem to do it better than anybody. And I'm convinced it's because of the Institute of Sport. They look for physicality, and then there's somebody somewhere with a cricket knowledge going, well, oh yeah, Cummins is going to play this series and this series, but he's got to play this series and this series, and it crosses over every format because his skill set can, his physicality can, so then you literally cherry pick in the series that you require his skill set for.
When you say the Institute, what do you mean, the Institute?
It's their sort of central hub of physicality, I suppose. Most of their sports go into the Australia Institute of Sport, so the cyclists and all this sort of stuff.
So the way I find the way that Australia, so talkSPORT were in conversations with Cricket Australia to cover Australian cricket, and we weren't successful, but I found some of the conversations they had really interesting, and I noticed recently, it was a couple of months ago, they essentially set out their home summers until 2031. And, it's interesting that we are in a situation here in England where we are selling the teams that were created 4 years ago for investment, either home-based or foreign.
Should we turn off Batter's mic? I don't know if he's allowed to talk.
No, it's just interesting because, how can you step away from the game? It's no. Well, maybe it is a coincidence, but Ben Stokes is back for England in the second Test match after picking up an injury playing in the 100. I don't see Pat Cummins being forced or encouraged to play in the Big Bash. I don't see him playing for Australia, then playing in the Big Bash ahead of a Test series. I don't see that happening. Now, Australia have managed to have got a situation where they have made international cricket the primary form of the game. They don't just say it. It is going to be the primary form of the game in Australia from now until at least 2031. We know where all the games are going to be played. We know who they're going to be playing. And the Big Bash is going to be secondary to international cricket. That is how it's going to be. They've also shortened the Big Bash. They pushed it within the summer holiday in Australia. They've realised that they were trying to, kill the goose, the golden goose, and they've drawn back. They've made that decision, and they can, therefore, make those decisions that you're talking about. 2017-18, I think, was the first time that Josh Hazlewood, Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins took to the field for Australia in a test match. It was the first time. They'd all been playing for years, but they made sure that for the first test, those 3 fast bowlers were ready to go against England, and they won the Ashes, obviously. Can you see that joined up thinking? You see it happening in India and you see it happening in Australia. Can you see it happening here?
I can speak about what I know, and what I know is that Australian contracted players, we had Sean Abbott with us last year, this was, he wears his GPS every single day, downloads it in his hotel room or at home that evening. They are constantly in comms, in contact with his physicality, because they knew and know what they want him to be doing to get through a year, for the duty of care for the lad, but also for the amount of cricket they want him to play.
So what information would be on that GPS for those?
It can go as deep as you want it. The basics would be how many Ks a day he would, in a fielding day, which can range anywhere from 10 to 18 Ks a day. Now, that would break down into probably 10 Ks just lumbering around, so it would be at like 40% effort. Then there would be, depending on how somebody runs in, if they bowl 20 overs, that 240 runs that they would do would have a different dynamic to it, a physical load. You do accels, decels, which are the real ones, which football, if you speak to anybody in football, they will change their training on a day-to-day basis on how their physical numbers are coming out, because the accels, decels are when you really put stress through the body, and cricket is full-on accel, decel. As a bowler, you're running as fast as you can, then you have to hit the brakes to slow down when you've bowled. As a fielder, you're chasing the ball to the boundary. You're quick, you stop. You're quick, you stop. Batters, you're between the wickets. Now, you can get far more in depth than I can possibly go with it, but they would know the physicality of their players. If you know that your players are physically good, their skills are very rarely that off. Because if you watch somebody physically bowling well, more often than not, it's because their body's allowing their skill to come through. Most of these guys we're talking about international cricket, unless you're a kid plucked out of nowhere and you don't have the movement pattern ingrained in your body, they've got that movement pattern because of an amount of cricket you've played to be selected. So it's in there. So they're looking at the physicality, which cricket is stuck in the 70s probably, where we don't even talk about physical fitness for cricket really, which we're fighting on a daily basis, that players need to be as fit as they possibly can be for their skill to be as good as it possibly can be, whether it's on the field or whether it's in training, whether it's for your recovery. All these things go hand in hand, and Australia are at the forefront of that, ahead of India, ahead of Adam, and it's always what they've done with the Institute of Sport. So for me, I think them having a plan for their player from January 1 to December 31 for what they're going to play, and they'll map out roughly what it is, and then they might go to Bailey, the head of selection, and say, look, this opportunity's come to play in England when I'm meant to be having this downtime. He'll say that's absolutely fine, but we're still got to get your 6 weeks downtime there and 6 weeks there, or it might be 2 months there and a month there. They have programmed in recovery and rest, but they're not just sitting on their backside watching Neighbours and Home and Away live. They're actually in a gym, they're getting their body ready to do it all again. And it is all far removed from what we think in this country about, we've got to be in the next and we've got to be improving this skill and that skill. No, it's physicality. And if we improve certain muscle areas, certain muscle groups, our skill will be better on the back of it, because you'll hold a position for longer to be able to get that sort of muscle memory to come through.
It was in baseball that some of the sluggers used to have, or was it the pitchers, isn't it? They have one arm bigger than the other.
Yeah, you should do as well. Absolutely. But I mean, Jarrod will go and look at American sport in depth. They're kind of a little bit too far for us to an extent, but we can learn so much from how they go about their thought process. If you look at even their contracts, where NBA, baseball, NFL slightly different from my understanding, they have massive contracts, and we read this huge sum of money, but if they don't play, they don't get their money. So most of these guys have to play huge numbers of games, so they have to be physically through the stratosphere on their body. That is their, that's their main currency, to get out there to play. We're sort of talking about lads who are playing 30 20-20s in a 6-month summer, and they'll be shattered after that. Well, it's because they're not fit. You should be able to do it. Yes, there's a fatigue to all sport, of course there is, but if you're fit for purpose, you have less fatigue because you recover quicker, so you can play more, so you can earn more money, you can be better at your job.
I also think it's quite interesting. I don't know if you South Africa made the semi-final of the Women's World Cup, and Lizelle Lee was playing for the Women's Big Bash side, where she made 100 out of 140 runs the other day. She was told that she wasn't fit enough for the South African women's side. And when it comes down to it, Lizelle Lee is probably the best power hitter we've seen in women's cricket so far. We don't always think about what fitness means in cricket, and specifically what it means. If you look at the baseballers, there are a lot of baseballers that are incredible athletes, Ravi Jadeja type athletes, and can run around and field and do all these magical things. There's also a lot of guys who look like they've come straight from a pub and hit the ball a long way. They're a completely different kind of athlete, and I think that's another thing we haven't understood in cricket, is there are multiple kinds of athletes, and if Mark Wood and Jofra Archer can both bowl 90 miles an hour, neither of those are built like each other.
Agreed, but there are far more one-moment bits in a game of cricket, as in, it can't just be, you've got to work out the deficit as opposed to the positive. So if you've got the lady that got 100 in 140 balls, I don't know the lady, apologies for that, but I'm assuming she's not in the top 10 fielders in her team.
No.
So it's at what deficit she costs
exactly.
you as to whether she then plays on that surface against that team and so on and so forth. Then it becomes a conversation bit. Absolutely, but that's understanding the physicality and what it's going to give you.
Yeah.
So if you're playing on a ground where 1s and 2s are going to win you a game, she doesn't play. You're playing a ground where she's hitting 4s and 6s, she plays, because you take the deficit of what she costs you somewhere else.
Yeah.
Whether it be runs between the wickets and somebody else getting 2s, and the fielding. This is where cricket becomes slightly different to, say, baseball, where you could just have a slugger and stick him at first base. He don't have to run. He don't cost you anything. He stands there with his foot on the plate, takes the catch. I think that's where there's much. There are many more moving parts, and I think this is cricket's problem, that people are not prepared to look at the moving parts and break it all down to actually get to a solution that's working.
That's what I would say. I think the idea of that she has to do a 2K time trial if she can hit 6s and no other woman can hit 6s, that you've got to be able to look at that. But I remember when I was with St Lucia, we decided that we were going to open the batting with Raheem Cornwall, who obviously is probably maybe the most destructive hitter in the world, but brilliant hands, bats, but the ball has to come pretty much straight to him for him to be able to stop it. And we wanted him to bat with David Warner. We had to have a conversation with David Warner and say, look, you're not going to get any of your sneaky singles or your 2s. And David Warner had to rethink what he did. So there's an impact to having a player like that. Warner understood it. I think this is the thing in many different ways. If you have that conversation, it might have been different in the old days. You probably would have just whacked Cornwall out there, and then Warner would have been out there, hit the first ball to point, taken off, and then realised it didn't work. You have to understand that. And you also have to understand the fact that, as Bats was saying, there are certain grounds where Raheem Cornwall, you can't hide him, right? And it's getting harder and harder in T20 cricket to hide bad fielders. The old idea of having them at short third and short fine leg, but people flip the ball over their shoulders all the time. Mujib from Afghanistan fields at short fine leg and drops about 3 catches a game, doesn't he? But he's still a pretty good bowler.
Fascinating chat, and thanks for listening to us here on talkSPORT 2. That's in the UK, you're also listening to us in New Zealand, where it's just approaching 7 o'clock at night, 6:45. The time difference between the UK and New Zealand is as sweet as you're going to get, and we're going to have that for this test and half of the second test. 12 hours, so it's 6:45 here, it's 6:45 there. Everyone knows exactly what's going on. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot going on from India, where the first test in Bengaluru has been delayed. Incessant rain. Well, I say incessant, we've actually got some fans turning up. That is always a good thing. Local knowledge and all that. What do they know that we don't? Well, I can tell you that incessant rain has actually been replaced by a slight drizzle. What a game this is. But it's still too much water on the outfield, and it's still raining a little bit too heavily for us to actually have play.
Are you sure it's a drizzle? Has it said on the screen yet that toss is delayed by incessant drizzle yet?
No, but I have just been on Crick Info, and they're telling me we might get a little bit of play.
I'm just having a look at the rain radars.
No, don't look.
Okay.
Don't look.
I'm not looking at them.
Don't depress me.
They look great.
We've got another 6 hours.
When you look at rain maps and it's red, that's a good thing, right?
Means it's going to be hot.
News from Pakistan is that where they are playing, Bryden Khas has taken a wicket, so 292 for 6. Mohammad Rizwan has been dismissed. Apparently, an absolute snorter of a catch by Jamie Smith behind the stump. So that's good news. England going in with an all Durham attack, which is fantastic, because Durham were in the doldrums a few years ago. They were penalised very heavily, and it just shows that they put in a lot of work there, turning things around. They're in the Division 1 of the County Championship, of course, now, providing players to England, playing international cricket again. So that's great, absolutely fantastic. So Salman Agha is 22 and Amar Jamal 12 not out. We'll wait and see with that game. It's been played on the same track as we saw in the first Test match. Pakistan going in with 4 spinners, just one pace bowler, dropping Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah. And so, 2 very different attacks. So we'll see how that plans out. We might get Sam Elob back again. We've been talking about all-rounders. We've been talking about changing cricket. Let's hear an interview that took place a couple of weeks ago, speaking to Neil Manthorp and Steve Harmison, ahead of talkSPORT's live and exclusive coverage of England's white ball tour of the West Indies, which gets underway on the 31st of October. The boys caught up with a guy that Gareth Batty, to the left of me, knows very well indeed, England's all-rounder, Sam Curran.
Sam, thanks so much for your time. Have you? It's been a busy season, hasn't it? A county championship and hat tricks in the 100, and of course the Oval Invincibles retaining their title. Have you had a chance to catch your breath and have some time off?
Thanks for having me, lads. Yeah, I think obviously now season's done, so really looking forward to the West Indies. Like you said, it's coming up, but yeah, the season was pretty good. I guess didn't play as much county championship as I would have liked, but we just kind of had our end of season awards and at the Oval last week, and you see the club going to 3 championships in a row, which is pretty incredible, really. I played a lot in that first year that we won it, and then just the way the season and the schedules panned out, I haven't really, but I was really quite emotional. Leaving Stewie, obviously kind of moving on at the club a little bit, which was quite sad for a lot of the boys, a lot of the club. But yeah, and then the 100, obviously a really good season, another trophy there, which was really special. And I guess, 2 weeks off, and then we straight back to the West Indies, which is exciting.
Sam, from a highlight point of view, and I'll give you an example. I always said when I won the championship in 2008, it meant just as much, if not more, than winning in 2005 because of what Durham and what the club meant to me. When I ask you this year, 2024, with the 100, with IPL, with ODIs, with Surrey winning, if I said to Sam Curran, which would be the highlight of your summer or your year of 2024, what would it be? Because you've done an awful lot of winning.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky question. I think, especially looking back at last week, when I go back to the club at Surrey, where, like I said, I only played two championship games. It's a place I feel at home. It's a place I feel valued in terms of if I'm struggling with something, I always go back to Bats or Stewie, or I guess Jade's there now, bowling coach. We had Azim Mahmood. So those are probably guys that a club I always feel really special. But obviously winning the 100, I'd probably say is probably my highlight, just because of the way my season went, and we went as the Oval Invincibles in terms of, like you said, it's easier to win one trophy, but to win another one back to back. And I guess you can say the same with Surrey, but I obviously didn't play loads of 4-day games, but the games I did play, the team felt so settled. The structure was, even when I turned up, guys just knew their role. And I'd probably say, just a personal highlight, probably the 100, but as a club and as a player, to say I was a part of the 3-peat, which they're calling it, is pretty special.
Interesting you mentioned the word role there, Sam, because Harmy and I, seems like for the last 3 years on this program, have been talking about the fact that it's a great compliment that you are asked to fulfill so many different roles because you can. I mean, honestly, in England, I don't know if there's a player with more cross-format skills. And I mean, you can bowl anywhere in the innings, take the new ball, bowl at the death, bat in the top order, finish it, or bat in the middle. You do everything. Do you get a bit tired of the discussion of role definition? Would you like yours to be a bit clearer, or do you like doing everything?
I obviously love doing everything, but there's many teams, like you said, I do so many different roles. Especially a moment like now, having 2 weeks off, and kind of I look back at the season and where things went well, went wrong. I'll be totally honest. I probably feel with a team like the Oval Invincibles in Surrey, and I guess a couple of franchise teams, I think my role's been pretty clear and I've pretty nailed it on. Whereas with England, I personally probably feel because you've been that all rounder, probably in the last few years, myself, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingstone, we always kind of those all rounders at kind of 6, 7, 8, 9 almost. Wokesy as well. And yeah, I think it can be confusing. It's kind of sometimes you take the new ball and then you go to kind of the four seamers and you're the one to lose the new ball kind of thing. So it's quite like it's a frustrating role, but that comes with being an all-rounder. I probably think my strongest role in most teams is batting in the top 6 and bowling. So I guess me and Harvey had a discussion a few weeks back about these type of things, but I love playing all sorts of roles. And I guess my goal now is always to try and get back into the England sides, and I guess that's what I'll be doing.
Yeah, there's a little bit less alcohol on at this moment in time, even though I'm on hold at this moment in time. But and it was a great discussion, and your honesty was unbelievable. I just want to ask you about, you're talking about roles and everything that's going. I get worried a little bit. Oh, especially in the summer when you didn't get picked in the test team. I was really frustrated. Might as well tell you on this show, I got very, very frustrated. And I think I told you that at Thorpe's funeral about not being the one that replaced Ben Stokes. You didn't get picked in the 50 over squad. Is there a concern that you may be getting pigeonholed for just a T20 player? And would that worry you? Because it would certainly worry me that you're not up for test selection.
Yeah, I think I'll be totally honest. I think that when Stokesy did get injured, I'd be dumb not to, and it might sound that big myself up, but I did probably think that was my way back into the test team. Actually, a couple of weeks back ago, I had a meeting with Keezy and kind of just to get a bit of understanding of where the group is in terms of how I see myself getting back into the test side. I think for me, especially being a young player who experienced test cricket so young, I feel like I have the advantage to know what it's about, to know what winning a test match is, and the grind and the grit and attitude that you need. And I think that personally I did take a little bit, not too hard, but kind of I was a little bit gutted selection, and I thought that was my way back into the side at the minute. They've got their own structure at the minute, and they're picking the guys that they like and that fit that environment in terms of there's a big thing going on at the minute about the extra pace and stuff like that. But I've got to be honest, I was slightly disappointed not to be picked there. And I guess if you got to fit the mold of what they're looking for right now, and I guess in 12 months' time, that might be totally different.
Talking about the other captain, Harmy and I were also surprised when Joss was unavailable. We assumed that you, having IPL captaincy experience, would be the natural man to step in there as well. Where does captaincy sort of sit on your radar? I mean, you do it in the IPL. Is it something that you're keen to pursue?
Yeah, definitely. I really enjoyed. I've captained Surrey a few times, and obviously with the Punjab Kings in the IPL. And yeah, I guess it's actually something I think is really interesting as an all-rounder being a captain. I think when I did it, I actually forgot about my own game quite a bit, which was in a nice positive way where the main focus is purely on the team winning. I think probably look up to someone like Stokesy in a way. He's looked how he's done it, and he's kind of brought the confidence to the players, go out there, really take it on. And I think it was really exciting. I obviously done bits and pieces of it here and there. And it's something I definitely like to do and feel that I read the game and situations pretty well. So I guess in the teams where I play the next few months, and it's a busy winter again. And who knows, maybe in the future I can captain a few more sides.
Yeah, and that for me, it fits with the way you think about the game. You like Ben in such a way where you're trying to be progressive and want the game going forward. Ben worked brilliantly with Brendan McCullum in the Red Bull side of it. He's now in charge of the whole shooting match. He's now in charge of the whole English cricket. Is that exciting? Do you think that is, where you think right in 12, 18 months, 2 years time, if the captaincy does come up in the white ball team, working with someone like McCullum, the way he works with Stokes, is that something that really floats your boat?
Yeah, I guess the main thing now is probably trying to find my way back into these teams. I guess I've never worked with Brendan, so I guess from what I've heard and from what I've got, a lot of mates in the test setup and guys in the white ball team that have also worked with him. So the main message is he brings out the best in terms of character, confidence, and it feels like a lot of guys have lost that fear of failure. And I guess the fear of failure is always going to be there in international sport. But you look at guys like, I'm really good mates with someone like Ollie Pope, who probably has benefited from that in terms of he's gone out there, knows number three's his spot, and he plays some special knocks. But it's the backing that I guess players are getting now, which if you look back in the past, it's probably never really been there. And I guess if you're part of the regime now and you're getting back, there's probably no better feeling in terms of going out, playing for your country and knowing that you don't have to think about, if I bowl a bad ball, I could be under pressure, or if I play a bad shot. So I think it's that mindset that it looks like he's bought in, and hopefully I can try get into those sides more consistently. And I'm sure I probably would benefit from working with him.
Finally, from me, Sam, what about the West Indies and their development, and what do you particularly enjoy about going back to the Caribbean?
Yeah, actually, we got the call the other day about the squads going there. Really excited. I think it's the ODI team and T20 teams obviously changing slightly, like Harmy said, new coach, and he's obviously not there right now. But West Indies is obviously a great place to tour. There's no question about that. Good golf, good restaurants and stuff. But in terms of the cricket, I think, especially on the T20 front, I guess there's probably no more tougher team to play against in their own conditions. The way they strike the ball, the power, the kind of mishits as a bowler, you miss your Yorker, and the winds in the Caribbean, you always have one shorter side. And I think, to be honest, on a personal level, it's going to be quite a big opportunity. I feel like it's an exciting tour. I hopefully will get roles where I can bat higher up the order and try and actually, with England especially, I feel like I do it a lot in terms of other setups. And I just hope it's an opportunity I can try and nail down a spot. And there's a few guys away with the test side now in Pakistan. And fingers crossed it's a good tour and we win a few games.
Well, hopefully, Sam, we'll speak to you before the end of 2025, but once you get the West Indies out the way, there's an exciting 2025 in there. I mean, you've got the IPL, you've got the 100 to come round again, hopefully trying to get into this test team when they play India. If we are sitting here in 12 months' time, what would you love to see Sam Curran being involved in? And what do you think the future holds for 2025?
Yeah, I think you look past December, the schedule next year is amazing with Champions Trophy, Tour to India, IPL, like you said. It's a huge test summer, some great ODIs and T20. I think my main goal at the minute is to try and be a bit more stable and settled in the England environment. I think it is a team in the last few years, ever since, I guess, as a player being on the fringe, I just want to try and be a bit more consistent in getting into that side. And I know the regime's changing a little bit in terms of guys that fit into their certain roles. And I think they want a bit more stability across all three formats. And I hope I can be a part of that. And I think there's only one way of doing that, is scoring runs, taking wickets and winning games for England or the franchises. But I guess, I think there's no doubt I'd love to be on an Ashes tour or a Champions Trophy victory and stuff like that. So, fingers crossed. I'm someone who likes to prove a point. So fingers crossed the next couple of months go well.
Problem is, Sam, you're a little bit too good at everything. They can't find a pigeonhole for you.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I think it's just... at the minute, you're going to either be in the... I guess it's interesting. It's a debate you can talk for a lot of time about. I think the way the teams are being set out now, it's kind of... guys are getting picked on certain skills and certain... I guess I don't mind saying, but kind of out of the unknown in a way, where you pick guys and they've actually done really well. So I guess as a county player, in terms of... it's quite an interesting one, because you've got to hope that you fit that mold right now. And if you don't, you just got to crack on and win games for your your franchise, your counties, and just hope that call comes. There's actually nothing you can do about it. If you fit what they're looking for, you're great. But if you don't, it actually might not be an ability thing. It's just right now they're looking for, that's what they want. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but it's at the minute, if you're fitting what they're looking for, it's not they taking what they see in, I guess, 12 months time and the Ashes, these are the guys they want. So I think you can't question it until their plan comes to an end, if that makes sense.
Sam Curran speaking to Neil Manthorp and Steve Harmison. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of India versus New Zealand on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and SENZ Radio in New Zealand. The state of play, well, exactly like it was, 2 hours, 15 minutes ago when we launched on air. The heavy covers are on, covering all the pitch blocks and the bowlers' run-ups. The rain is not as heavy as it was earlier, but fairly persistent. The wildlife looks drenched and unimpressed. I've just seen two of the wettest birds of the local. I'm an amateur ornithologist at the best of times, Jeremy Coney, but
yes,
they were sodden and unimpressed.
A mixture between, I don't know, a sparling and an eagle.
And Stadler and Waldorf.
The Spiegel.
Yeah, so it's been a frustrating couple of hours for sure. Had a couple of false starts too. There was a bit of rustling from the grounds crew. I thought the old rain jackets were coming off. I was wrong, as the semblance of the rain stopping to start reappeared. And then the crowd, which there'd be somewhere between 600 to 1,000 inside the arena, there was an enormous roar, and I was thinking, here we go, someone's running out to take off the covers. No, it was just Virat Kohli arriving into the arena.
Well, the Indians are there, that's the first thing.
Yeah.
And we can see some action with very large umbrellas that in New Zealand that would cover a family for a picnic on the beach.
Players are not holding said umbrellas though.
No.
Virat Kohli was not holding his umbrellas.
No. Batman.
Next to
They're
him though.
Batmen.
Next to him was, speaking of Batmen,
yes.
Jaiswal was next to him, not under cover of said umbrella.
No.
So obviously he hasn't played enough tests yet. And then just to cap it all off, the gentleman holding the umbrella for Virat Kohli then hit Jaiswal in the face twice with the umbrella.
Poked him in the eye.
Yeah, the young left-handed destructing opening back didn't look all that impressed. So there we have that. That's the state of play. We've updated you on the wildlife, the wet and sodden and unimpressed, and the rain continues to fall. I've just checked your favourite rain radar, Jerry. Okay. The only thing I would say is, thankfully, we're not further north.
Yeah, well, it is the monsoon. We should point out to people it is the monsoon. We're in Karnataka, of course, at Chinnaswamy and Bengaluru, but it should be over sort of in the early October, which it still is really. I mean, we're into the middle, maybe a bit more, and so we have a chance of getting these sorts of days, I'm sure. But you're right, it's the next one when we get to Mumbai and those places, which is up in Maharashtra. So we're going up kind of the west coast of India. And then it does go a little bit later. So it seems an interesting time to schedule a 3-test series. Maybe it's the only time India that had to invite New Zealand, I don't know.
Yeah, you could be very right. But as you talk about, of course, Bengaluru is the largest city in the Karnataka region towards the south. This huge rain band right across from east coast to west, out into the oceans too. If only this match was in Pune or Mumbai, we would be fine. Cloudy and partly cloudy conditions there. So we wait and we wait patiently. Hopefully we will get a break in the rain and the grounds crew can get to work. We've talked up what a great training facility, great training venue this one is. Well, all those will be put to the test. All those claims will be put to the test. In the interim, we wait patiently. We appreciate your company, but we've had some wonderful insights from Gareth Batty alongside Jarrod Kimber and Jon Norman. Did find it quite interesting as they were sort of looking under the hood of the next tier of Indian talent that the BCCI have identified. Oh, we might be a little bit under strength with spinners. the next wave coming through, because, gee, they're so blessed right now. So blessed right now. Ajaz Patel, fine player's not going to crack the starting lineup, you would think.
He's 30 though, of course.
You've got Yadav,
yes,
similar age, 29, but it's,
yes.
I guess, in the early 20s they're looking for, and they're...
Players are playing a little longer, aren't they?
Yeah.
There are incentives there for them. Players are nowadays in a pretty powerful position, aren't they, when you think of the various formats that are available to them, and obviously all those franchise, they're all looking for labour, which is really what it is. And now, if you want to actually, as a player, opt to go and play in those franchises, you can almost play the entire year, starting over in South Africa in January and working right over, to the MLC and places like that. America and Canada are having these franchise operations as well. So plenty of options there for the players.
Well, and I know you're really high on Ajaz Patel. He's 30. You mentioned Yadav too. Look, Ravi Jadeja's 35 and Ravi Ashwin 38.
Well, that would make you start to think. But they just got 100. And Ravi Ashwin is the sort of player you would think who has concocted several iterations of himself, and has developed his game to the point where he's become a much better bowler. And so if you are that kind of... he's not a fast bowler. Neither of those people you just mentioned to me are fast bowlers. An operation which demands quite a lot of your body. Yes, you've still got to use power and use it in the right way at delivery to get enough revolutions on the ball so it will do things. But, there is a chance that as long as you're flexible, you could, as a spinner, play a lot longer.
I do wonder if the same sort of people at the BCCI came down to New Zealand, how they would assess the spinning stocks of New Zealand cricket. Well, we struggle. We're involved in the New Zealand game a little bit more.
Well, we do. And who would, I suppose, if you were a young lad, when you looked at the New Zealand side at home and you were a New Zealander, you'd say to yourself, where is the spinner? Now, you either can take that as an opportunity.
True.
Or you can take it as I've got no chance whatsoever. They're not interested in playing. We going through the list of potential players who could perhaps replace the Black Caps as they age, it's much easier for you and I, for example, to go through and come up with seam bowling options and faster bowling options than it is for spinners. And that's just, I'm afraid, something that the New Zealand has created. We are a farm, everybody. We're good at growing grass. And so our pitches tend to be more grassy. The outfields are more lush. The ball stays in good condition longer for the seamers. But that said, there are parts, particularly in the east of New Zealand, that could actually be helped, and I've often proposed that some of our pitches over in the east should be in fact almost doctored to assist spin bowlers. It's not just the spin bowlers though, is it? It's the wicket keepers standing up. It's the captains who have to captain spin bowling. It's the fielders who have to field in close on the leg side and the offside, and also at slip. We are finding now, when we go to Asia, our fielding has deteriorated dramatically.
It has, hasn't it, Jerry?
And that's a real worry for New Zealand, because they are creating less chances, so that makes the fielders have to wait longer and longer, and that makes the chance when it arrives much, much more important. And catches, I notice, for example, when a batsman goes down the wicket, I do not see the man in close on the leg side. He doesn't go down with the batsman. So he is effectively out of the game.
Out of the game, taken out of the game completely.
So they don't, I'm watching and I'm seeing these things happen, and they don't know how to do it. They haven't got the requisite skills and knowledge about the positions that they are fielding in. We've got slips who spread their legs wide, and therefore they can't move. They've got slips who take the unit, and I call the unit your two hands. When you catch in the slips, you generally catch with two hands, and the two hands become one. It's a unit. Why put them on your knees for a start and spread the unit
and palm down?
Yes, that means this is a position that you've got to move very quickly in. Very quickly. And if your legs are spread as well, quite wide, a broad base, you can't get your head across to get in line with the catch. So you end up using your hands, the unit, if you've finally got them together, you hope they don't overlap, outside the compass of your eyes so that you aren't in line. And if I ever took a catch, that's where I fielded, I was very fretful about taking the catch outside my eyes. I wanted to move in line. Right. So I just think, and when we're to slips, we stand too high.
Not used to it.
I'm not used to seeing it, and I'm wondering what the coaching staff who are there at the ground are actually doing.
When I say not used to it, I harp on this point, labour the point. Spinners are just not relied upon in New Zealand. So it's hard to get those little idiosyncrasies right when...
That's right.
It's a short spell there, no spinner played at all.
Right. Bowling with a win.
I know you
bowling against a win. Crossbreed.
I know you love it when I pull out the stats.
Well, okay.
So since the start of 2010, Jerry, is that a sizable enough?
Yes, it is.
That's a long enough period?
It's 14 years.
It's 14 years.
Yes.
New Zealand, by my count, has played 58 test matches at home and 122 wickets by spinners.
Right.
And there's about 11 or 12 spinners. Mitchell Satner has the most, about 25. That's all.
For tests?
Yeah.
For tests.
In that time. So that just shows they really have been an afterthought.
Oh, yeah, they have. There's no doubt about that. And I suppose they want to win. And it's much easier to prepare pitches that do. I'm not saying they seam wildly here, but they do provide pace. That's what the grass provides. It's more than just seam movement. To get seam movement, you've got to actually get the ball to grip on the surface. So it's got to be a wee bit softer as well, that hard. But they do get bounce. And the ball does stay in good condition. So it does help the seamers a lot more from that point of view. And it's, if it was seaming, what was it that Shane Warne always used to say? If it's going to seam, it'll spin as well. In other words, it'll grip. So yes, look, Ajaz Patel. What is Mitchell Satner's played? Something like 30. He's 32. He's played 28 tests, 54 wickets. That means he's getting about nearly 1.9 wickets a test. 1.9 wickets a test. The most he's ever got is 3 wickets in a test, I think, at one time.
Yep.
His economy rate is 2.7. So, as you said before, he's a very fine white ball bowler.
He controls the scoring rate. But, 25 test wickets at home over 13 test matches. Do you know who's number 2 on that list?
No.
Well, who would be number 2 on that list? Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon.
Oh, he's had about 3 tests here.
He's had about 4 tests.
Yeah.
And is the second leading spin bowler in New Zealand over 40. It's quite remarkable.
Yes,
and it's hugely troubling. And that's why tours to this part of the world are so important for the slower bowlers in New Zealand. And Ajaz Patel, we've talked about his extraordinarily odd career, 70 test wickets, including a 10 for no test wickets at home, just 3 test matches at home. And that's why tours to this part of the world are so important. And there was supposed to be a tour going on around about this time in Bangladesh, but due to the political turmoil going there, the New Zealand A tour to Bangladesh was called off.
Yes.
So obviously there's far more important things than cricket, but from a developmental perspective, a big blow to New Zealand.
Yeah, well, New Zealand is a place we don't play a lot of Test cricket, as you've just pointed out. we were talking, folks, just a moment ago about Joe Root and the amount of runs he's scored in the last couple of years. And we went back, I think, to 2000 and what was it? We were just trying to think about Kane Williamson and how does he compare and how many tests has he had. Root, I think, has had nearly 100, has he? Or more?
I was probably being a little bit unfair off air, this conversation. So Joe Root's in fine form over these last couple of years. He's tuning out remarkable runs, for which you agree, because it's a fact.
Yes.
There's no denying that. And I think my glib response was, well, Kane Williamson's been doing that for 7 years. And Kane Williamson has. Over the last 7 years, Kane Williamson has played 46 tests, scored over 4,000 test runs at an average of 61. Joe Root is averaging mid-60s last 2 years. So that's where I saw that symmetry. It blew my mind.
How many tests has Joe Root had in those 7 years?
95.
There you go.
95 test matches.
Half. He's getting basically half.
Over 8,000 test runs over the last 7 years, averaging 50 with 2,400s. Kane Williamson, about half.
And you see, the more you play this particular format, the better you become at it.
And as Kane Williamson has shown you over the last 7 years.
Yeah, it's very difficult for New Zealand to sort of move substantially up with the number of games that they are playing, just like Bangladesh are, and just like Sri Lanka are, and South Africa now are starting to get in that position as well. And so I don't know what you do about these things. These things are often related to other matters as well, like resources. You were talking about coaching a moment ago. How does New Zealand attract a really strong coach?
A headline IPL winning coach. Well, they can't. And they don't.
And our coaches, if anybody is going to be any good in New Zealand, like a Stephen Fleming,
he's out of our price
like
bracket.
A Daniel Vittori, like a McCullum, they are all overseas, and they you can be sure they will not be returning, coming back to New Zealand. Any coaches that New Zealand can get can never come from that top echelon of coaches. We can't even think about that. What we can do is become a training ground.
Yes, exactly. Our domestic teams become pathways.
So we've got to go
a coach on the rise.
Correct. And we've got to then start. We've had Gary Stead here for some time now, who's done okay. Quite a conservative sort of approach to the game. That's all right. It's worked for him. And it's worked for the players, perhaps, as well. But nevertheless, we are now definitely coming into a transition phase, and he's not quite wanting to do that because we'll keep Southee going for a bit. Do you know what I mean? He feels uncomfortable with that, I think.
And there's been lots of changes at the domestic level, isn't there?
This is not a. You know, I'm not really trying to criticise Gary Stead. The thing that Stead does, of course, for New Zealand cricket, and talking about resources, he is the one coach. He does the tests, he does the ODIs, and he does the T20s. One coach for three. Now, you don't find that too many places. I know we've seen in England recently McCullum going from test also to the white ball as well, but not many are doing that now. And I know also in India, the Wall was also recently doing that as well, but that's more unusual. And I think the more the calendar becomes stacked and overlapping various formats, it's more difficult. You then got to start getting other coaches involved as well. But coming back to New Zealand, I mean, we had a very good coach at CD, Rob Walter, who we then asked him to take over from Central Districts CD, Central Districts, and then, which is a first-class area in New Zealand, and then we moved him on to the A team, and he took the side to India.
He did.
And anything he said, I listened to him carefully, made a lot of sense, and I thought, oh, good, we've got one at last, you know, who really seems to know the game, and great. And now he's gone, of course, and Rob Walter's now the main coach at South Africa. So we've lost him, And then Heinrich Milan was another one who was up in Auckland as the coach up there of the Aces, they call them. And he is now also gone.
Ireland, right?
Ireland.
Yeah.
And Ireland was, yes, I think you're right. And then, I mean, we've had for some years now, we've had Grant Bradburn going and being a fielding coach initially, and then getting the Pakistan job.
Scotland for a time?
Scotland for a time, exactly. So, I mean, he's now gone as well. So
yeah, there's been a lot of turnover too. Dion Ibrahim leaves Otago. I think he's
Zimbabwe.
Might be an assistant with Zimbabwe.
Yes.
I know Ashley Nofke, I think, is the new coach there.
From
the former
Aussie.
Australian international limited overs cricketer are coming in there. There's been quite a bit of turnover at Wellington. Glenn Pocknell left. Still don't understand why after his success he had, and he's a local boy. He's not from a high pedigree playing background. He sort of came through the system, and due to results developing, Wellington cricketers got a crack. And I think he filled in for Gary Stead on a tour to Bangladesh, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. But he's now popped up back at CD. So there's been quite a bit of turnover.
Yes.
BJ Watling's now with Northern Districts. He had one summer with Wellington, the white ball. Peter Fulton's
Canterbury.
Yeah. He's got at least a few seasons now under his belt.
He has. He's also had batting relationships, hasn't he? I think with New Zealand before.
But you see that in any time you see a New Zealand squad selected, it's head coach, and joining us for this tour is
correct
as a consultant.
Correct. We are trying to give our local players, often they're ex-players, but not always, a leg up, aren't we? This you've moved from being a player now, and we're teaching you a new thing. I'm presuming that all those coaches that they are trying to assist and a leg up and sort of speed up their development and they're trying a different one almost every
Indeed.
tour. I mean, Jacob Oram now was in Bangladesh.
But also foreign coaches too.
Yes.
They're often touring. They'll use local knowledge.
Yes.
Herath.
Yes.
Recently completed a series against Sri Lanka. So it seems New Zealand's just trying to make the most of this.
Well, that's resourcing again,
yeah,
isn't
exactly.
it?
The lack of resources they do have,
and they're trying to be
others.
smart about that, I think. So but it's not an easy gig, is it? And it takes, once New Zealand, the NZC seem to select a coach, if they're doing okay, and the results, what Grant was talking about, if the results are okay, but we're always trying to improve the players and keep improving players, they tend to stay for some time. And so it's quite hard to break them. So that's when you start doing what we've just been discussing, losing people.
This might be an unfair question after what we've just discussed and articulated. Not a huge clutch of coaches coming through the system. When you compare it to, say, rugby in New Zealand, that's been exporting IP around the rugby world.
Yes.
At a rate many New Zealand rugby fans would argue
not
alarming.
happy. Yes.
Alarming. Gary Stead is off contract around May,
middle
June.
of next year.
Yeah. It's a pretty important few months for him. And I don't know if he has a desire to extend and carry on, but the way results are going, might they be forced into going down a different path?
I wouldn't. They'll put a panel together as they normally do.
They love a panel.
Yeah, and presumably they will prepare that panel with the sort of things that they'll be looking for. And there's got to be some serious knowledge thrown at those people to say, these are the things that we would like you to be able to, find out about this person. But
are you available for said
I
panel?
would have thought, frankly, that that Stead has had quite a bit of time now. He's done well. We've seen his strengths and the way that he likes to coach. There's quite a lot of coaches around, aren't there? That's the other thing. I mean, he's not kind of a hands-on coach any longer, really, it seems to me. They have a batting coach, Luke Ronke. They have a bowling coach, Jacob Oram,
who's new to the role,
but who's been going to tours, yes. And they have a fielding coach, who's the chap from who's the wicket keeper at Essex. So he's
Foster.
come. Yes, he's the coach there. So they've got those bases covered with the particular people. Where does Stead fit in there? Does he overarch like a soccer manager? I don't know exactly, but it means that there's a phalanx of people travelling along with the players, because they're not the only ones. Then there are experts in lots of fields, and I'm just thinking it's getting to the point where it's a bit silly, frankly, for an unresourced side like New Zealand, travelling the distances that they do to various places, with probably up to 25 people who are all getting business class return. That is a lot of money, and hence I asked before, should New Zealand have stayed in Sri Lanka or near India? It would probably have cost them less, New Zealand cricket, in terms of costs, if they had stayed in certain places.
Well, I know the grumpy New Zealand cricket fans I spoke to just wanted them to go straight back to the nets.
Well, that's probably true.
Still in the nets and all of that. They had their way.
Yes.
After that very.
So those are issues
tour.
that in New Zealand we confront, and there are people worse off than New Zealand.
Oh, without
That's,
question.
You know, the country's the lack of money.
But I think New Zealand could be quite proud of what they've made out of the resources they've had for a long time.
They try to do that, don't they?
And I think we have been quite resourceful. That's been reflected not only in the World Test Championship in 2021, but the fact that New Zealand so often makes it to a World Cup semi-final. Semi-finals. It's a big story when we don't make semi-finals. I think it's 8 now, if I'm not mistaken. But
But the women have just made it.
Yep.
So
and
that's
no one really thought that would happen after 10 or 11 straight losses. Yeah. Caveat, they played Australia and England in all of those games, but England's fallen short. The women's T20 it can happen in the shortest format of the game. But after going to those sort of, it's probably dizzying heights. I think the ride of making consecutive one-day World Cup finals in 2021. Fans become accustomed to that, and it's hard to wean them off that. Going cold turkey, but they've got to get things right off the park to maximise maybe a step back in talent.
Yes, well, we really need good coaching, don't we? If that's the case,
yes.
And if New Zealand. I mean, I don't know. How would you you're in the sporting game more than I am, Daniel, in the wider sporting game, and I get the feeling that the New Zealand following of, say, cricket will start to dip slightly if New Zealand's performance starts and keeps slipping as well.
I think that's tied to most sports.
Okay.
The one thing in New Zealand
Rugby?
for our listeners back in the UK. New Zealand cricket was behind a paywall for years at Sky Television. Sky in the UK, there was Sky here. But then it moved to a streaming company who took on the rights, but they folded and essentially handed their catalogue to terrestrial television, TVNZ.
Yes.
So New Zealand's had the best of both worlds in the last sort of year or so. I can't remember exactly. They've been paid like a paid broadcaster. Spark handed over quite a significant cheque.
They are
get
paying
them
it
away
at the
from
moment.
Sky. They're still paying it away.
And when is that broadcast arrangement up?
2 more seasons?
I don't know. I don't know whether it's that long. That'll be an interesting one, won't it? Who will want that?
But they're also getting free-to-air exposure.
Yes.
So they're getting the best of both worlds. So the viewing numbers, the listening numbers, very, very strong last summer. But to your points, if results continue to sort of, come back down from those heights, I think fans do like winners, don't they? They like
of course they
do.
Of course they do.
That's why we're still talking to you, mate. Guy you did a little bit of winning with. Former New Zealand Test captain himself. Can't remember the one time he captained New Zealand to a draw. Our good friend, who'll be back alongside us during summer.
Well, he's over in the rain.
He is over in the rain. He's there providing television commentary But talkSPORT audiences and SNZ audiences, be safe in the knowledge that Stockley, Ian Smith, will be on the wireless when England are here for a 3-match tour. Speaking of England, before I throw to a chat with Ian Smith, that's why I went on this very long diatribe trying to introduce Ian Smith as I hurriedly tried to bring up the scorecard from the Pakistan-England matchup. Pakistan losing their way somewhat. 3 wickets lost today, now 328 for the loss of 8. Jamal is 28 not out. Noman Ali is on 8 for England. The wicket takers, 3 for 105 for Jack Leach, 2 wickets apiece to Potts, Cass and 1 to Bashir. Let's hear from the one, the only, Mr. Ian Smith, who caught up with our following on crew. Let's throw over to our chat with Ian Smith.
Hey, look, it was a handy test match, I'll put it that way. There were some good signs. We've never won in Gaul. We've been beaten every single time, and this just adds to that row of losses. Good signs, yes. Confirmed that 1 or 2 of our players are quite adept against spin. So Williamson and Latham and obviously Rachin Ravindra in the second innings showed that they're very capable of handling that kind of surface. But we have issues. We've discovered, Harmy will be interested to notice that we've discovered a fellow by the name of Will O'Rourke, who will be, I think, a big factor in the series against England coming up. He'll get bouncy bowl well against your South African side that you sent to us just after Christmas. Don't smile, Neil. Don't smile about that. He bowled well against them. But Harmy, he shows signs of the future. He's got all the attributes physically, and he looks like he's got a relatively good technique and temperament too.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I was going to ask you about him. He got 8 match figures of 8 for 100. He got a 5 for in there as well. And when England come over, it's difficult, I mean, to judge somebody on subcontinent pitches. But I think as a fast bowler, your all-round game is, can you be the best everywhere in the world? And what else has Will O'Rourke got in his locker? And I'm talking more from when England come, because we heavily supported the England show here. And England's techniques, their temperaments, the way they play. Last time I came over to New Zealand, Bazball was sort of in its infancy, where, I mean, it was crash, bang, wallop. Have New Zealand found somebody to replace the likes of Southee? And I know Tim will be around a bit, but the likes of Bolt and Wagner. Is this kid the real deal?
I think this kid can be the real deal. What I do like about him and what I've seen is he doesn't appear to get ruffled. And now if you're going to play against England, they're going to come at you. And Baz McCullum's going to say to the English lineup, this kid's been on the block for 5 minutes. We're not going to give him any liberties. We're going to come at him. I think just in the short space of time I've known him and watched him, I think he can handle that kind of stuff. He might get leathered around a bit in one spell, but I think he'll think about it and come back and learn from it. And I think that's one of the assets you need from a young bowler. He's 6'4", 6'5". He gets bounce. When he bowls a bouncer, it's an effective one. It's not overused. So at this stage, the signs are very promising. We've got another guy by the name of Ben Sears, who is quicker through the air, not quite as experienced, played against Australia, acquitted himself well against Australia in New Zealand conditions. So they are the future in that terms. And the forgotten bowler, of course, for us is Matt Henry. Unfortunately, we forget about him even when we're picking our own sides, let alone overseas players thinking about him. Matt Henry in the last 2 to 3 years has been our best bowler day in, day out. And so you add him to the mix, then you've got 3. And then the big question mark, gentlemen, is over our incumbent captain. Is he good enough to be in the team of playing right? And at the moment, opening the bowling and bowling at 126 is not good enough. It's just not good enough. If he can find another 10K and find Tim Southee of 2 to 3 years ago, I'll buy into it. But at the moment, we can't carry that.
Bigger global picture, the future of Test cricket, Smithy. I mean, it's a lovely period for New Zealand at the moment, as I said, playing 8 Test matches in 3 months. New Zealand cricket have made a pragmatic decision, haven't they, many years ago, that they can't sustain 3 Test series at home. They only played 2 Test series pretty much at home, apart from when England come. But New Zealand have got 3 Test series now against India and England. Obviously, it's an exciting time, as I said, but they're 2 of the big 3. What is the long-term prognosis for for cricket for nations like New Zealand, South Africa, Sri Lanka, the small seven outside the big three?
I think we're at those three's beck and call, really. It would be nice to think that we're going to be powerful enough. We did win the inaugural World Championship, and at that point I thought we'd be in quite high demand. But of course, you're up against sides, and I'd probably put us on the same basis maybe as South Africa in that regard. We're not in the top three, but we have been granted 3 tests against India, which says it's a vote of confidence. We've been granted, we're having 3 tests against England, which are great because England are very popular in this country. Hopefully they'll bring a level of support that will add to the atmosphere. I'm hoping that will be the case. But the big one for us has just been announced. We've got 4 tests against Australia in 2 years' time. So it's the Ashes next year, of course, which you guys will be very much part of. And then the following Christmas, we have 4 test matches everywhere but the Gabba, because the Gabba's, I think, being rebuilt for the Olympics or something of that nature. So that in that space, I suppose we're being recognised as worthy enough, and that's pretty important for the future of us, because without playing, of course, the game loses any sort of profile in this country. It's up against rugby. Rugby league is very popular at the moment. Basketball is the biggest growing sport at school level in this country, which is quite concerning. Volleyball, those sports where they don't take up as much time as cricket, and youngsters are influenced in that regard. And we only have a population base of it's increased to about 5.5 million now, but of those, a lot of those youngsters will not be playing cricket or not even entertaining the thought of it. So we need as much profile as we get. I spoke to our CEO the other day, Scott Wiener, and I simply asked him about Test cricket, and he said to me, look, from a business point of view, give me 5 T20s in a row any day of the year. Any time of the year, give me 5 T20s and I'll pay the bills. 5 test matches, not such an easy thing to cater for.
And Ian, is that you've mentioned possibly why, so I probably had the answer to the question, but when you look at this other sports and everything that comes round, is there 10, 15 years ago, McCullum was such an attractive marketing tool as a player, as a person, as a character. Are them players not coming through, so your kids aren't looking up for all the best will in the world? Kane's one of the best cricketers of all time, but he's not somebody who is outspoken. He's not out there. He's not the razzmatazz that Brendan was. Do you need to find a hero that will inspire the young kids in such a way that they can watch him for 15 seconds on his phone and go, wow, I want to be him? Because as much as I love Kane, he's a lovely lad, but he's not somebody that's going to get kids off the edge of their seats, along with the likes of Trent Boult and Wagner and Tim Southee. Do you need to find your next hero? And is it somebody like Rachin Ravindra? Maybe it's 1 or 2 others coming through that you can go to kids. This is who you want to be, rather than the rugby player, the volleyball player, and X, Y, and Z.
You're spot on. Kane has never been a poster boy. He's never sought that kind of life. He's about batting. He's about team. He's never, ever been about Kane himself. Not in a public way anyway. To be a great batsman and to occupy the crease as long as he does, you have to be, I think you have a certain attribute where you do get heavily invested in what you're doing, but he's never pushed it out there. He's never actually thrown it out there in front of the public. And his numbers say he should be a hero. His numbers should be an absolute hero. Brendan, on the other hand, is a gambler. You guys are getting to know him as well as I know him, and I've known him personally for a long period of time. He's a gambler. He's a risk taker. He's prepared to front up if things go wrong. If things go really well, he'll probably prefer to take a back seat and let the players do that kind of thing. He's almost an accidental hero because of the kind of nature that he has, Brendan. The other thing is he was such an entertainer when he played the game. His philosophy about one-day cricket, which changed a lot of countries thinking about the fact that there shouldn't be a dead ball in 50-over cricket. You should be always trying to score a run or get somebody out. If you play with that attitude, we won't have these horrible 20-over spells where people are just dotting the ball around and everyone gets thoroughly bored and either goes home or changes the channel. He said we can't afford to have that in the game. It is sort of caught on to a large degree. I think the nature of the way white ball cricket is being played, I think, is fantastic. We don't even have in this country at the moment. Rachin's probably the guy, and that was because of his World Cup exploits a couple of years ago in India, or it was a year ago in India. He was an absolute superstar at that point, probably better known in India than he is in New Zealand, to be perfectly honest, at this point. You know, a lot of people wouldn't recognise him too much if he walked into a cafe or whatever. I don't think they'd know him that well, but certainly in India, I was in India at the time, he was an absolute draw card over there. So he's on the world stage, quite a big boy and quite a big name, but not so much in New Zealand. We don't do heroes that well. I'll be honest with you. We don't do heroes that well in this country. And you know, we've had our Richie McCaws who've been All Black greats, and every now and then we've got Lydia Ko at the moment who's just won again, and she's, you know, very much a hero. But cricketer-wise, we just get on and do the business, and we've probably suffered for the fact that we haven't had too many heroes. We need them, but we've got to keep playing to have those guys. And the other thing about, well, from my point of view anyway, we do live in quite a PC country where in some sports they don't even keep the score at junior level, but I think winning's quite important. I've just got this thing about it. I think at the end of the day, the work you put in should actually come with a tick in the win column, and we're not winning often enough at the moment. And leading into Christmas, I mean, these, to me, this next test in Sri Lanka, these are all being shown in New Zealand at quite a good time. New Zealand people can watch it without having to get up in the middle of the night. This one, the next 3 in India, and then the 3 against England prior to Christmas are very, very important for New Zealand cricket going forward.
Smithy, you're a perfect example of a man who would have probably been more of a hero in cricket if you'd played in another country. And so I grew up with knowing Richie Benaud, my childhood hero, as a broadcaster. And there's a whole generation now of cricket followers who know you as a broadcaster. So indulge me for a moment, if you will, because you played one of the innings that I still remember 34 years later as being a moon landing kind of moment. So for those who don't know, who are watching or listening, it was the 3rd test match against India at Eden Park in 1990. You walked the crease at 130 for 7. You put on 103 with Richard Hadlee, of which you scored very few, because Hadlee made 87. And then, just as New Zealanders were thinking, well, at least we've saved face, we're respectable now at 234 for 8. You then added 136 with Martin Snedden batting at number 10. You made 173, which remains to this day the 2nd highest score by a number 9 in Test cricket history. 173 from 136 balls. New Zealand from 130, or actually from 80 for 6, finished with 391. And I know that the innings is spoken a lot about in New Zealand, but it's not remembered as one of the great, most extraordinary Test innings around the rest of the world. And I wonder why that is. Is it just the innate modesty of New Zealanders? And does that innings still put a smile on your face 34 years later?
It does. It does because of the match situation. It's like a Roy of the Rovers moment, you know. Every dog has a sort of day, kind of thing. But I remember bits of it. I remember the significance of it because at the end of the day, we were, as you say, in a lot of trouble. And India were looking to square the series. So we got out of it and we actually won the series, which was great because we had a good record at home. But to be able to contribute in a way from that far down the bottom was pretty special. I think Kapil was playing, but almost at the end. Richard was playing, but almost at the end. So there was some pretty big names that were sort of on the outer almost. So it was significant in that regard. Just not often enough, really. I mean, I would have loved to have made many, many more runs. There's countries I could hardly buy a run. England for one. I was very average in England. But I love the subcontinent. I love, because wicketkeepers sweep, don't they? You go back to Alan Knight and all modern day wicketkeepers love the sweep shot, the crossbat shots and the cuts and the sweeps. So that was my sort of forte. So I actually didn't mind playing it and batting in the subcontinent. But hey, look, it was a good day out, put it that way. Got out third ball the next day and that was it. Party was over.
Talking of the wicket-keeping discipline, when you Rishabh Pant come back this week, how you spent a lot of time in India. Smithy, you compared him to Adam Gilchrist when he first came on the scene. Brilliant to see him back, and he does give India and I think Test cricket a point of difference when that boy walks out to the middle and back, because he is certainly in the Brendan McCullum style of playing cricket.
He is. There's no doubt about it. I like Punt as a cricketer. It's an extremely important role, and he's got massive shoes to fill, because they've had a little revolving door since Stoney, haven't they? To be perfectly honest, I mean, you talk about hero factor. It's pretty hard to go past MS, but once you reach a certain stage in Indian cricket and you start to perhaps before an international level, your life changes dramatically. We know that. I mean, you just become a superstar beyond anything most sporting people would be akin to. You know, people talk about the great baseballers and footballers of the world, but very few of them would know the pressure and the accolades that come with being a successful Indian cricketer. So you get into that market, and you're talking fairly serious stuff. Rishabh Pant, I like him because he's just got that attitude about him. He has got a bit of a Baz attitude about him. You're right. He's not going to back down, put it that way. He's not going to run away from a fight. And he'll if you ask him to open, he'll open. If you ask him to bat at 5, he'll bat at 5. And you know, he's probably not the best glove man the world's ever seen, but he's working on it. He's getting better at it. And over there, of course, it's very important that you are efficient, because they spend so much of your day standing up to the stumps. So he's a given to me. He's Gilchrist-like in that regard. He is Gilchrist-like in that regard for me. Yeah, I rate him very, very highly.
So the final one from me. Were you surprised when Brendan McCullum took the white ball job with England? I mean, he was on a decent number, wasn't he? Just doing half the coaching job, the Test job, and spending time at home, you know, in between series. Now he's brought the family over to England, and his workload's probably more than doubled. Were you surprised?
I was actually surprised he left Kolkata in the first place. Well, I was in London with Baz when the Kolkata thing came about, and I thought he was thinking about it, and I'm not sure he really wanted to do it, but it became so beneficial that in the end he said, I've got to go, don't I? And not much long after that, of course, that was to take the England job. Well, actually, you know, Neil, I would have thought he would have taken the white ball job first, to be honest, because I thought I was thinking that was the way he was more thinking about cricket and its future. So when he took the red ball thing on it, because he won't shirk a challenge, and I knew that he'd go at it like a bull at a gate. He wouldn't just sit there like other coaches had done. He'd be up front, and he'd want a game plan. And when I heard him, I think in one of the Test matches, say to the guys at T, I think he was quoted as saying, the draw is off the table. We win, we lose, but the draw is off the table. I thought, yep, that's Brendan McCullum. Now, white ball cricket is extremely important to all countries. You'll see the Brendan McCullum white ball theory coming through, the one that Owen Morgan was quite keen on adopting. That'll come through. He'll have tinkered it a wee bit, because you know, things change, the game changes, and he'll be noticing things whilst he's not heavily involved up till this point. He right now will be noticing things about the white ball game that he wants to change and wants to exploit. So I think he's more than capable of doing it. He's a young guy. His attitude is go-getter. He probably gets frustrated in downtime. I know he does get bored pretty comfortably, Brennan. So it's downtime. He'll be studying it a wee bit. He'll be a good white ball coach. You know that. And England will play a really attacking style, and the turnstiles will be going round and round and round and round and round as they are for Test cricket at the moment. Good move by England. Really good move. The current one didn't work, and so you move on. And I take my hat off, because I think at times we're a little bit guilty in this country of just holding on a wee bit long to the past for the sake of the future.
That is Ian Smith speaking to Neil Manthorp and Steve Harmison. That was in between Test match number 1 and 2 in Sri Lanka, as always, talking sense. Ian Smith, as he does Monday through Fridays on SENZ. His former teammate Jeremy Coney. Lots of nodding there from you.
Oh yeah, I mean, it does make sense, doesn't it? Yeah. And I think he's an interesting combination of knowing about people and the emotional content of what he's saying, and at the same time it's often based in what he's seen happening on the field.
What we are seeing on the field of Bengaluru is more rain. Persistent light drizzle keeping the covers on. No sign of the grounds crew being able to remove them and start their work to try and get the outfield dry. We've already lost the first session. We should be into the second. We are not. It's just after midday local time. We'll continue to update you, hopefully with good news as the day progresses. But you are listening to live and exclusive coverage of India v New Zealand on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and SENZ Radio in New Zealand. We will be back with more shortly.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru as India take on New Zealand.
And now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru as India take on New Zealand.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to talkSPORT 2 in the UK, SENZ in New Zealand, and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Live and exclusive coverage of India versus New Zealand. And the news is, well, we've had no cricket, but that hasn't stopped us. We've been talking cricket for the best part of 3 hours, just making the talent earn the massive paycheck that they get for appearing on our stations across the world. Toss delayed due to incessant rain was the message being flashed up. Earlier today, there has been a development. The toss has been delayed due to persistent rain. Surely that's a better situation to find yourselves in. The opening session was washed out. Lunch has been taken early. The forecast, though, just possibly, might be a little bit brighter this afternoon. We shall see. If you head over to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube page, there is a chat facility. I have asked for questions. We've had a question for you, Gareth Batty, head coach of Surrey. what do players do? Let's have a look. It's from Shubham Patel. It says, Gareth Batty, what do players feel when there is heavy rain? Are they itching to go in? I suppose that depends on the match, the situation. I suppose sometimes you're quite happy to be up there, but how do you... there must be players that deal with these rain delays better than others, whether it's Sudoku, falling asleep, playing darts. I mean, how does it work?
It's very, very individual. That's not evading the question. We'll chuck up a couple of scenarios possibly. For instance, what we've got here with it being pre the game starting, I'm pretty confident in saying that sort of half an hour ago Virat Kohli and Jaiswal, I think, were walking across the outfield. I think if there's an indoor facility, there's a pretty good chance they were in there doing some more prep work that would have been done pre-game possibly, or maybe not done pre-game, but it's just another time spent getting it best prepared for the game. You would have other people who are trying to lie down and sleep and not use the nervous energy, who want to be quiet, and then you've got your loose cannons who will be running around trying to flare everybody up into having some fun or singing songs or, like you said, playing darts or doing something a bit more active because they don't like being quiet. So Jason Roy would be an absolute nightmare now in that change room. He'd be running around, be chucking tennis balls at people's heads, he'd be wanting to play indoor cricket, he'd be wanting to do this because it's just that character wants to be on the move all the time. And then there'll be others. There'll be and these are a bit more few and far between. And I imagine the grey matter, hopefully, in people's head now will start ticking over of who that person may be. There'll be some people who are speaking and sitting with the analysts to get some extra insight into the opposition because they have that little bit more time to themselves. I think modern day cricketers prepare incredibly well now, so they would have all that information. Most of it is sent directly, depending on team, depending on environment. Other times you would just go and sit and quietly work out how you would like to have the information presented to you. So some people want to see the video of a bowler that they might be facing, that they might not have faced, or they've heard something about, we mentioned Shane Warne earlier, 57 different balls, and which one is it, and see if you can see it on a piece of footage. Or it might just be a number that sparks something in somebody's head. I know something that we used in a first class situation. We had a number where we had Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell, arguably the two best opening bowler combination in the competition in 22. Or by the end of the season it looked that way because of their numbers. So for 23 we looked at where they stood in the, and sort of looked at the whole 17 other counties and where the opening partnership looked. And bizarrely enough they came down as 17th out of 18. And we were like, that can't be right, because these guys are mustard. One's taken best part of 300 test wickets, the other as good as it gets in first class cricket. What is it all about? And then there's the other variables that come into it, the surfaces that you're playing on, opposition, this, that and the other. Anyway, we thought we'd use that piece of information just to poke the bear a bit and say, well, you two are brilliant, but this ain't great. What do you reckon to this? Within 4 games they'd got themselves down to number 6 on a very good batting surface at the Oval, because it was just, we were brilliant from 20 to 40 where other teams really drop off. So the guy with the new ball in hand was kind of like, right, well, if I don't do it now, I'm my second, third, fourth spell are going to be a nightmare. But international cricket don't have that 6 months and then 6 months sort of break period. It's a constant evolving period. So this might be a time where just a number, somebody might just spark a player just to go, come on, then this is your moment and this is the game that you start it and get that grey matter going.
Love it. So there you go. That's why you ask questions on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Keep them coming. It is raining in Bengaluru, the first test between India and New Zealand. 3 tests we're bringing you here on talkSPORT 2, SENZ and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We've been speaking a lot about Indian cricket, and earlier in the year talkSPORT 2 brought you live and exclusive coverage of India's series win over England. During one of the lunches while out in India, Neil Manthorp was joined by part of the commentary team for the first 2 Test matches, the Indian broadcaster and journalist Chetan Narula, to discuss the growth of Indian cricket both on and off the field.
We're going to fast forward and skip, if I'd be so bold, skip through the 70s, the great spin quartet, the 80s, the World Cup win in 1983, and but you know, for the first 3 or 4 decades of India on the international stage, away wins were very, very rare. It took a long time to get established, very much like every other nation, apart from, I guess, England, Australia and South Africa, the first 3. You know, they were established because there were only 3 of them. But so in the 1990s, the first time that I was involved in covering games and commentating on games, the Indian team, certainly from the early and mid-90s, was still easily bullied. And because they were easily bullied, that became the modus operandi for teams like England and Australia, and then South Africa when they returned to the international scene. And that, for me, and I must say that you've authored a book called Skipper about the greatest Indian captains. So Sourav Ganguly was the man for me who changed that. He was the one who stood up to the intimidatory tactics of visiting captains and indeed host captains when India went overseas. I'll never forget, this might or may not be a great moment in Indian cricket, but I do remember Sourav Ganguly keeping Steve Waugh waiting for 5 minutes at the toss. I mean, it's true, because Waugh actually stood in the middle for, maybe it wasn't 5 minutes, but it was 3 or 4. That was interpreted at the time as Ganguly saying, yeah, you wait for me for a change. And then, you know, MS Dhoni, Sachin Tendulkar, Virat Kohli. Let's go back to the 90s. Your recollections of that Indian team then?
Very sad memories of going to sleep at night. I have this one memory, Bridgetown Barbados, 1996 or 7. I'm a bit hazy about the year. India was travelling to the West Indies. Sachin Tendulkar was captain. They needed around 120 something to win, and obviously the test match is happening at 7 or 8 p.m. in the night, and I have to go to school the next day. There's no way my dad or my mom would allow me to watch it. So you know about it, you know what's happening at the game, and obviously there was no internet at that time. We can't keep track. It's only radio commentary or you're watching on television. So you watch a bit and then you go to sleep and you pray, oh Lord, please let India win one. It's been ages since we won in West Indies. Next morning, 6 a.m, bulletin on the radio, India lost. 80 all out. And you can't make sense of it. You just can't make sense of it. Obviously, it was a great bowling deck. Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, Ian Bishop didn't allow India to score those 120 odd runs. So that was symptomatic of the memories of the 90s, where you expect your team to fight. You expect your team with the good names in there to make a mark overseas. But it wasn't just happening for India. That's the decade I grew up in. But yes, Sourav Ganguly changed all of that, and it didn't change with that Australia series first. It changed. South Africa had come to India, and immediately after the series got over, we were hit by that match-fixing saga. And Sourav Ganguly became the new captain, and we had the ICC Champions Trophy coming up in Nairobi, in Kenya. That was the second edition of that tournament. And this was a young captain taking a very young side. We had Zahir Khan coming up for his debut. We had Yuvraj Singh coming up for his debut. You had some of the oldies, but you had also these young names coming up. And he proclaimed in the media that whatever's happened is never going to happen again. That this Indian team needs to win the trust back of the Indian people, the love that the Indian people have given Indian cricket. And they are going to do it on the field with the kind of cricket that they play. And they go to Nairobi. They beat Australia in that first game. Yuvraj Singh, Zahir Khan performing in that first game. They beat South Africa. They beat New Zealand. They lost to New Zealand in the final. Chris Keynes with that century on one leg. But they performed very well, and that was the starting point for that Indian team under Sourav Ganguly. And then obviously Australia came here without Anil Kumble, Harbhajan Singh, who was spotted in the nets, backed by Sourav Ganguly once again, and of course made to wait at the toss. Steve Waugh made to wait at the toss. So yeah, that's celebrated in India, by the way, especially in Kolkata by Prince of Kolkata, making Steve Waugh, one of the greatest captains, wait. So yeah, that's part of folklore. And
when I say bullied, people might wonder what I'm talking about. Predominantly fast bowling, and the Indian batsmen weren't good at playing the short ball, short fast ball, and so teams playing against India would concentrate that. That would be their route one. But also the way that they batted. India had spinners and had very, very good spinners at home, that not so effective on non-turning tracks overseas, and those bowlers would be bullied by the opposition batsmen. And it did all begin to change, and I think Ganguly was absolutely brilliant. I mean, he had something to say about it as well. It wasn't just batting and bowling. I mean, he gave it back as well. I think he was the first Indian player that I ever saw who was unashamedly proud of having something to say on the field. Chirping, I'm talking about.
Yeah, chirping, and also chirping with his bat. So this is the Australian tour they went to, 2003, Gaba, the first test match. The first day was half washed out, and Australia scored very, very quickly. They were 240 for 3 or something. And the Australian newspapers that evening, that this series is just gone, because the conditions at the Gaba are obviously bowler friendly, the rain is around. There's no way that Australia won't score 400, and there's no way India can then score and match them. And the next morning, India bowled out Australia very, very quickly. I think 1.5 sessions. And then India were in trouble. But who saved India? It was Sourav Ganguly with that brilliant 100 at the Gaba. Obviously, we celebrate Gaba now for India beating Australia in 2020, but that was the foundations of what Rishabh Pant did at the Gaba. That was laid down by Sourav Ganguly in 2003's December. So he scored that brilliant 100. India were magnificent in that series. And then 6 months before that, in Leeds, with grey skies, India, and on a very, very green pitch, India opted to play 2 spinners, 2 pacers, and they played Sanjay Bangar as the all-rounder. And Sanjay Bangar opened the innings, and Rahul Dravid and Sanjay Bangar took so many blows on day one. They didn't score a lot of runs, took so many blows on day one, and on day 2, when the pitch flattened out a bit, Dravid scored runs, Sachin Tendulkar scored 190 odd, if I remember correctly, and Sourav Ganguly scored 100. Sachin Tendulkar smacking Andrew Carrick for a huge 6. India won that test match thanks to those 2 spinners that they had picked at Leeds. So keeping in mind the strengths they had, keeping in mind the strength that they were adding in the pace, and a very, very outspoken captain, both with his bat and his shirt and his words, Sourav Ganguly laid the foundation of a new India, a new era of Indian cricket that started from 2000 onwards.
I don't know whether Sachin was a reluctant captain. I think he was when he was appointed for the second and perhaps even third time. He had three stints, didn't he? Well, it's okay, two stints, couple as fill-ins. But yeah, I think he was reluctant the second time around. So let's move on. Oh, gee, time's going quickly. Let's move on to MS Dhoni, who I guess sort of picked up the legacy that Sourav had created for an Indian team that was forthright and in your face when necessary, but also brilliant as performers on the field.
Well, we did have Rahul Dravid in between, but again, the end of Rahul Dravid's captaincy was marked by 2007 ODI World Cup, where India didn't win, and let's not say didn't win, they didn't even make it to the next round. Yeah, I know a lot of people who went to sleep crying that night, losing to Bangladesh. So that wasn't a great chapter. And then the seniors in the side were very outspoken against Greg Chappell as coach and what was happening in the team and all. So that wasn't really a great period for Indian team in particular. So MS Dhoni picking up the reins then as a youngster in the T20 World Cup and then winning the T20 World Cup, that set the mood in a similar vein to what Sourav Ganguly had done with the ICC trophy or the ICC Champions Trophy in Kenya. So that was a great start. And he brought that bold approach, that boldness. And of course, he had his own style of captaincy, if I can say so. making calls out of the blue, which Sourav Ganguly perhaps never did. They were well calculated moves on Saurav's part. But Dhoni, he would just, out of the blue, pick somebody to bowl or make a bowling change, fielding changes in batting lineup. And of course, he was already starting to plan for the 2011 ODI World Cup, which was a huge tournament being played in India, only for the second time.
By which time you've graduated from boy to man, and you're there.
I was there. It was the first tournament or the first World Cup that I covered completely, and I was there when he hit that 6 in Mumbai. It was a magnificent tournament. Only the third time the World Cup had come to India. And when the World Cup comes to India, you have to win it. You just have to win it. Which is why the major disappointment when Rohit Sharma didn't lift the trophy in Ahmedabad last year. So MS Dhoni went that step ahead and wrote his name in the history books, or in golden letters in Indian cricket history books. But yes, you're right. MS Dhoni almost mirroring what Sourav Ganguly had, but in a quieter way, using fewer words, taking off fewer t-shirts, in that style. He had his own style, and you can't imitate what MS Dhoni has done.
It's different ways to be a leader, aren't there? I mean, Sourav would give a rousing, tub-thumping speech and sort of beat his chest metaphorically, and then there were quite a few South Africans involved in the 2011 World Cup, and so I've had first-hand accounts of how MS Dhoni would inspire by doing almost nothing. By sitting quietly in the corner of the dressing room, people would walk in and go, oh, it's MS.
So I remember this press conference before the semi-final against Pakistan in Mohali, and MS hadn't batted a lot throughout the tournament. He didn't need to bat because you had Sachin and Sehwag scoring runs, Gambhir scoring runs, Virat Kohli scoring runs, Yuvraj Singh scoring so many runs. So he didn't really need to bat, and whenever the chance did come, he was not scoring too many. And somebody asked, you haven't been scoring too many runs. And he's like, do I look out of form to you? I mean, it's and the example he gave us, obviously he's a bike lover. So the example he gives is when you're working on a motorbike, it's about all the parts coming together. All the parts need to be properly oiled and kept in good shape, not rusty at all. So that whenever you need the bike to go from the first to the second to the sixth gear and race it, you can do it. And that's what he said before the semi-final. And 3 or 4 days later, he was the one, the sixth gear to the bike, to the Indian bike at that World Cup. He had promoted himself in the final. And he played that flick of Mutaiya Muralitharan towards extra cover off the back foot. And I was standing there and I was like, he absolutely does not look out of form. And then he went to score those 90-odd runs and take India to a victory. So very, very different style. In fact, if I can say so, Sourav Ganguly, if there's somebody who actually mirrors what Sourav Ganguly did in his ebullient approach, if I can say, outspoken approach, or taking on the opposition on the field or media off it, I think Virat Kohli was the one who mirrored him, and very different from MS Dhoni.
Exactly right. Yeah. Well, with that, we're now moving on to the Virat era. The 2 series victories in Australia are, particularly the last one of the greatest Test series victories of all time. And I often think that what is underappreciated, perhaps, certainly by his players, is the way that Virat put himself front and centre and drew the fire, if you like. Media, from the opposition. If something had to be said, he would do it. He would take the responsibility. And because he drew so much attention and, good and bad publicity and feedback, allowed, I think, it's a question, really, I'm asking you, so many players beneath him, his team, to thrive, who otherwise may have been distracted because Virat was up there, and the media were around him like moths to a candle, and yet everybody else was able to have sort of quiet time and thrive and just get on with their jobs.
I think you're right, because the first Test that he captained, you could see that. It was in Adelaide. MS Dhoni came late because he was injured. He was nursing an injury. He was not available for that Test match. So he stood in for that Test match, Adelaide, 2014. and he scored those brilliant hundreds on a turning wicket at Adelaide in both innings. India did not win that, but they tried chasing 320 in the fourth innings, and Virat was at the centre of it, scoring 100 in both innings. What it showed us, obviously India didn't win, but under MS Dhoni or previous captains, would they have actually gone for a 320 run target in the fourth innings? No, perhaps no, but Virat Kohli changed that. India didn't win, and then obviously MS returned, India lost the series 2-0. What happened was, despite all the shortcomings of MS Dhoni as a test captain, and obviously coming to the end of his test captaincy, that went in the backdrop of the excitement of somebody like Virat Kohli coming up to Indian cricket and leading Indian cricket into the next era. That suddenly the misgivings or the shortcomings of the Indian team weren't as pronounced, and you thought, okay, you know what? MS Dhoni for the last 2 years, he's been kind of a stand-in, waiting for these players to grow up, waiting for Virat Kohli to come of age, mature as a batter, so that he can handle the responsibility of being an Indian captain. Because that's a very, very heavy job, very, very tough job. And in the meantime, the others, you had the Rohit Sharmas and the Ajinkya Rahanes and Cheteshwar Pujaras and Ishant Sharmas and Ravichandran Ashwin. Ishant Sharma had been playing for a while, but he matured at the right time when there were other fast bowlers who were younger to him, inexperienced, coming up, and he became the leader of the attack. So there's one age that you start playing, and there's an age where you mature as a bowler or as a batter or as a player. And that's what happened with Ishant Sharma. That's what happened with the rest of the players. And it all came together for India under Virat Kohli. And yes, they did not win any ICC trophies under him, but that was one of the best eras, especially in white ball cricket. India was a very, very different test side under Virat Kohli. And if I can say so, I don't think we've had a test side as aggressive, as in your face, saying that wherever we are playing, irrespective whether we are playing in Hyderabad or in Adelaide or at Lord's, we are playing to win. I think that changed under Virat Kohli, and that has never perhaps happened before in Indian cricket.
It was so MS Dhoni to retire mid-sentence, wasn't it? I mean, there's a great sort of history of succession planning in Indian cricket, and they joke in Australia that the captain of the cricket team is second only to the Prime Minister, but I think that does no justice to the esteem and standing with which the Indian cricket captains. I mean, he's got a position, or he and she now have got positions alongside the great politicians and religious leaders in this country. Now, I want to go to off the field and India's position in the global game. I remember, I'll never forget actually, hearing Anil Kumble give the Cowdrey lecture at Lord's, which is a long history of talks which have shaped the game actually for the last quarter of a century or so, longer than that. And in it, he said at one point, with great power comes great responsibility. And I mean, India at that stage was moving into a position of global dominance. And that was, I said 5 or 6 years ago, I think it was maybe 7 or 8 years ago. So he foresaw the situation that the global game is in now. He could see that there was no stopping the dominance of India, the BCCI, in the global game. And he stopped himself, he measured, he slowed down, he said, with great power comes great responsibility. Do you think that the BCCI taking a greater and greater share of the global revenue generated by the game, which they are fundamentally at the centre of generating, and they're saying we generate the most money, we want the most money, but the rest of the games, test playing nations outside of England, Australia, India, does seem to be withering. They are struggling. Do you think it's fair that the rest of the nations say we need help, it's on you to help us?
A very, very tricky question, Neil. But yes, I think it's fair on the poor nation's behalf. When I say poor nation, I mean in cricketing terms.
Well, yeah. I mean, financially.
Yes, absolutely. But let's not forget that the BCCI is doing its bit as well. For example, the BCCI doesn't go back on not playing bilateral cricket, whether it's in Bangladesh or in West Indies or even Zimbabwe. They even tour Zimbabwe, not for Test cricket, but at least for ODIs and T20s. And whenever the Indian team is travelling, that means money for the hosting board. And I think you, of all people, should know, because the Cricket South Africa example is in front of you. And India tours there. They won the Tests, they won the ODIs, they won the T20s. There's a reason why we didn't have a 3-test series, because they did won the ODIs and the T20s, because that brings in the money. So the Indian team never backs out of playing any bilateral cricket. How many times has Australia hosted Bangladesh or Zimbabwe for that matter, or ECB for that matter? So I think all three, I'm not just naming the BCCI, I think ECB, BCCI, Cricket Australia, all three of them have this responsibility towards the rest of Test nations. Yesterday I was having a chat with Jarrod and we were talking about the future of Test cricket. I proposed the idea that ODIs and T20s should be kept separate when being sold to television or radio in terms of rights. And there should be a pool for Test cricket money or the Test cricket revenue. All of the nations should be able to draw from that pool, because with the money that the Ashes can generate or any India series can generate, a part of it can be used to fund the lower ranked Test nations, to keep Test cricket growing in those nations, to take care of the longer format in those nations. For the ICC revenue bit, I think it's a double-edged sword. Yes, the BCCI has taken a bigger share, but the percentage for BCCI has gone up, is actually not that big. It's not that significant. I think they were taking 30% earlier, they're taking 37% now, something of that sort. Obviously, they're bringing in the bigger pie as well. I mean, the India rights for the India territory alone was sold for $3 billion for the next 4 years, which is 95% of the ICC's TV revenue for the next 4 years. So there's a bigger discussion to be had.
Big thanks to Chetan Narula and Neil Manthorp there with the evolution of Indian cricket. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 in the UK and SENZ in New Zealand, or you're following us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Welcome all. It's been raining in Bengaluru, so we haven't been able to bring you any of the cricket. The toss has been delayed. The covers are still on the outfield, but we have got fans in the ground. At the Chinnaswamy, about 400, 500 fans. The forecast is a little bit more positive for the afternoon. We were fearing a complete washout, but maybe, just maybe, we will get some play. Keep it tuned here while we wait. We're going to be bringing you lots of fascinating interviews, lots of the discussions that we've had. We've covered a lot of Indian cricket over the last couple of years, so we've got some interesting chats coming up. And also with a New Zealand slant as well, so we've got it all covered. We've also got the test match that is taking place and there is underway on the subcontinent. It's taking place in Multan for the second test match in a row. England are the visitors, and I'm just delighted to say Sam Ellard is alongside me. He's been covering the test match for talkSPORT. He's broken away from who's on duty today? Is it Jeff?
No, it's Alan Brazil and Dean Saunders.
Okay.
They had Nasser Hussain on, by the way. Alan Brazil asked Nasser Hussain when the score was on around 300 for 8, are you expecting Pakistan to declare anytime soon? And then he finished off by asking Nasser Hussain about Thomas Tuchel becoming the next England manager, which I thought was great. To be fair, though, I should say in his defence, he did then bring it back to cricket and sort of ask about foreign coaches being the head coach of England. But I just thought that's why we love Alan Brazil, right?
And what was Nasser's answer about Thomas Tuchel?
He thought it was a good appointment, and he said in cricket, he said, "Hey, England's got World Cup winning coaches. They're both Aussies, weren't they? So Bayliss and Mott, so no big deal."
Brilliant. Well, that's Alan Brazil's take on life in general.
What are your thoughts on Thomas Tuchel, by the way?
I'm disappointed.
You want an England manager being English?
I do feel it's cheating. I just think that when you play international sport, I'd say cricket is unique. Cricket is linked to the Commonwealth. Cricket is indelibly linked to its own history and the links between the countries in a way that isn't the same in football. For me, international sport is about who are your country's best 11 players, and we're going to see if your country's best 11 players are better than Germany's, for instance. I think the coach comes into that. I think it's who is your country's best coach. Now, we've had foreign coaches, Sven and Capello, so it's not like we're experimenting in anything new. But personally, you know, growing up a huge England football fan and a huge England cricket fan, I can tell you right now, of all the painful moments in my sporting life, I don't think anything compares to losing to Germany in Euro 96. And I don't think anything... Well, no, it does compare. Losing to Australia throughout the 90s did compare. But in a single moment, because the cricket pain is drawn out, you know, 90 minutes, knockout tournament, losing to West Germany in 1990 World Cup and losing to Germany in the Euro 96, two of the worst feelings I've ever had as a sports fan. And I would feel better that when we beat Germany in the final, we're coached by an English person. That's just that, and it's completely irrational. And I'm talking with my heart rather than my head, and it doesn't really matter. And I wish Thomas Tuchel all the luck in the world, and I hope we win. But part of me just feels like we're gaming the situation. So that's my take.
Cheating maybe a little bit. Not cheating, but being a little bit.
I think
not playing on the same level playing field.
I just think if you take it as read that international sport is about your country's best players against theirs, and this is, you know, look at cricket with Jeremy Coney was speaking earlier. I mean, look, both New Zealand and England traditionally have had a lot of players that were born in South Africa. I mean, Bryden Carse is playing for England right now, and he's got a South African accent. Okay, now that's fine. That's the situation. He's got he's got links to this country. He's English. It's absolutely fine, right? But I find cricket is a little bit different because that's much more normal in cricket. You wouldn't get that in football. It doesn't happen in football to the same degree. So yeah, I just find it's just a Germany thing.
You know? Big Al should have asked you, not necessarily saying that question then, shouldn't he?
Well, you know, if the breakfast show was 7 hours of cricket coverage with no cricket, then maybe he would have done.
There we go.
Let's get back to Pakistan, England, though. I don't need a run through of you know, you're not doing a match report, you know, a lunchtime report. I don't need the lunchtime report. But how did England bowl? You know, who impressed you? They've gone in with the Durham boys.
Yep.
Two spinners, Jack Leach, who's been bowling better than Shoaib Bashir in the two tests. How has it gone?
Yeah, the first hour was really good for England. The second hour really frustrating for England. They picked up 3 wickets relatively cheaply in the first hour, and then the 9th wicket partnership really frustrating England, worth 49 runs. I think the two seamers once again were excellent in Potts and Carson. I thought they both bowled a really good spell yesterday after tea. Carson in particular when he got the ball to reverse, but I thought they were both very accurate this morning, and both picked up a wicket each. Jack Leach, I think, has outbowled Shoaib Bashir pretty much throughout this whole series so far. I think Bashir has bowled way too full at times throughout this series. But yeah, England searching for this 9th wicket, but I think Castle looks excellent, and I thought once again was fantastic. I thought his wicket was brilliant. He went a little bit wider of the crease, getting the ball to angle into the right-hander and then just move away, found the outside edge. A really smart piece of bowling.
Daniel McHardy's just messaged, who says, "Will give us back Brendan McCullum."
I knew he was going to say that.
Hey,
you can't have it both ways.
Ben Stokes.
And plenty more. And both of our World Cup winning, or our last two World Cup winning coaches.
Say, we'll give us back William O'Rourke. He was born in Kingston. That's the thing with cricket. It's just you're cheating.
You can't go on a massive rant and go, "Oh my God, it's outrageous that Thomas Tuchel is an England head coach." Oh no, but for cricket completely different. #, we love Bazball. Make your mind up, John. Get off the fence. And also, can you do me one favour?
You're just having a go at me for having a strident opinion and then saying
I respect your opinion, but you contradict yourself in your opinion.
I'm telling you, it's irrational.
Can you also do me one favour? Can you please
another
change
favour?
Your Twitter?
How many favours? How many favours do you, in the favour stakes over our professional career, which goes back to 2016, in the favour stakes, where do you think the ratio is? My favours to your favours?
No, sure, you're winning. You give me more favours, there's no doubt about that. But as I get older, I will repay them. I think you should change your Twitter bio.
Pained expression.
Because at the moment, I'm not being funny.
Pained expression.
Watching Fulham and Surrey with the pained expression, I'm not being funny. Surrey are winning everything at the moment, and Fulham are a really good team at the moment. So if anything, you should be watching Fulham and Surrey with a big smile on my face.
Well, anyone who follows me on Twitter or is alongside me when Surrey are playing, I've never been more stressed watching Surrey than I am now. Like, I was in a real bad place when we lost to Somerset.
Were you really?
I mean,
you and Tom Curran both rattled by Somerset.
You know, when I mentioned Euro 96 and World Cup 1990, so I honestly don't think I was fit to drive when I realised that Surrey had lost to Somerset.
Road rage.
I'm not even joking. No. I thought I was having a senior moment.
Why, you really?
So basically, I had to go to get my car fixed, right? I had to go to get the MOT. And Surrey essentially needed to bat out 1 hour and 1 minute with 7 wickets in hand. That's all they needed to do.
Easy, right?
To essentially win the championship. And I knew that I was awaiting this news about my MOT. And I just turned off I avoided it for an hour. I thought, I'm so stressed. I had that pained expression on my face, coupled with the fact I was about to hear bad news about my car. I opted out. The stress levels were so high. I opted out the last hour. WhatsApp with Dan Norcross at TMS, Surrey fan, off. Quick info, off. Phone, off. I just couldn't handle it, right? So
this is dedication, by the way.
So I sit there in the garage in Croydon, and then I get the bad news about my car. Basically, I had to get it scrapped. Like, it's in such a bad state.
How long you had it for?
A couple of years. But I knew it was bad, but the guy literally said to me, you got kids, right? And I said, yeah. And he said, don't drive this car.
It's not safe to go.
He said to me, how far away do you live? I said, only like 14 minutes away. And he went, okay, drive it back, but never ever drive this car again.
One more time.
So it was
It's got
bad.
one more run in.
So it was bad, right? So I'd had this news. I got in the car, I drove up the street, and I was parked up. So I was in traffic. I know I shouldn't have been looking at my phone, but I was in traffic. I was just in a traffic jam.
Should you be admitting to this on national radio?
Probably not. I look at my phone, and Surrey have been beaten. They've lost 7 wickets in an hour, and I felt so bad. Like, for the next 10 minutes, I thought I might have to pull over.
Just crying the hard shoulder.
No, I wasn't even crying. I felt ill. I honestly
What
felt...
was the worst bit of news? The news about the car being scrapped, or Surrey getting turned over at Somerset?
What car?
Yeah. Wasn't that the weekend as well that Fulham dropped 2 points at Ipswich as well, wasn't it? I think it was. Chaos, a bad 4 days for the Norman household, right?
I don't know. But, you talk about... Like, I was at Craven Cottage and Fulham absolutely battered West Ham, and then...
Oh, that was last minute, wasn't it?
What's his face? Danny Ings, who hadn't scored in 6 months.
I thought he retired.
He rocks up and scores in the 95th minute. And
Keeper
again,
should have saved it as well, shouldn't he, the near post. I never go on topic here, but yeah. There we go. My heart bleeds for you. I better go back because I need a coffee before I rejoin Adam Brazil and Dean Saunders for some hard-hitting cricket analysis.
Oh, okay. Well, you head off there.
No, I've got 5 more minutes.
I'd love a coffee. I've got a question for Jarrod that's come through on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, so that's good timing. Sam Elon's heading off. Jarrod, I've got a question for you if you can just get back on cans. Oh, Shubham Patel, who asked that question about what cricketers get up to during rain delays, says, well, actually, Gareth would probably answer this as well. Jarrod, will Sai Sudarshan be a future test regular for India, or is his technique not good enough?
No, I like his technique. I think he's a very solid player. He's interesting. I don't know if Bats has seen much of him, but he sort of started off as being too slow.
Have he played for us?
Of course he did, yeah.
Played for us 2 seasons.
But I think he started off as a T20 player, he got stuck in an anchor role and he took it to heart so much. But I think technically he's quite a good player. He had the weirdest statistical run, I think, of any player I've ever seen, where I think he got out between scores of 15 and 35, about 20 T20s in a row. So his ability to get started is really good. You look in first-class record, he's quite there. I think he's a very high-quality player. I don't know what his future is as far as Indian white ball cricket, But Indian red ball cricket, I'd be much more interested in him.
Bats, you've seen him? Bat?
I have. Lots of him.
Yeah.
Particularly in the net.
Easy. I mean, he came in young. How old is he when he played last year, didn't he?
21,
yeah, he's young,
22,
young guy.
He's still young, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's still 22-ish. Yeah, I mean, look, he's a very impressive character. Works incredibly hard. He has a full sort of program of how he's going to train on his days off. He has a method of scoring runs, which for a young man is pretty accomplished right now. I think that for the red ball, the moving ball, he's still got a bit of work to do, just to cover off his outside edge. He gets a little bit of his left hip through early, so he pushes at the ball and plays more in front of himself than possibly he needs to. But that's just a young man finding his way. I know that India think very highly of him. So we've had him for, how many games would he have played? Maybe 6 games, 7 games? Something around that.
Quite that many?
We've had him for 2 1-month blocks, I reckon. Yeah. So we've seen a good amount of him, and you get more of a feel for a player in practice than you do sometimes playing, because anybody can get a good ball and nick off in England with a Duke's ball or whatever. But no, I think he's a very impressive young man. He has a very strong idea of what player he wants to be, and he's living that journey as we speak. Minimal technical things. That's just a finding method in different circumstances. Obviously plays spin well, and he's got a button. He can go from gear 1 to 5 really quickly and hit the ball out of the park. Like most young players now, they have an ability to be very expansive, and you don't have an IPL career like he's already got at such a young age without having the gears to go through.
Well, I mean, he did once retire out in a game because he couldn't hit the ball off the square. So I think it's something he's had to develop more than comes naturally to him. And I think if you look at the way that Abhishek Sharma and Riyan Parag, these players are coming through, I think India's going to go more towards those sorts of players. But there's still an anchor position that he can have there, whereas I just think what he does is so repeatable, I could see how it will work in the red ball game.
Yeah, look, I don't know some of the younger players that he's competing with the same in India. Obviously I have a reasonable idea, but it's more the ones that may be put across our bow that we may get in first class cricket over here. But I think to suggest that he's just an anchor player is giving him a bad rap.
I mean,
no,
that's what he's done so far.
Yeah. And that's his role within the establishment.
And he's 22 as well.
Exactly. Yeah. You've got to start with some kind of a role to then evolve it. I think the future is very high. He just needs that opportunity, I think, like everybody. And opportunities are far less in India because they have a big pool of players that are very, very capable. But an impressive young man, really is.
I'm not sure if you remember watching much of Sarfraz Khan and Shubman Gill earlier this year, but there is a question mark over Shubman Gill's fitness. He's had reporting a stiff neck essentially. Sarfraz Khan was doing some slip fielding catches 2 days ago. There's a feeling that if Gill isn't fit, it will be Sarfraz who comes in. But first test in Australia, Rohit Sharma's missing that test match. I just wonder what you think about Sarfraz Khan as a batter. I mean, we were talking about this, weren't we, Jarrod, about his personality is strong, but as a player, I don't know if you covered the test matches that he played in, so I might be giving you a bit of a curveball there, but just wondering if you can assess Gill and Sarfraz Khan.
No, Gill I would put in a purist Rolls-Royce category. I think he's one of those guys that's only just starting to show how good he will be in the longer format of the game. We've seen brilliant glimpses of him. So, I mean, it's not the same, but is he almost mirroring Rohit Sharma to an extent, starting and making a real name for himself, white ball, and then evolving into the red ball stuff, and maybe taking a little bit longer than he did in white ball. But we're talking, I hate this word ceiling, and people talk about ceiling, it burns me, I hate it. But he has a very, very high average ceiling, shall we say, that he could be like a benchmark player for generations. Sarfraz is a bit rougher around the edges for me. He's a bit more of a It looks like he's, in English terms, he's come out of club cricket and he's a bit more nuggety, he's a bit more street fighter, he wants a bit of a scrap. He doesn't care what he looks like, it's just about getting the job done. Obviously has a wonderful skill, or else he wouldn't be anywhere near the shake-up of the squad. But I think he's more of a, what would you say, he's like a Peugeot 205 GTI, all zooped up with all the bull bars on, and you've got the Rolls Royce who just never looks flustered at the other end of the spectrum. But they're both very, very fine players.
Jarrod, we had a question, let's have a look. That question, by the way, was from Abhishek Kumar. So thanks for getting involved on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Kavote, I'm not sure I pronounced that properly, but says, question for Jarrod, when will we see roofs on cricket stadiums? There is one cricket stadium with a roof, isn't there, in Melbourne?
Yes. So, when was the first game? Was 2003, I want to say? I know it was there. It was South Africa, Australia. No one really seemed to care all that much. Roof technology has changed quite a bit since cricket first started having these conversations. The biggest problem with cricket is, if you compare it to, so in baseball, I think it was the Houston Astros were the first ones to have a roof, and they did it because of the sun, I think, rather than because of the rain, if I remember. Not a lot of rain in Houston, but they're playing 81 home games a year. What cricket ground plays that many high, volume games to be able to have a roof? So if we do see roofs on stadiums, that means that the cricket boards are going to have to use those stadiums more, and it creates a real separation between everyone. I think definitely Lords will be one of the first to have a roof. I don't think we're going to see it that much in the subcontinent. Perhaps going ahead, you might get a couple of grounds that might have it just because they have the money. But yeah, I think Lords will have a roof, and what we have now is the ability to have almost like a, what would you call it? It's not even like a roof anymore, is it? It's more like a shade that you can put over the top. But it does cause a lot of problems with curating a ground and everything else. But yes, we will get it, but it's not like every cricket stadium in the world is going to have them, because they're just too expensive. And I don't think there'll ever be a cheap enough option for a standard cricket ground like, I don't know, Taunton to have a roof.
Yeah, and if you look at anybody that has bad weather in the areas that the stadium might be put, if you look at the tornado that went through Tampa, they ripped all the roof off, didn't it?
It didn't go particularly well. I hope they have an insurance policy on that one. And also, a lot of those, a lot of NFL stadiums have roofs, but they don't play on turf anymore. And so there are little issues that I think roofs cause a problem for. But I think the biggest reason we don't have them is simply we don't play enough major games at any one stadium to put a roof on. And if you did that in the UK, you would have to play a couple of test matches there a year and a bunch of limited overs games, and would need probably almost 200 sides to justify the cost.
Good stuff. We've also had a question about Jamie Smith.
I'll take this one, Bats.
Yeah, so, well, actually, no, I will ask you first. What do you think Jamie Smith's natural talent level is, Jarrod Kimber?
What's his ceiling?
What's his ceiling?
Look, I think he's a very good player. I mean, obviously, Bats is going to know a lot more than I would. I don't think he's a natural wicketkeeper. I think he's a manufactured wicketkeeper. So I look at that. The catch that he took today, it looked to me like a little bit more robotic. I know he's a little bit closer in because of everything else, but some of the takes I've seen him and some of the mistakes, that's fine. I think most wicketkeepers now are probably manufactured rather than natural. I really like his batting, and I like the fact that he bats for the team. I think that's the thing that I've noticed most of him, and maybe it's easier in the England environment, especially coming from stuffy Surrey, struggling from that point of view. But I think there is an element where he thinks about things from a team. And if you go back traditionally, Bats, when you started playing, that's how wicketkeepers kind of batted, right? They didn't worry about their averages that much. It was like, you need to block because this is the blocking time, or you need to slog because this is the slogging time. We maybe gone away from that a little bit, but there seems to be a little bit of an element where he's just like, okay, we need to do this now, so I'm going to do that. And I like that.
Yeah, he's certainly evolved massively from a young man with a huge amount of potential at, say, 18, 19, when he first came into senior men's cricket, played some white ball, played some red ball, found himself sort of in and out of the team, to establish himself probably 2 years ago, really established himself as a first pick. But I think the biggest amount of credit needs to go to him. once he'd got that first pick sort of shirt, shall we say, and the shirt was his, he actually went away that winter and came back a different physical specimen, got much bigger, much stronger, and he did that off his own back, which accelerated his game because now he has more physical prowess at the crease. He's always had a wonderful skill set, and you know, cricketers, even traditionalist and modern day, will always go to somebody's cover drive and how they strike the ball through the covers, and with ease that they hit it Gower-esque through the offside. He has that in abundance, but the winter that he spent getting bigger and stronger, it was only sort of a year ago, it just took his game to a new level. Now he had this ability coming into this season where in T20 cricket, the team was in the mire, he goes in at 5 and just smacks it out of the ground from ball 1 and gets a 30 ball 70 to get us to a winning score. I wouldn't have said that would have been as easy and as consistent for him the year before that it is now. And he was the one that went off and did that. He's the one that has taken his game to another level, which is the bit that excites me the most about him. It's not been put on a plate for him. Yes, he had a wonderful talent as a young man, but he's had to go and work at it as well. So I think, from a Surrey perspective, we won't see him again. He's an England player now, and I think he's there to stay. And I truly believe he will only get better. The more exposure he gets to different surfaces, different teams, different formats of the game. He's not just a Test cricketer. I know he's been in ODI squads, but he's a cross-all format player. England just need to be smart about managing the amount of cricket that he plays, and sometimes take the gloves away from him and just play as a batter, and other times give him both, depending on balance of team. But no, the kid has the lot, and his power that he added through his own intervention is the most impressive factor.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to be answering questions throughout the morning and afternoon. We're going to be talking about the Border Gavaskar Trophy, which gets underway at Perth. When's that? Next month? Blimey. We're going to be comparing Babar Azam and Virat Kohli's slumps, and we're going to be talking about Tim Southee as well. Plenty to come here, whether you're listening to talkSPORT 2 in the UK or SENZ in New Zealand, or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, which is where I'm getting all of these questions from. For the next 15 minutes or so, before Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney come back into the fore, we're going to hear a conversation that took place between Neil Manthorp, presenter of Following On, and also Jarrod Kimber. One of the regular features that we do when we arrive in a country or we cover a tournament is to look at some of the more unheralded names within that cricket country. We've done this in Sri Lanka and the West Indies. We've done it in South Africa, and we've also, thankfully, done it involving New Zealand and India cricketers. 5 cricketers that you may not have heard of but should have, and Jarrod and Neil explain exactly who they are and why that is. So for the next 15 minutes or so, it's a chance to listen back to 5 New Zealand cricketers that you probably don't know, but you should.
Perhaps, or underappreciated, never to be forgotten, or just our favourites. I always suffer a little bit of imposter syndrome here because Jarrod Kimber is the proper cricket historian. I'm merely somebody who's observed the game. You've written about 4 cricket history books, haven't you? No, biographies, Jarrod. Biographies. Now, last time we did this was with India, and we appeared to draw favourable response. So we've been asked to do it again. I've picked 2. You've picked 3, and off you go. You open the batting and give us your favourite. So initially we were asked to pick 5 cricketers who our listeners may never have heard of, but ought to have done. I've widened that scope here because I think that listeners will probably have heard of my 2. So they're more favourites or just never to be forgotten. Who have you gone for?
I sent you a WhatsApp of the person I want to talk about first. Would you be able to pronounce the WhatsApp? You've got to find your phone now, don't you? You've forgotten. He's got to put his glasses on, everyone.
No. You know what, Jarrod? I seriously wanted to give it a go. I did, and I pride myself on being able to pronounce long and difficult names, but I absolutely cannot. I did count. I think there are 17 syllables in it.
Yeah.
I.L. Beulah.
I.L. Beulah is what he's known as. It's Ilikana Lasarusa Telabuna Villa Bula Ila Kala 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 Balau, I think. But I might have made some of that up, and I might have said the same thing 3 times in a row there. His name means, Manners, which I know you will like, his name means returned alive from the Nankula Hospital at Lakeba Island in the Lao Group. That's what that name means. Luckily for us, it has been shortened down to Ayal Bula. Now, this is a bit of a cheat, because you know me, I like to muck around a little bit. This person never played for New Zealand, and not only was Ayal Bula not a New Zealand cricketer, he's actually a Fijian cricketer, and a great Fijian cricketer. He, in the summer of 1947-48, he toured New Zealand with Fiji, and he made the 5th most runs, despite the fact that he'd never played that level of cricket before. He would end up with a first-class record of an average of 46. People who saw him bat think that was probably lower than what he deserved. He was incredible. He would bat in something that was called a sulu, which is like a traditional Fijian skirt. So he wasn't always wearing traditional whites. There's even stories of him batting barefoot against proper attacks. He made runs twice when he toured New Zealand. So all of his first-class cricket was played in New Zealand. But he did actually make runs against the West Indies as well. I don't know if you know this, that the West Indians actually were actually beaten by Fiji. And he second top scored. You're looking at me like I'm making this up. Fiji actually beat the West Indies in, I think it was 1955, 56, somewhere around that period. And just before the West Indians got really good, to be fair. But even so, you would expect them to beat Fiji. But that's how good Fijian cricket was at that point. And Ayal Bula was the absolute best player. So he comes over to New Zealand in 1947-48. There wasn't really much thought about him before then. He was so good on that tour that New Zealand's then captain went to the law books to see if they could pick him. Because this is before we had associate cricket or anything like that. And in those days, if you didn't have a test team, the team that was the closest to the test team, the team that was closest to the non-test team could pick a player. So, for instance, if India had ever wanted a Sri Lankan player, they could have actually picked a Sri Lankan player as the rules were originally written up in, 1910, 1911, in that period when the ICC actually started to codify the laws of cricket. And so the Fijian and the New Zealand captain were actually looking if they should take Ayal Bula to England, because in 1949, it was a huge tour for New Zealand cricket. They were going to go over and play in England, and at that stage they were only allowed 3-day tests. So they were going to stack their batting lineup with as many batters as possible to prove that they deserved more than 3-day tests. And to be fair to them, they did do it. But Ayal Bula didn't go, partly because he didn't want to, also because some of the New Zealand players were a little bit upset that they were going to lose their position to a Fijian player who'd only played a handful of first-class games. But he was an extraordinary batter, hit the ball very, very hard, didn't get to play enough top-level cricket, but imagine going over from Fiji, having never played any level of cricket and dominating the best New Zealand bowlers of his day, and also making runs against the West Indians when they toured. The New Zealand captain who wanted him to go in 1949 was Walter Hadley. So it was Richard Hadley's father who was actually looking up to see whether he could take Ayal Bula with him, which tells you what a quality player he was. And I also mentioned that because Walter Hadley is your number 2, is he not? Or your number 1? Our number 2.
Yes, he is. What an extraordinary story. Didn't Ayal Bula keep wicket as well, full-time or part-time?
Everything. He did. I think he did everything. Some of the stories about the Fijian cricketers is just absolutely incredible. And I think the first living, I think this is right, the first living player to ever be on a stamp, the first living cricketer, to ever be on a stamp, was actually a Fijian player. They were on such a high level. It is such a shame that Fijian cricket dropped off, because certainly in that period between 1940s and 1960s, they had a proper side, and they've never quite got back to that standard again. Now, obviously, Papua New Guinea is sort of the island team that dominates these days, but it's a real shame. But he's a phenomenal cricketer, and did it all in a traditional, skirt as well, which I'm not sure if that's harder or not, but it sounds harder.
It certainly does, and I think Scotland's team should be made to play in kilts because that's all. Okay, so you're right. Walter Hadley is. I've chosen him for 2 reasons, really. I just think some of our younger listeners might not know, because of the massively high profile of Sir Richard Hadley. Richard was one of 4 sons, 3 of whom played for New Zealand. There was Dale Hadley, who played 26 tests and 11 ODIs, so fast bowler. Barry Hadley as well, also played 2 ODIs. Walter Hadley was born in 1915, the patriarch of the Hadley cricketing family. He also played for New Zealand, made his test debut in 1937. He was captain of the team that is still to this day described as the great New Zealand team of 1949 that toured England. They actually drew the Test series 0-0, but they played 35 games, lost only once to Oxford University, amazingly enough. But Walter was an exceptional player, played 11 Test matches either side of the war, 100. But then after that, this is what most New Zealanders will remember him as, the ultimate administrator. He was a selector, manager, board member, chairman, president. And the other reason that I wanted to mention him is, we often talk about New Zealand's history of punching above their weight and innovative, out-of-the-box, creative thinking. And I always used to go back to Jeremy Coney in the 1980s. He set funky fields and he did things a bit differently. But actually, I didn't realise until a couple of years ago that Walter Hadley may actually be the father of New Zealand innovative thinking, creative thinking. There's a obituary, he died in 2006, and there's an obituary in Wisden that says he played the game very much in the right spirit, and as a captain, he had unusual vision and imagination. So I love that about New Zealand cricket and New Zealand captains. Stephen Fleming was the same. I mean, the tradition has carried on. So, yeah, I just thought younger listeners might not know that the Hadley dynasty and the patriarch Walter Hadley. There you go. He's my number one.
Well, you talk about thinking outside the box. I think wondering whether you could find a regulation that allows you to pick a Fijian player probably tells you that he wasn't the most straightforward person. That 1949, because we've mentioned it in both. They're called the 49ers. That tour in New Zealand, and it's very important. As you said, they didn't win a test; they drew all 3 tests. But they were so good that I think it was by the 3rd test, England had decided never to play New Zealand in a 3-day test ever again. And they actually asked them to play a 5-day test, I think, at the end of that tour. But New Zealand had such a crammed schedule that they had to play some random team, I don't know, as you said, Oxford or another university or something, rather than playing a full-length test. So they were so successful on that tour under Walter Hadley that they actually changed their history in front of them. The next player I want to talk about is Stewie Dempster. I don't know how much you know about Stewie Dempster, Manners. Is this a player who's... No, he's shaking his head, radio audience. Didn't even pick up his microphone. Stewie Dempster averages 65 in Test cricket. He played 10 Tests for New Zealand. And when they came into Test cricket, so sort of late 1920s, when Sir Abe Bailey, the man who created the ICC with South African gold money, had disappeared, and we suddenly had teams who were non-white being able to play in Test cricket. And New Zealand obviously came in at that stage as well, even though they weren't quite as strong as probably India or the West Indies. Stewie Dempster had already been playing first-class cricket for a long time. He'd been travelling to England and playing it. And so when... It was a huge advantage for New Zealand cricket to have this guy who, when he played Test cricket, was so incredible. And I think maybe it was in 10 Tests that he opened the batting and averaged 65, but he averaged a huge amount in Test cricket altogether. He would actually go on to play a lot of first-class cricket in England as well, and he averaged 45 over his career. As you and I know, Manners, this was not a very good New Zealand team when they first came in. They probably shouldn't have had Test status. In fact, I would argue that Argentina was a better team, and Argentina should have had Test status ahead of New Zealand at that point. So they partly, when they first played their first Test, obviously they were playing at the same time that the West Indies were playing. They didn't even they got like England's 3rd 11 to play against. But Dempster was absolutely world class at that time. So the question is why he only played a few Tests. And there's a little known person, that I do think you'll know this person, Sir Julian Khan, Manners. Has that name ever come across?
Yes.
I thought you might know him. So Sir Julian Khan was a furniture magnate, I think out of Nottinghamshire, or that area anyway, who had a lot of money and he wanted to get into the English establishment, and he thought the best way to do it was via cricket. And so he built a cricket ground at his own house, and it was a beautiful place, a bit like the Getty Estate in Wormsley now in English cricket. Built his own cricket ground. But then he was like, well, I need cricketers now. So he went around the world and he hired the best cricketers. It meant that teams who were new to Test cricket or were struggling in Test cricket, like South Africa and New Zealand, lost their best players to Julian Khan because he paid so much more than anyone else. The highest paid cricketers in the world played for Julian Khan. So Aubrey Faulkner was South Africa's great player, and he left to go and play with Julian Khan. And then Stewie Dempster did the same thing. And it meant that New Zealand had this great cricketer and they had no access to him. And even, I think it was Notts he played for. And he didn't even play for Notts that often because he was playing for Julian Khan. But for those who don't know, Julian Khan, absolutely nuts figure. He batted in these games himself. Despite the fact that they're world-class players and he shouldn't have been even on the field. He batted in these games, but he was terrified of the ball, so he had blow-up pads made where they would literally be like, I don't even know how to explain blow-up pads. It was like having a boogie board on the end of his leg, or a blow-up a beach toy strapped to his leg. And he shouldn't have been playing in those games, but he hired the best players ever. And it meant that New Zealand should have started world cricket with one player who was absolutely top class. And instead, sadly for them, they only got him for a handful of games before he disappeared back to first-class cricket. But Stu Dempster, there's no doubt that the records show he was an absolutely brilliant cricketer. And sadly for New Zealand, they never got the most out of him. And it wasn't the only time that New Zealand lost a top-level cricketer to England. They lost a couple of really very good players during the war as well. And then obviously Glenn Turner would go on to go play county cricket rather than playing for New Zealand. So when we look back, we look at, Trent Bolt's not playing for them because of the IPL. Oh, this is evil. It's like, yeah, this has been going on since they started Test cricket. This is not a new thing. This is not just India. England and random millionaires in Nottinghamshire were doing this to them.
Plenty more to come from Neil Manthorp and Jarrod Kimber as they discuss 5 New Zealand cricketers you've never heard of but ought to. This is the Best of the Following On podcast here on talkSPORT 2.
Very interesting indeed, especially for a couple of Kiwis who've been listening to that excellent stuff, Jarrod and Neil Manthorp. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of India versus New Zealand on SCNZ Radio in New Zealand and talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. My name is Daniel McHardy, former New Zealand captain. Jeremy Coney alongside as we peer down and look at the state of play at Bengaluru, and just a few rowdy fans trying to find some fun, trying to find some energy to get through one of these days where things are dragging. Problem is, the sight we all want to see, or I certainly want to be able to report to you, is at least the covers have moved, but they haven't. The drizzle is of light, persistent nature. No toss, the first session lost, looks like the second going to be. I'm really searching for positives here, Jerry. I think of the heavily dark grey clouds above Chinnaswamy Stadium, I think I can see a shade of white in there somewhere.
If you look really hard and you're seeing spots, yes, that's quite right. What has changed is they've changed the word they used at the start, incessant rain. It's now persistent rain. So you take your pick and which one you want.
Incessantly persistent or persistently
persistent rain, I think, is slightly more hopeful.
More hopeful?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are hopeful that we will be able to bring you ball-by-ball coverage of the first of 3 Test matches. The setting for the first, the forecaster in the days ahead. Gulp. Take a big, long breath. Jarrod Kimber has hung with us. Fascinated we were. But it was a bit of a tease. I was expecting all 5. There's still 2 to go. There's 2 to go.
He'll have them.
Yeah,
he'll have them.
Well, it was pre-recorded. It was already been played out. So I definitely know this is a thing.
Okay.
But I'd like to know, firstly, if Jarrod knows where. Do you think Fiji's part of New Zealand or close to?
Do I think? No, Walter Hadley was the one who thought that it counted. So I think the rules were, you got to remember, this is before KP and Alan Lamb and all these different players, Gordon Greenwich playing for other countries. So I think in those days, I'm not sure anyone ever thought that someone would just not play for their nation and hop over to another country. And so the idea was, if Fiji was close enough to New Zealand, and they didn't have a major team.
2,500 K.
Yeah. But if
2,500 K, it's just over there.
Yeah,
it's just the next borough.
Okay, but
it's just over there.
But the point was that it was supposed to be the closest Test nation could take someone from an associate team at that time. We didn't call them associate teams, Dan. We didn't call, and I don't think anyone had ever talked about. I didn't think anyone had even thought about the Fijian team all that much, other than the fact that they occasionally went and played some good first-class cricket in New Zealand. But the point being is, wherever it was, that you could actually take a player from there, which is an extraordinary thing to think at that stage that someone had even put that into a rule and that New Zealand went and looking for it. But yeah, it's not neighbouring, but it's neighbouring in the point of you're closer. So put it this way, South Africa might have been able to claim someone from Kenya, and they're not exactly next to each other either, but it's as close as you can get. But yeah, I like the idea of it though, and Walter Hadley was absolutely decades ahead of his time.
Yeah, a free thinker, Walter Hadley. Buller, what a great... Well, of course, Buller's Fijian greeting. Hello.
Yeah.
Let alone the incredible last name, which tells a story in and of itself.
They, of course, you're quite right. They used to come to New Zealand and tour New Zealand and often play in bare feet, and which was quite unusual, for us, who did have footwear at that stage. But I mean,
when did New Zealand start using footwear, Jeremy?
Well, I would say round about the time that Walter Hadley wore a pair of shoes.
Jerry was pretty loose himself. He didn't buy a bat every summer, did you, Jerry?
Not if I could help.
Just take one out of the club bag and go tour Australia.
That's true. That caused quite a lot of laughter behind the stumps when I played my first game for New Zealand against Queensland. Unfortunately, it was an indelible ink that just showed you that the people who ran the Onslow Cricket Club at that time in Wellington didn't trust rest of the club members, so they used indelible red ink to put Onslow Club number 10 on the back of my favourite bat that I used at the time, so that went into my...
Well,
and they were right, you see.
I was going to say...
It went into my coffin.
They were 100%
I took it to Australia.
You stole the cricket bat from your club.
You stole it.
It wasn't. I put it back in. Well, I didn't actually, because it so embarrassed some of my New Zealand playing colleagues. There was a kindling sale behind the Vulture Street end of the ground, just straight after I'd used it twice in the game.
Well, there's something fitting about taking stolen products to Australia.
Hey.
Well, I can't comment about that.
Yeah, what a great list. I'm glad you got Stuart Dempster on there.
Stuart Dempster, definitely.
What a player. I do remember Sky Television did an all-time New Zealand Test 11. And they too forgot about Stuart Dempster. So even supposed hardcore New Zealand cricket followers have forgotten the incredible exploits of Stuart Dempster.
Yeah, Gareth Batty was here listening to that as well. And he was asking who it was, and I was explaining Stuart Dempster. But it's not just that, is it? It's if you think of the early part of New Zealand cricket, how much they struggled up until 1969 and even into the 70s before Jeremy comes in and saves the day, which is what he always how he describes it when we're chatting anyway. Yeah, with shoes on, and a stolen bat. But if you look at the early part of New Zealand cricket, you've got Stuart Dempster, you've got Martin Donnelly, you've got Bert Sutcliffe getting hit in the head, you've got even up until Glenn Turner deciding to turn his back because of the amateur status of New Zealand cricket and all the issues that went on there. New Zealand was producing great batters over and over again. It's just that none of them actually went on to be the players they should have been for New Zealand. So it's a real shame if you don't know about Donnelly and Sutcliffe and Dempster, because I think they were top level
49
players.
Side.
Yeah, the 49ers.
Yes. Absolutely. A great tour. A tour really where New Zealand, and Walter Hadley was the captain, a tour where New Zealand played, I think, 3 test matches, but they were 3 days only, and we went there to show England that we might earn some more test matches, and so they were 3 very dull draws as far as England were concerned, but at the same time, and they asked for a 4th, which Walter immediately turned down. So yeah, it was an important tour from New Zealand in terms of we tended to gaze towards England as home with a capital H, and we got our defence and our attack and the way we played cricket from that view, rather than perhaps looking closer to home, to the West Island called Australia. And so we already had the North and the South, you see. So anyway, I mean, it was a tour that Donnelly and Sutcliffe started their cricket, and Donnelly was already playing in England, of course, and playing for Oxford at university. And they used to say when Donnelly went to play for Oxford University at cricket, suddenly all the places where they went, all the students went, they would just clear out and they would go and watch Martin bat. And so, I mean, he also played for England in rugby as well. He was
Fine
a good sportsman, great sportsman.
I guess Oxford or Cambridge grad to play for New Zealand.
Oh, that's a good one. Martin Donnelly.
Well, it wouldn't have been Buller.
He played, but did he play?
Who?
Greg Loveridge.
Oh, yes, he did play.
Retired hurt. Broken hand on debut, leg spinner, never bowled a ball.
No.
And then went off to Cambridge University, got a first class degrees honours, and now might be the big boss of Sir Robert Jones Holdings.
Oh, is he?
Very
okay.
smart man.
I must get to know him. I can improve my footwear.
I've never heard a more truer line uttered by anyone ever than Jeremy Coney there. He needs to get to know him. Guess what? We've got movement. We've got the striding figures
station.
of umpire golf
Yeah.
and umpire rifle. The pistol, full of swag as always. The umpires are heading out to assess conditions. The rain has abated. That is wonderful. Right, grounds crew. You've chalked up your drainage ability. Let's see what happens. So that is encouraging. And, well, we might have to wait till later in the test to hear candidates 4 and 5 of the 5 New Zealand cricketers that you may not have heard of, but you need to know about, as produced by Jarrod Kimber and Neil Manthorp. Fair to say, Jarrod, don't take any offence to me grumbling about a Fijian being picked, because the All Blacks have been doing that for years. Just going to the islands, cherry picking some incredible talent and play them. Hello, family members of Joe Rokothoko, Joeli Vanderi, Sitiveni Sivivatu, Sevu Rees, and that's just the wingers. Brilliant stuff. So great signs as the grounds crew having a chat to pour off. What I'd like to know, Jerry, what about the 5 cricket grounds that people around the world need to know about in New Zealand? Because we've got some basket case venues. We've got some very strange cricketing grounds, don't we? Eden Park, of course, the concrete jungle with the strangest boundaries all of the world. Pookie Park.
Well, Pukekura Park would be interesting, wouldn't it? I think that's one of the most beautiful grounds, and you know about that, don't you, Jarrod? You know about Pukekura Park?
It's incredible, isn't it? Yeah, I've never been out there myself, but I love the photos.
Oh, fantastic.
And did they play some 92 World Cup? Was that there?
Yes, they did. They did play some World Cup stuff there, you're right. And
I think two teams got 300, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. It's a small, very, very small ground, and that's why it hasn't probably had a fully blown test, although they did play, New Zealand played Australia there a few times. And I remember actually Bob Simpson playing for Australia, obviously, in opening, and someone asked him, some interviewer asked him, who's one of the fastest bowlers he ever faced? Bob? And
not you.
And he answered. He answered. He said, "Well, you won't know this fella probably, but this guy is called Gary Bartlett from New Zealand. He was the fastest bowler that I faced, and
from square leg.
He honestly, Barters was one of those guys. He comes from Blenheim, hails from about sort of 20 minutes from where I live at the moment, and he's still alive." And he's looking pretty good, actually, really, for 80 odd. And he was, I suppose you'd describe him as a comet across the sky. He came for a while, just for a short time for New Zealand, and really bowled fast. I faced him actually at Horton Park, which is down in Blenheim, which is where he was from, and no sight screen. And Wellington used to go down and play a pre-Christmas match there. Very good pitch. And we changed at the opposite end of the ground, and I was listed to go. And as a youngster, I was only just left college, and Bartlett was playing. I didn't know much about him, of course, but the other players on my side had, and the 2 openers went out. Number 3, 4 and 5, who were ahead of me in the order, suddenly went missing. And one of them was locked in the local, the lavatory, and it was locking on the inside, made it difficult to get to him. and then one went shopping.
Let me out, let me in.
Yeah, one went shopping, and the other one, I think, had met an auntie or something, had to go and see a family member.
Yeah.
And so I
Sick
suddenly
uncle.
had to go in, and certainly Barters certainly was the quickest I had faced at that time, as just over a schoolboy. Very fast, no helmet.
No stolen bat?
No, I had I think a friend's bat I borrowed for that game. And so Bartlett, certainly very, very fast bowler. Played against South Africa in 1960. It sounds as though with all that cheering that we can hear it, the grounds crew may in fact be starting to move into activity and remove those rather large covers.
Well, who would have thought you'd end up being a rock and roll star by just being a grounds?
I don't know if you guys have seen,
venue.
there's been an update. So toss was delayed due to persistent rain and incessant rain. Now toss is delayed due to rain. It's no longer persistent. It's no longer incessant.
So the passive-aggressive television tiles really are telling a story, aren't they? How about this? Incessant rain, never stopping, especially in an annoying or unpleasant way. Incessant rain, noise complaints, something like that. When persistent rain, when a weather front brings rain, it will usually bring continuously grey skies with rain falling for a large portion of the day. In these situations, weather forecasters tend to use the terms persistent rain or prolonged rainfall. That statsman Gary, nothing gets past him. So which one is it?
I don't know, but what
you
about
weren't listening, were
what
you?
about rain? No, I don't know. I lost. You lost me. It's just rain now. How about that? Have you looked that up?
There's no rain because the covers are coming off. If there's rain now and the covers are coming off, heads should roll. All right, wherever you may be listening across SENZ in New Zealand or across talkSPORT 2, it's great to have your company, and especially to those tuning in via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, as is Conrad McBad. What a magnificent name, firstly, Conrad. Excellent. Who has a question
Fast
for the
bowler,
panel?
obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Has a question for the panel. Since Southee's future as a black cap is in sharp focus, just wondering if any of you saw Nathan Smith during the county season, Worcestershire.
Yeah.
Reckon he is test quality? So there's two questions there. I didn't see him in the
Nor
county
did I.
scene. I do know the numbers. Don't know if Jarrod got his eyes across them. Or...
No, I didn't get a chance. Maybe Bats is off microphone, but I can ask him. But my thought...
No, a medium...
Too slow was my
Sorry,
thought.
Jarrod, carry on.
No, Jez, I think we were both going to say the same thing. My thought was, from briefly seeing clips, that he might be a little bit too slow for Test cricket, was my initial thoughts. I don't know, what do you think, Jeremy?
Medium fast, too slow. No slower than Southee at the moment.
Probably a bit quicker.
But quicker, yeah. I would have thought 133, that sort of kind of area, and also swings the ball out.
But that's
right arm.
That's bowling spin, according to Jarrod. Colin de Gronholm did text in and said, thank you very much for calling me a test match spinner. But in New Zealand conditions, at that pace, if you can move a cricket ball, you can still cause damage. So started with Otago, moved up to Wellington's, had a great couple of seasons, had some sort of injury issues over the years. But in the county scene, I think close to 30 first-class wickets at 21, 22, 350s, averaging 30 with the bat.
Yeah.
And he's a genuine number 8 option. You know, bowl the new ball, take it away from the right-handers, and quite a compact.
Well, he's the sort of guy I had in mind when I said that we need to have a number 8 who can score some runs, and he can hold a bat properly. He got the most wickets actually, as far as in the Plunket Shield, I think, last year. So he's not the worst. So there is an opportunity. He's come back with an injury though, hasn't he? And that's why he's not on this tour.
But with Devon Conway and Finn Allen turning down central contracts
he's going to
Conway's going to pick and choose when he plays, and Allen's now on the franchise circuit full time at 25. He has been given a full time contract, so he's firmly in the mix. Jarrod, next group of players. And I think a contender. to be in the squad against England?
I think
yes, he might. Well, depending on his fitness.
Yeah, I think as long as you know what his role is, and I think, as Jez was saying a minute ago, of having him as that sort of four-seamer as the number 8, especially with Ratcher and Glenn Phillips and some other players who can give you chop out overs, I suppose is the best way of putting some of their bowling at certain times. It gives you a few extra options, because he can hold the bat. So this year for Worcester, he played 7 games, took 27 wickets at 21.14. So we know he can bowl in New Zealand and England. How much of that is going to travel overseas?
Took the new ball there.
Yeah. But there's some new ball bowlers. You've commentated on some county cricket, Jeremy. There are some new ball bowlers in county cricket that are not particularly pace is not their thing.
Darren Stevens could get it through.
Darren Stevens. Lewis Gregory at Somerset is another great one, if you ever get a chance to have a look. You think you've turned on the wrong thing. You don't think you've turned on a county game. You think you're looking at a bit of club cricket, a little bit of village. But they're very skillful bowlers. I suppose for someone like Nathan Smith, it's how it works on the flatter wickets. That's the difference in Test cricket, isn't it? What you do if you're not getting access to that new ball, and if you're having to bowl, those sort of 30 to 50 over spells, in that region when the ball's not doing anything for you.
Yeah, he'll have to do his part of the work, won't he? If he is going to be selected as an sort of semi-all-rounder. We've got to just work out what is he first? Is he a bowler who bats or a batsman who bowls? And that's
a bowler who bats.
Yeah, well, that's
taking the new ball for Wellington, been very, very successful for 3 of the last 4 summers. And the only lean summer he had, he actually didn't bowl a lot of overs.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem, though, isn't it, Dan? Is he going to get the new ball if he plays for New Zealand? So he needs skills, especially in Test cricket. He needs skills that are going to be complementary to probably other bowlers who are more likely to get the new ball than him. You're not going to give him the new ball over Jameson or Henry.
Absolutely.
That's certainly fair.
Well, he's not going to rock up with the physical attributes of a Will O'Rourke, a giant of a man with very, very tall action that makes him even feel 3 or 4 inches taller, and he doesn't have the out-and-out pace that Ben Sears does, bro.
No, and he's going to have to use skills, for example. He's not quite quick enough. Oh, no, he wouldn't be bad with a reverse swing if we could get it to do that maybe in New Zealand or certainly overseas in some of the places. But he also needs to use the crease and do those sorts of things that Southee has learned to do over his career to make himself... I think that he could pick up the odd way. He's not really a 6-for man. He'll be a 2-for. but he can do a job for New Zealand, I think, and be very useful at number 8 and get his 50s. And if he can do that and field well, he becomes, I think, certainly someone to look at. We don't have that kind of player in our bowling retinue at the moment.
No, indeed. But thank you very much for your question,
Mr.
Conrad.
McBad.
Yeah. Excellent. Love it. Keep them coming through. We really do appreciate your correspondence wherever you may be tuning in from or listening. The great news from the middle of the arena is the grounds crew, who also don't have any shoes. I have noticed. There's
Well, Buller could, perhaps one of them is, maybe a distant relative.
Tell you what, the New Zealand Health and Safety officers would be having an embolism right now if this was happening at the Basin Reserve. But these covers are slowly being pulled off. There's a lot of surface water though on those covers, so they'll have to be very careful about that. And we just hope there is enough time between showers, because rain is in the forecast not only today but tomorrow, and so on and so forth as this test up progresses. So you just hope we get a chance to see the outfield dry, that conditions are safe enough. There's lots of pointing, lots of chatter going on out the middle. Everyone's keen for this to start.
Yeah, nothing.
Players
no
included.
no super sopper in action. It's just done all by hand. The covers being pulled and tugged away can be pretty heavy, the size of those, but there are a few people, of course. That happens in lots of grounds around the world, and they've been pulled away to the side and then tipped off into some drain. And then in Gaul they use that, don't they, a lot. They just, as soon as the rain comes in from the Indian Ocean, or about 35 people rush out and put covers all over the ground.
Like the good old days of being in the Caribbean. petrol and matches. There you go. All done. Just like that, eh, Jerry? I don't want to bring back sort of traumatic experiences for you. You may be listening on SENZ in New Zealand or TalkSport 2. Can someone get a message to Alan Brazil in the head studio that Pakistan innings is over? They did not declare. All out for 366. The Bazballers, eh? Has John agreed to return Brendan McCullum after his rant? Maybe we can continue to wind him up about that as we progress. We will take a break. Plenty more to come, including cricket. We certainly do hope from Bengaluru. Stay with us.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru as India take on New Zealand.
And now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru as India take on New Zealand.
Fielding, or there's going to be a run out.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of India against New Zealand, a 3-test series taking place between now and the start of November. Plenty of cricket here on talkSPORT 2 and on SENZ. Pleased to say we're also broadcasting to New Zealand, and SENZ have got a fair amount of cricket this year as well. In fact, we're both going to be commentating in commentary booths alongside each other for England's tour of New Zealand, which takes place towards the back end of November up until about the 18th of December. A 3-test series, a proper test series. 1-1 the last time England were in town. That famous victory for New Zealand after following on, just the 4th team in history to win a test match following on, and possibly just the 2nd test that has seen one team win by 1 run. I'll have to get Gary Morgan, our scorer, to let me know whether that is correct or not. You're also watching or listening to us via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. No play though in Bengaluru as things stand. Some of the covers though, after the first session was washed out, appear to be taken off the outfield. There is a crowd in, so hopefully they're in because they're expecting a couple of hours of play. If there is, then we will be bringing it to you here on talkSPORT 2 and on SENZ and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I think Jeremy Coney is going to be with us for the next little section. Jarrod Kimber as well. Bats is alongside me, the head coach of Surrey. One of the topics of discussion, guys, that certainly me and Jarrod have talked about over the years is father and sons, or families within the sport. Of course, the Bracewell family stand out amongst many New Zealand families. The Reefer family in Barbados, which I still think has got more links to cricket than any other family in the sport. But I was having a little look as I was doing my research for this series, and there's 3 players in this, or there was 3 players in the New Zealand squad whose fathers played the game. Tom Latham, his father Rod, William O'Rourke, his father Patrick, played for Wellington, and Ben Sears' dad, he also played for Wellington. In fact, they played with each other. And whilst rooting around scorecards, I actually found a scorecard from 1992, I think it was, when Rod Latham, Ben Sears and William O'Rourke's dads all played in the same match. And Nathan Astle played, but I'm not sure if he's actually related to Todd Astle. Either way, I'm sure there's another example, but in terms of one match where 3 players, possibly 4, played in a game where all 4 of them, their offspring or relation, would then go on to play for New Zealand, I thought was quite interesting. But I just wonder, you know, what it is about cricket in New Zealand that leads to such occurrences.
My memory was, I went and had a look at all the people who'd ever opened the batting for New Zealand cricket, and I think I found that 14% of them related to someone else from New Zealand cricket. In fact, part of my story was the fact that 2 Lathams had opened the batting for New Zealand at different parts. Look, we see it a little bit in Pakistan, and Irish cricket is probably another one, not to mention the fact that everyone in Papua New Guinea is basically from the same village, so they're all either related to each other or they end up marrying each other. So it does happen in cricket a little bit more often than not. There's about 83 Joyces in Irish cricket, isn't there? There's Ed and his brothers, and then there's all the sisters.
I only know of Ed, but...
You know of Ed?
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot of other Joyces. He's not the only Joyce, Bats.
Well, I'm sure he's not, but he's the only one that I know. I don't know if this is the same, but I'm pretty sure late 90s, early 2000s, Alan Butcher played a freak first-class game for Surrey. I'm pretty sure Mark played, and I'm pretty confident in saying that Gary might have played at the same game.
I think you're right. I think there was 3 Butchers at the same time, wasn't there?
I'm pretty sure.
What was also William O'Rourke, by the way, there was an article on Cricinfo yesterday, ESPN Cricinfo, last couple of days, about Peter Fulton being, playing quite a big part in William O'Rourke's progression. And Peter Fulton has got relations who've played professional cricket in New Zealand as well. So is Jeremy there? I'm not sure if he's on mic, but
he just borrowed a mic from his local club cricket team. Jeremy,
he's borrowing from his.
He's now being told how to put the microphone on.
Hello? Yeah, I'm back
telling
again.
him to talk for you, John.
Back again.
Hello, England. Jeremy,
Yes.
what is it about families and cricket in New Zealand that leads to intergenerational players representing? I'm seeing him point towards his microphone. Are you with us, Jeremy?
No, I am. Small country.
Do you get it in other sports though? Is it just a cricket thing, or do you get that in rugby as well? Do you see?
Yeah, I think we do in rugby. I couldn't give you lots of rugby names. I think probably Daniel beside me would be able to do that a lot better than I could.
I just see your mind working overtime about some sort of,
No.
small country, cold
No,
winters.
Cold winters, cold nights. Exactly, it's all that thing. And so fathers and sons, yeah, exactly.
Well, it's
bound to happen.
It's also women's cricket as well, isn't there? You've got the McGlashan family, and also the Amelia Kerr. Her grandfather played for New Zealand, didn't he?
Yeah, Bruce Murray, Bags Murray.
Right. Yep.
That's right. 1969 tour.
Joe Murray and Robbie, father of.
Yes.
Father of. They were good cricketers.
Yes.
Very good backyard cricket game.
Yeah, it would have been.
The Curran family would have. It would be excellent.
But obviously, plenty of them in New Zealand. I suppose you've mentioned the Cairns, have you?
Well, we haven't even got to the Cairns yet.
We haven't even really gone
okay, you haven't
through
got to see. All right, okay. All right.
We haven't mentioned the Hadley brothers.
The Hadleys, of thousands of them, aren't there? Yeah, it's right. It's quite true. I mentioned Grant Bradburn before as a coach, as a fielding coach initially, and then going to Pakistan, and his father, Wyn Bradburn, also played for New Zealand. Going back, Give Vivian in the 1920s and 30s, and of course Graham Vivian in 1965 went to it was England and also to Pakistan and India as well, and went to the West Indies in 73. So lots of them. Rodney Redmond and Aaron Redmond for New Zealand.
Is it?
There's Michael Sears. Michael Sears used to play for Wellington, I think, the same time as Paddy O'Rourke, and of course, and now his son, of course, didn't make it, of course, did he? Unfortunately.
Unfortunately not.
Jeremy,
but it does happen in rugby. Ethan Blackadder, son.
Is that a made-up name?
Tom Blackadder. No,
I've seen
Blackadder,
that series.
Not a character, not a character of the yet-to-be-filmed 5th series of Blackadder. Set of the future. No, he's a current All Black list. Well, just been ruled out of the Northern Tour. Actually, his father Todd, former All Blacks captain. You had the Deans dynasty, didn't you?
Yes.
You know, Bob Deans, Bruce Deans, Robbie Deans. I think even Jock Hobbs married into that family. So yes, strong family ties.
You do get it in England as well, but. You know, is it an indication that maybe cricket is played by a certain, I don't know, class, essentially? I mean, are these a certain type of families that play cricket? I mean, when I'm in New Zealand, I'm actually impressed, and I've spent a lot of time in New Zealand over the last 10 years or so. I'm always impressed by the diaspora that plays cricket, whether you go past a park or you're going to attend a Black Caps game. It seems to me to draw upon far more different demographics within society than you often get in England. But in terms of playing, you know, are these families all sending their kids to the richer schools, or does cricket come through in all walks of life in a way that you don't get quite as much here in England?
I would have called us a fairly, I think, a large middle class. Wouldn't you? I don't know what do you think, Daniel, about that. But no, the answer to your question, I would say, is no. It's not played by an upper class, the wealthy, anything like that at all. I think it's the fact that it's an outdoor kind of country as well. You know, kids go to the park a lot. They build forts and trees. They're not. I mean, while that is changing, I guess, as it is maybe in England as well, is that they're on phones a lot more and so on. But it was always, certainly when I was growing up, it was you popped down to the park after school. Just that was kind of a natural gravitational pull, if you like. That's where you sort of formed all your friendships.
Yeah, I would agree. You don't get urban build-up areas in New Zealand in the manner that you do in England, that's for sure. It's easier. There's more access to green space, and like Australia, it is a much more outdoors country. But it's just interesting. It's nice to pore over old scorecards. I wonder what scorecard exists with the most players featuring who had relations that either played before or went on to play for New Zealand. Have we got some action?
That sounds like a challenge.
Well, I mean,
Go,
we have.
Gary, you got 3 minutes.
Where's Gary Morgan when we need him?
Well, we've got Gary Morgan, and we've got listenership in New Zealand.
Gareth Batty there too. He hasn't said too much on this matter, I bet. But
he's still confused counting all these
joints.
Well,
actually, quite a few father and sons.
Well, Bats' brother played.
Father and daughters.
And your brother?
Yeah, that's his brother
and dad did, yeah.
You've got the Currans as well at the moment.
Right.
Well, Surrey, it's all about
Bicknells,
relations.
Stewarts. There's a few kicking around.
Yes, the
Tudor's brother as well, both
Nature v Nurture.
Second team. I don't think he played a first class game, but yeah, definitely played. Raymond.
Hollyoaks. The Bicknells.
Yeah.
The Bedsers. Goes all the way back.
Yeah, they're dotted around everywhere. Yeah.
I'm just having a look.
It's just the bees.
Yeah, just having a look. They've taken the covers off for a moment, and the umpires have then just walked where the bowling run-ups are going to be, and every step they took looked like they sunk into the surface. I don't want to take the water off the covers and then pour it over Jeremy Coney's body. But right at the moment, it looks to me like it is very, very unlikely that we're going to see a fast bowler coming into bowl on this surface. It is softer than a muffin.
Yeah, that's a heavy track 10. I'm no racing expert, but that's pretty soft. And very nice of them to invite every single fan inside the arena to come down onto the field and help remove the covers.
And you wouldn't say Paul Rifle is a really heavily built gentleman, would you, at the moment? He looks in pretty good form. It's almost as if he could bowl as well at the moment, but he is creating quite a few marks on the ground as he wanders round.
He's also jumped on the walkie-talkie, and we don't know what he's saying, but he's got that kind of look on his face, isn't he? Now he's having a little look at his watch that suggests, I don't know. You remember when you were a kid and you'd hid something from your dad, and then he finds it, and it shouldn't, whatever it was, and there could be a list of things.
What's happening here?
What
are you telling us?
I dread to think of the kind of things that Jarrod would hide from his dad, but essentially he's got that schoolmaster look about him. There's a couple of naughty kids that have just been found out, and he's just ringing home to let their parents know they're in trouble. And I was starting to get a little bit, dare I say, optimistic we might possibly get play, but after watching that last 10 seconds of ground scratching, we might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, there's some brand new trainers that are walking off the field looking decidedly soiled, shall we say, now from there's muddy areas, isn't there? The wicket ends of the used pitches from sort of previous games just look so muddy, and the run-ups don't look too wonderful. It doesn't look too good. If I could steal 2 seconds from you men, apparently CDG is listening in New Zealand. If you are, sir, Stewie has still got your watch.
Why does he have his watch?
A county championship 2022 watch that he's been waiting for. Stewie's still got it in his office.
He's got a championship watch.
Of course he has. He got us to the title 2022, my friend.
Is that former Test match spinner, Kimber?
Yeah, the former Test match spinner. We've got his watch if he's listening.
We signed him as an 80 mile an hour, hair flaring out the back, bustling all round him.
Some of the brilliant. The big house. Hope you're doing well. Great to have your company. Brilliant.
Unless the ground staff want to have a little bit of a lie down, they're putting some what look like blankets out there on the outfield. CDG, of course, is Colin de Grandhomme, for listeners who are just joining us. Former Surrey star, New Zealand all-rounder.
Surrey seamer, New Zealand spinner.
A premier spinner.
7 for on debut. I've fought the battle for your big house.
Yeah, the big house. Look, we're not bringing you coverage of India versus New Zealand as things stand. That's why we're talking about the families in cricket. That's why we've essentially we've been on air now for quite a while. We were hoping that we might have some good news for you. There are still a smattering of fans inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, but it does appear that the covers are coming back out a little bit again. There's a little bit more rain in the air. There's possibly a problem which has seen both umpires come on and go off the field. So while we wait for a little bit more news, we can continue having a chat alongside myself, Jarrod Kimber, and Gareth Batty, the Surrey head coach. Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney are broadcasting out of New Zealand. Where are you in New Zealand, chaps? Is it Wellington or Auckland?
We're in the Riviera of the South Pacific, Wellington.
Hamilton.
Just a stone's throw away. Maybe not a Daffy O'Sullivan throw, Jerry, but from the railway station. So we're right in the thick of things. The beautiful Wellington City. Certainly a little bit of an upgrade from our old facility not far from here, just north in Petone, Jerry, where it was a bit of an isolated cupboard. And you're always fearful that one day you might keel over and no one would find you ever again.
That's true, yes. Yeah, I'm sure my back has never been the same.
From looking up
at that sort of that very difficult sort of screen above me.
Well, John, you'd appreciate this. If you could design a studio to call off tube, and we all like being at grounds, but we understand in today's world you can't always get there. So if you're going to have to call off television, where would you situate the television? Would you situate it in your eye line, or 30 inches above that, where you've got to lean back just to see the screen? Which one do you think they went with, John? Which one?
Well, I am broadcasting from a country where cricket has been part and parcel of the broadcasting landscape for the best part of 60 years minimum, and millions of pounds has been invested in these broadcast facilities, and some bright spark at Lords and at other test playing grounds over the country, Edgbaston, Headingley. We've managed to design £100 million broadcasting facilities where you can't open the window, which means you can't get any sound from the crowd. So you're essentially watching it in a kind of a lift with windows. So I'm not sure we're in a position to really lecture or give advice. But I would suggest that having the TV in front of you rather than above you would probably be the best way to go.
Oh, well, yeah. I did think of bringing a ladder.
You haven't. I must admit,
so I could sit on a ladder.
You haven't walked the same since. You've been limping around for 3 years.
It's taken it out of me.
Well, look, the toss has been delayed due to rain. We've lost 2 sessions of cricket. Some of the bigger covers have made their way back out onto the ground. There are still some supporters inside the stadium, but as things stand, no play here on talkSPORT 2 or SENZ. Over in Multan, England are up and underway. I'm not sure if you've been keeping an eye on that match at all, Jarrod, but I imagine, well, how many overs have we had?
They're in the 4th over.
So 100 up yet?
Well, they're only 24 without loss, so they're a little bit behind their rate. They actually they started quite slow, but they've started to score back. Sajid, the off spinner, he's got a bit of a weird sort of action. He's been getting the ball through okay. He's bowled quite well, but they're starting to crawl in Duckett now after a little bit more of let's say Atherton earlier.
I think Pakistan are without a bowler as well. Couldn't you just have a quick...
Well, they left 2 of them out of the test
Well,
match,
they did, but I think...
I've only got one quick.
Well, I think he's injured.
Who's injured?
I have a quick look.
I think he hurt himself running between the wickets.
Yeah, so, it's... as we were saying about 2 or 3 hours ago, Pakistan and England have come into this test match with completely different bowling lineups. So, one of them is going to be right. And with one pace man down, you'd suggest that you'd rather be in England's position than Pakistan's. But we shall see. Crawley and Duckett will be getting after the bowlers irrespective. Jeremy, thank you. Daniel, thank you. We'll be back with... our New Zealand team very shortly, but for now we're going to just take a chance to play out some of the pre-recorded audio that we have built up over the last few months or so here on talkSPORT 2. We've covered a lot of international cricket over the years, and one of the most interesting, and certainly in terms of YouTube content, the most popular conversations took place between 2 very familiar faces. I think they boast about 10 million followers on Twitter or X between them. Harsha Bhogle, the Indian broadcaster, and the former England switch hitter, Kevin Pietersen, in discussion during the first test of 5 in India, and that was the topic of conversation, the switch hit and its place within the game. Take a listen, and if you've got any comments on this, get involved with us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Drop us a question about that or anything else that may come to mind. But for now, here is Harsha Bhogle with Kevin Pietersen.
So I'm just a little reverse paddle. I don't mind the reverse sweep, and I know I need to move a couple of yards away from Kevin Peterson when I say that, but I absolutely believe the switch it should be banned. It's unfair. You've become a left-hander. Should not be allowed because the bowler is bowling to a right-hander. You can't suddenly bowl to a left-hander. KP, I'm off.
Are you being serious?
Flicked away on through into the onside for a single. I think my view personally has been that the switch it should be allowed if the bowler, without any warning, is suddenly allowed to come and bowl left-handed. I've heard arguments.
Let them bowl left-handed then.
Absolutely. Then I've no issue with the switch hit. The bowler comes running.
Why has somebody never ever done it?
Because it's difficult.
Absolutely.
And it's not allowed.
What do you mean it's not allowed?
It's not allowed. It's pushed off the back foot out to cover. For a single, you have to inform the umpire. You've got to say right arm over. You cannot come in and bowl left-handed. 2-2-6 for 5 after 56. Come on, come at me, KP.
I think this argument will be better said when somebody tries it.
It's been done.
The umpire called a no ball.
It's you can actually bowl with both arms, but as Harsha said, you need to tell the umpire. And we read a game. I don't know if you were there as well, KP. It was in Sri Lanka, England a few years ago for some one days. There's a Sri Lankan bowler who's ambidextrous, and he bowled off spin to the left-handers and he bowled left arm finger spin to the right-handers. But he did have to say every ball. There's been a couple of guys that have come through in T20 cricket as well. But the problem is, as you would know, it's hard enough to be good with one arm, let alone be good with the other arm. It's not like batting.
Yeah.
But you have to inform the batter. When you switch it, you don't tell the umpire, just hang on, hold that ball in midair, I'm switching my hands.
It's a lot harder to not inform the batter because you've got to stand as a right hand, and on release you've got to turn around and play the other way.
No, but
hold on. If you're standing as a left-hander, it's way easier to hit a left-handed shot. If you're standing as a right-hander, the bowler has to deliver the ball. He's bowling with his strong arm.
Jadeja bowls the next ball. It's driven through the covers, but there's support in the deep for a single. Because something is hard, doesn't make it fair automatically. It's still got to be fair. The bowler sets a field for a right-hander. He can't suddenly become left.
It's unfair to the batter because he's batting left-handed and the bowler's bowling perfectly able-armed. It's unfair to the batter.
The bowler's offering is the ball and the field. And that offering is based on whether you're right-handed or left-handed. Jadeja bowls, just gets a little inside edge onto his pad down to short fine. He can't get a run. That offering cannot then suddenly change, and you're bowling to a left-hander. If you're bowling to a left-hander, you'll change the field.
Harsha, as a bowler, I would prefer to bowl to a right-handed batsman trying to play left-handed than a right-handed batsman trying to play right-handed.
The degree of difficulty, I can understand the degree of difficulty and great skill, and you played it well, KP, and I'll grant that.
But I'm long time finished. Long time finished. This is about the player now.
Because it's difficult, it doesn't make it legal. Jadeja bowls, it's full, and it's played away on the onside. Embezzlement, cheating, very difficult. You don't make them legal because they're difficult.
It's got nothing to do about being legal. Nothing to do about it being legal. The degree of difficulty is there, and it's entertaining.
Jadeja bowls round the wicket, and it's played out on the offside. Go on.
And I never thought I'd hear you try and squash entertainment in sport.
I'm all for it as long as you allow the bowler.
And I am so happy that it's 3 local time and I'm going back downstairs because you're talking rubbish.
Are you chickening out of a challenge? Single down behind square. Oh dear, KP's gone. I now got the stage all to myself. 57 overs gone. It's 228 for 5. England lead by 38. And while we're talking about the merits of switch hits, this lead is now starting to look pretty good, Jarrod.
Did he just switch commentary service on you there?
It doesn't matter. I've only got a mouth. I can't speak left-handed or right-handed. Bob is on 93. But I maintain, if you allow a bowler to come running in and bowl left-handed with no warning, it's a great skill. It's difficult. It's very entertaining. I'm all for the switch hit. Otherwise, I think the switch hit should not be allowed because you're deceiving the batter. But that's just my view. How does it matter? I've also always been a very, very strong proponent of running a batter out if he's outside the crease. And for some bizarre reason that I cannot understand, people think it's against the spirit of the game.
We should mark the crease on the ground so everyone knows where it is, Harsha.
Great stuff. Wonderful conversation there during commentary, if a little tetchy, but wonderful stuff from Harsha Bargley and from Kevin Peterson. And Jarrod Kimber is one of the great historians of the game, known and dearly beloved to us as the great master statistic. Well, you're not a statistician, are you? You're a what do we use you as, Jarrod Kimber?
I don't know. I just occasionally John tells me I have to talk, and I do.
It's your history. You've written one of the great histories of the game as well. It's the historian that fascinates me most about you, and it's and I know that you'll be chuckling about that piece of commentary there, the switch hit and the fairness of it. But we can go back 100 years and more. We can go back 200 years. So many. Well, at one time the forward defence was controversial. I mean, overarm bowling was controversial.
Well, I'm pretty sure the forward defence, the first time it was played, someone. This is the rumour, but I tell you, I do believe it. That someone yelled out, "That's not cricket," because they smothered the ball. And so that tells you how basic this instinct is to say that this is not okay and these discussions happen. As you said, overarm bowling, that was like a 40, 50-year discussion on whether we should allow bowling, which is now, like, imagine if cricket was only underarm bowling now, Matters, it would be dead. And my favourite one is the wrong-un. When the wrong-un takes over, as you would know, in South Africa, they basically steal this delivery from England and they work out how to use it down in, was it Cape Town the guys were from?
Reggie Bosanquet.
Yeah, but there was about 4 of them, wasn't there, that were all taught. Aubrey Faulkner and Gordon White and, Bert Vogler, and I'm missing, Reggie Swartz is the other one, isn't he? And so they take it up. But it's actually in the 1920s when everyone picks up the wrong-un. There's all these articles saying it's ruining cricket. And so you had the forward defence ruining cricket, then you had overarm bowling ruining cricket, then you had the wrong. It's just the game changes, right? And there's always this discussion of whether it should change or not. But as you know, these things happen a lot.
Hitting the ball on the leg side used to be frowned upon at one point.
Yeah, I think it was almost a cultural thing too, hitting the ball on the leg side, because it was obviously an Indian player who first did it. Ranji started to hit the ball on the leg side a little bit more, and then you only really were supposed to hit the ball on the leg side through sort of mishits or when the ball was angled down there to begin with. And Victor Trumper comes in and goes, well, if I just slap everything from outside off stump to the leg side, I'll make a lot of runs because there's no fielders over there. That was another one. And that was also, I think that was cultural and maybe even class-based. I think the amateurs didn't like to be seen playing ungrammatical shots at that time. All of this stuff, it's like, imagine not hitting the ball on the leg side now because you might offend someone, or not playing a full defence because it's seen as cheating. I mean, it's ridiculous to think back on it, but that is what the game is. Players find new methods, and then people get upset that they've found new methods. We can't keep playing the game the same way because it's impossible.
We're talking about the switch hit and the conversation yesterday between Harsha Bhogle and Kevin Peterson, with Harsha Bhogle saying that it was unfair, and we can go back 100 years, we can go back 200 years if you like. Jarrod Kimber is one of the great historians of the game. That's not very, I don't think, widely enough known. You're known as our statistician and commentator, but Jarrod, your sense of history, I think, is unparalleled in the game. And we can go back, like I said, you can go back 100 years, 200 years, but run outs at the non-striker's end, the reverse sweeps, the change in we have 6 ball overs. We've had them for a long time. People think that that's always been the case. We've had 8 ball overs and 4 ball overs. What about the rest day? Sunday, playing on a Sunday was highly controversial. There's the reverse sweep when the reverse sweep was first played. And actually it goes back a lot further, doesn't it, than most people think. A lot of people who are old enough anyway will recall Mike Gatting being dismissed in the 1987 final, World Cup final, playing the reverse sweep. Now, for many people that was the first time they'd seen it, but it actually goes back many, many decades before that.
I think it was
it's now commonplace, of course.
Yeah, I think it was Muhammad Brothers in the 50s and 60s were playing it. There's a game in Ranji Trophy where Sunil Gavaskar is facing left arm finger spin, I think, and he switches to start batting left-handed. So we've had things like this happen for a long time, and the Gatting one is a perfect example of Gatting's problem wasn't playing the reverse sweep. His problem was he picked the absolute wrong ball to play the reverse sweep and then executed it poorly, right? Like if he'd come down the wicket to that ball and Alan Border had bowled it down the leg side, he might have been stumped that way as well. Like, so we look at these things, I think, incorrectly. And to go back, you mentioned, the Mancad incident. And, even the term Mankad has become quite toxic at times. There's one faction of his family that doesn't want that term used anymore. There's another faction of his family that do want that used. But if you go back, why did it happen, Manners? It happened because Bill Brown was stealing singles, and the Indians thought, well, why don't we try and run him out? And they did it twice, partly because with the spinner he had a better view than everyone else. And yet that wasn't seen as particularly controversial at the time. In fact, if you go back and you have a look at Australian newspapers, there was a lot of and this is the Australians, a lot of writing about Mankad. It really becomes negative afterwards, and you see that with the
Bill
reverse
Brown
sweep
himself.
as well.
Bill Brown himself condoned it, didn't he?
He was more, he was upset at himself. he said, "I've got to learn to stop doing this." But yeah, no, there were lots of people that were very, very pro. There was a couple of former players as well that weren't as happy with it. I don't think that's a lie. But when we went through the newspaper archives looking at this matters, we really didn't find all that many cases of people of being negative towards it. But there's always that other side of things, and that is another evolution of the game. Why does that happen? Because Bill Brown was revolutionising running between wickets. Beforehand, people would stand on their bat at the other end, and so there was no reason to even try that dismissal very much. Although there is a famous case of a very old cricketer, I think in the 1850s, who he only plays about 20 games and gets about four of those run out. So clearly some people in some games were doing it at that stage. But yeah, again, we're talking about the evolution and how things change. And that is why Sanal Gavaskar and Hanif Mohammed and his brother both start the reverse sweep, right? Or the reverse shots and switch hits and batting left-handed when you're facing certain things. The game keeps moving forward. And unfortunately, I don't think everyone who watches it understands that, because generally it's a bit like music. If you ask people when music was at its best, it's so weird. So many people pick the age when they were between 13 and 25 when music was at its best. And it's a little bit the same with cricket. Everyone wants it to stay the exact same way it was when they fell in love with it. But that is not how cricket acts, right? As you know, cricket is almost violently evolving at all times. And you talked about the balls before. I think you would know this as well, that 7 balls is the only one that hasn't been used. 4 balls, 5 balls, 6 balls and 8 balls in overs have all been used. And yet when the 100 came out, there was shock that we wouldn't have 6-ball overs again. Well, read a book.
And Sunday play. I mean, I don't know whether I should be proud or embarrassed about this, but I actually, at the very beginning of my career, there was still a rest day during test matches, and that was on a Sunday, and a very Christian thing, because test matches would start on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then because it was a Sunday, you would have a rest day and everybody would go to church. But we now have elongated lunch sessions on a Friday to incorporate Muslim prayers, and during Ramadan as well, there are special dispensations made that would never used to occur in the 50s, 60s, 70s. So a lot has changed. I mean, Sunday play for the first time was, I recall, very controversial, and there were Christians who thought, how on earth can we play Test cricket on the Sabbath?
I think Christmas was played on. Cricket was played. Test matches were played on Christmas Day with India and Pakistan as well at one stage, and that was seen as controversial, even though there was no Christian sides playing in those games at that time. I know there might have been Christian members. I'm not can't remember the full lineups there, but the other interesting thing is, and this just shows how weird society is, but there was controversy, of course, when England was moving towards having a professional as their captain. Right, that you couldn't have someone who was paid to play cricket, despite the fact the amateurs were also paid, but you couldn't have someone who was paid to play cricket captain the English side. That's still going on after World War II, that conversation. And of course, you've got the West Indies, who never, until I think George Headley became their captain after World War II, had never had a non-white captain as well. Like, these were seen as controversial things at the time, and now we look back at it and go, what on earth was happening? Here's a good one for you. It really, you will know this. It's remarkable how long cricket goes on with the fact that South Africa refused to play any team that isn't majority white, right? Like
majority.
Well, I mean, Australia did have non-white players at times, and England did have non-white players at times. So
I'm not sure that you're sufficiently aware of the South African racial classification. They may not have been.
But you know what I mean? There were those teams did you know, and we think of England and Australia early on as white teams, but if you go back, there are actually non-white players who play for both of those countries at times, and New Zealand exactly the same. But the point being is that South Africa just played for a very long period of time. So there's all these mini controversies that come up within the game that kind of seem silly now. Like the idea of England not having a captain that they pay is so remarkable. The idea of going, the wrong one's going to ruin the game. No, the wrong one is going to be hard to play for a couple of years, and then they're going to work it out. The same way that the wobble ball was hard to play for about 5 years, and now batters have started to work it out. The same way that the Doosra was unplayable for about 6 years, and then people worked it out.
What about the forward defence? I mean, people might laugh now. They think I'm kidding here, but, you know, there was a time where people said, well, what are you doing?
No, that should be banned. I'm on the side with that. It must have been, if you think about it, when people were upset about the forward defence, it was a game where you basically rolled the ball along the ground. And that would be seen as cheating, right? Taking a big stride forward and dead batting the ball. Like, it must have, you know, I mean, it's bad enough when you bowl to someone who's better than you to begin with, but if they've invented this new shot. So, look, it shows that we, as a cricket society, I don't think we always understand just how much things do change and how often cricket has evolved. And you know, you go back and you look at W.G. Grace. Before W.G. Grace, batters didn't actually go on the front foot when the ball was full and on the back foot when the ball was short. That was his skill that changed cricket, right? Like, things have changed so much over that period of time, and a lot of the stuff that has happened, depending on the person who did it. So in W.G. Grace's case, it's fine. It's fine for him to do it because he was part of the establishment. Whereas there's a guy called Old Everlasting who bowled a round arm for the first time at Hambledon, and they said, don't ever do that again. And it took about, I think it was about 80 years after he bowled that first ball for it to become commonplace in cricket for people to bowl round arm and overarm without being called for no balls. So sometimes it just depended on who it was, which might go back to the Mancad comment as well.
You're listening to live commentary from the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium in Hyderabad. Well, you're listening to the lunch break, actually. It's me, Neil Manthorp, with cricket historian Jarrod Kimber, sometimes unfairly described as
cricket statistician. Doesn't do justice at all to his multi-skill talents.
Oh, okay.
Roundup of the morning session, which was quite extraordinary. England resuming on 316 for 6, eventually bowled out for 420, 104 runs added, with Ollie Pope finishing 196. He was the last man out, bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. England making 420. It's left India with a fourth innings target of 231. Tremendous contributions today from Rian Ahmed, who made 28, Tom Hartley, who made 34, in partnership with Ollie Pope. Half-century partnerships, both with Rian Ahmed and Tom Hartley. Mark Wood was out for a duck, and last man, Ollie Pope, for a brilliant 196. Jasprit Bumrah made took 4 for 41. Ard Ashwin 3 for 126. And it all has left India with a target of 231 in 154 overs. Jarrod, just before we go back to, I'm going to ask you about like gentlemen and professionals. This conversation is, in a very broad brushstroke, is looking back at the history of the game, prompted by a conversation, a terse exchange of views, be more accurate, between Harsha Bhogle and Kevin Peterson yesterday about the legitimacy of the switch hit. But gentlemen and professionals, you know, if the switch hit is controversial, Jarrod, the game has changed so much. I mean, there was a time when gentlemen and professionals would have separate changing rooms. You know, to be concerned about the legitimacy or the fairness of the switch hit when a left-hander basically turns himself into a right-hander, or in Kevin Peterson's case, a right-hander turns himself into a left-hander. Harsha Bhogle was convinced that was unfair and against the spirit of the game. But it's not. We're trying to contextualise it, really, aren't we?
I think one of the great things about cricket is, and we talk about this right at the moment, on a radio station, which is probably, the best way to have this. But cricket is a series of conversations, Manners, in a way that many other sports don't have the time for. It's very hard to have the time in some sports to have a conversation, right? But cricket is built for conversations. And so it's always been there, and there's always been this inbuilt fight between the sort of conservative parts of our game and almost the on-field part of our game, which it naturally has to evolve as bowlers get taller and faster and hit the ball harder, and all these different things happen. So the game naturally evolves. So we have these conversations naturally because of what cricket is. But at the same time, there's a natural throwback to we want cricket to be what it was like beforehand. But the truth is that cricket is always changing and evolving, and there's nothing that you can stop to do that. The Harsha KP one is very interesting, man. It's just because essentially all Harsha is asking for is that bowlers get the same treatment that batters do. And no one has to pick which arm or which way of the bat they're standing on beforehand, which it seems quite fair to me. And the more innovation in cricket, as KP said, the better.
And let the lawmakers decide what is fair and what is not.
You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and SENZ in New Zealand, talkSPORT 2 in the UK, and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, live and exclusive coverage of India against New Zealand. But sadly, the weather has won out. It's been steadily raining for most of the day, and no real surprise that in the last few moments it has been announced that play has been abandoned for the day. What that means is they will try and get 98 overs in tomorrow. They'll try and make up the time lost over the next 4 days. We'll have a 15-minute earlier start, which is great if you're in New Zealand or India, less so if you're broadcasting in the UK, but hey, that's just how it goes. So a big thanks to Gareth Batty and Jarrod Kimber, who've been alongside myself, Jon Norman. Disappointment, Daniel, another rainy day in India for New Zealand. A washout against Afghanistan, and now day one of this first test match ruled out. So some of the questions will have to wait. The makeup of the India side and the makeup of the New Zealand side. We move on until tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a really frustrating couple of weeks for New Zealand cricket fans, Jerry and myself included. Of course, we didn't get much in Noida. We got nothing, not a thing. And then a hugely disappointing series against Sri Lanka. One win, Test match number one was there for the taking. Completely wiped the floor with New Zealand, did Sri Lanka in Test match number 2. So I'm sure, Jerry, Kiwis are keen to rip into this, but they'll probably sweat long and hard about the makeup of their own side with another day under covers and another 4 days of, shall we say, slightly dodgy weather in the forecast.
Yeah, 2 or 3 seamers. We'll wait and see what they want to do about that, whether the rain has convinced them that, we'll give a third seamer a crack or not. And then whether it's just sort of 2 main spinners or 2 part-timers and all that sort of thing. So there's quite a lot of decisions to be made, I think, before this game starts for New Zealand. And if there are 2 spinners, who are they going to be? And all those sorts of things. And if there's 1 spinner, plus the 2 part-timers, what's going to happen then? So that's all to be found out yet. I mean, once they make their decisions.
Well, a big thanks to Daniel and Jeremy. I do notice that Michael Bracewell is only in the side for that first test match. He's heading back to New Zealand for the birth of his second child. So we shall see whether it will be Bracewell, Santner. If either of them play, Ajaz Patel will, of course, be the number 1. Hopefully, we'll find out the answer to that, and plenty more tomorrow for day 2 of this test match. But for now, big thanks to the crew broadcasting out of Wellington, production coming out of Auckland, while here in London, it's a big thanks from the production side and myself, Gareth Batty and Jarrod Kimber. We have got plenty more content for you on talkSPORT 2 throughout the afternoon. Cricket content, that is, coming up very shortly. We'll have following on, as well as other programming that's been created in the build-up to this test series. But sadly, for now, that's it. Thanks for listening, and we'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of the first test of 3 between India and New Zealand.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru, as India take on New Zealand.
And now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.